Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 of the June MARRS, presented by RP Performance, the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. And Brian, first off, starting a couple minutes late this morning, had some issues here at the track with the facilities, but we're back up and running. And our first race of the day, really quick, as we've got our bracket racers rolling onto the track for the very first race. I'm going to quickly, Brian, go over our schedule with everybody here today, where we are going to start off with this 10-lap race for bracket racers. We are then going to, we're going to be off the air for a few minutes as we've got some warm-ups for our Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. And then we will come back to feature races today, 20-lap races. 8 of them over the course of the day for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. And then, well, our bracket racers, they'll get a second 10-lap race as well. So let's do this, Brian. Let's jump back to the live action here. As you can see, the bracket racing field finishing up their run through turn 1. They're on their pace lap right now. Why don't we run down the players?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So starting in 20th, and the number 50 from Frederick, Maryland is Melanie Meckel. Starting 19th from Hampstead, Maryland, the number 20 of Robert Garrett. Starting in 18th from McLean, Virginia, the 101 of Meyer Alzot. Starting in 17th from Severna Park, Maryland, actually now calls home in Medina, Ohio, is the 134 of Chuck Edmondson. Starting in 16th from Ashburn, Virginia, the number 40 of William Simpkins. Starting in 15th from Tacoma Park, Maryland, the 68 of Jed Prentice. Starting in 14th from Fredericksburg, Virginia, the number 186 of Jennifer Romes. And starting in 13th from Silver Spring, Maryland, the 74 of Steve Martin. Starting in the 12th position from Gum Spring, Virginia, the 83 of Nick Shively. Scheduled to start in the 11th position from Thurmont, Maryland, is the 127 of Jeff Liller. I know he had a little incident yesterday. Did not see that car go out this morning. Starting in 10th from Vienna, Virginia, the 41 of Philip Ackley. Starting in the 9th position from Baltimore, Maryland, the 25 of Aaron Meisner. Starting in the 8th position from Delmont, Pennsylvania, is the 87 of John Ryan. Starting in the 7th position from Frederick, Maryland, the 51 of Eric Prepsius. Starting in 6th position from Annapolis, Maryland, is the 7 of Keith Frazier. In the 5th position, in the number 5, is Mike Kosuth from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Starting in the 4th position from right here in Charlestown, West Virginia, the 05 of Bill Smith. Starting in the 3rd position from Leonardtown, Maryland, the 13 of Andrew Waldorf. And starting on the front row in the number 30, starting in 2nd, is Mac Harrison in the number 30 from Washington, D.C. And on the pole is the number 14 of Marshall Lytle from Alexandria, Virginia.
And there you go, Brian. And just like that, green flag is in the air. Dave Sterling, our starter, putting out the green flag, and our racers are barreling down towards turn number 1 for the very first time, led by our pole sitter in that bright orange E36 BMW, Marshall Lytle. Now, as our racers are starting their first run, and we're going to make sure that they all get through turn 1 safely, and look at that, they have. We're going to give you a little bit of a primer on bracket racing, as we do for each one of these events. First off, I'm going to tell you, and I hate to scare you off first thing in the morning, but the timing and scoring that you see on your screens right now don't necessarily accurately reflect what is happening on track, because the bracket racing, it is a place for all comers as long as you meet minimum safety requirements to bring out your race car and come race with the Washington, D.C. region. As opposed to having to fit and conform to somewhat rigid road racing categories. You can bring out pretty much any race car, and it is how you do and who you compete with is based more on the times that you run here along 10-turn, 2-mile Summit Point Raceway. We split things up into brackets of 2 seconds apiece. And much like bracket drag racing, the goal is to stay within your bracket, to not break out of your bracket. It rewards consistency. And so we have brackets here in the series that go anywhere from racers that are running a minute 17 or faster to a minute 33 and slower, and basically in 2-second increments. So if you are running anywhere faster than a minute 17, you'll be in one bracket. If you run between a minute 17 and a minute 19, you'll be in another bracket. And those are the people in your same bracket that you contend with.
Yeah, and Greg, just as you said, we talked about this yesterday, and we actually saw it yesterday, right? Not only are you going to be racing the driver and the car in front of you, but you could run out of that bracket and run into a faster bracket, and now you can go from leading that bracket to fourth in that bracket.
Right.
And we did see
We saw that yesterday
We
on the very last lap, as a matter of fact.
We have seen that pretty much every single bracket race we have had here at Summit Point within the last several years. We took, I think, a year hiatus off just to kind of rebuild it back up. And once we did that, then it became, and now we're getting 25 car fields in some cases out here just for every single event that we have here. So it's really starting to grow. A lot of these, are the Spec Racer Fords. They're not going to run till later today. Right. They'll use this as a test session. And again, some of them just use them as additional seat time.
Exactly.
So, there's multiple ways to look at this because most of these are racing in other other classes. Sure. Other than, I think Marshall Lytle is only doing this. Bill Smith is only doing this.
Meyer Alazad in his Mazda 2 is only
doing this.
Yes.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And when I said, and I don't want to scare people off that are watching at home or wherever you may be watching, maybe you're with the Maryland Miata Club down over by Turn 8 joining us here this weekend, and thank you for joining us. I'll tell you, if you want to follow along and see what brackets these racers are currently falling into, you can go to MARRSpoints.com, and then there is a section for bracket racing. And if you click on there, you'll be able to see how we have our drivers categorized and what brackets are in. And, Brian, we were talking how yesterday and how almost every race weekend we see somebody who may be leading their bracket and then they break out sometimes on the last lap as they are, they're in the draft with a car ahead of them it's an interesting dichotomy when you consider that in typical road racing, mm-hmm. you are looking to beat the car that is directly ahead of you.
Sure.
And that is your focus, and that is what you work on. And in bracket racing, it's very much different. You're looking to, again, stay in your lane, stay in your little 2-second bracket with the car that you're actually competing against. And that is, in the end, that's your goal, not necessarily your final positioning on track.
It's about being consistent.
Right.
I mean, look, these guys have data systems in these cars. They have lap timers. They can see, obviously, I think in Marshall's, BMW and Bill's BMW, they have it up there where they can see it. Some of these Spec Racer Fords, they can see it. Jennifer Romes has got it in her car, I'm sure. You know where you are. And as a racer, you can tell where you potentially made a mistake,
right,
just by looking at your lap times, right? You may say, hell, I missed that corner. Okay, I went from a 119 to a 120. Okay, so now you know. So in bracket, just like you said, it's about being consistent, and it's about, not only racing the driver in the car in front of you, but it's about being as consistent as you can with your lap times around here, because once you start to get consistent, you're only going to get faster.
Right, exactly. So quickly, this is a 10-lap race, Brian, and we're already working lap number 4. Let me do this first. Because we haven't actually told drivers what brackets these races are currently in, but let me make a quick call to the grid for our warm-up sessions for our MARRS racers coming up soon. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Open wheel drivers that are looking to take part in the warm-up sessions next, please start heading to the grid. Open wheel drivers, you can start heading to the grid for your 10-minute warm-up session. All right, so let's take a look, Brian, at where our bracket racers slot in right now. Our overall leader by positioning on track, Marshall Lytle, our pole sitter, that bright orange E36 BMW, beautiful car, is currently the only driver in the bracket known as A3. That is for drivers that are running either from a 119 flat to a 120.999. We'll call it from a 119 to a 121. Then in bracket A4, we've got Mac Harrison, one of our Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 drivers. He is in, again, the A4 bracket. That is for drivers that are running between a minute 21 and a minute 23. So he is the only one in that class. or in that bracket. Then in bracket A5, we currently have 5 drivers. Fastest, or the lead, I don't want to say fastest, but the lead car in that group is Andrew Waldorf. Andrew Waldorf in a Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. The number 13 machine, Bill Smith, currently second in that bracket. Keith Frazier, Mike Kosuth, Eric Prepsius. Then we have it. Good to see him out after he had some issues during the Spec Racer Ford race yesterday. Aaron Meisner, he is our only driver. Oh, and by the way, actually, there's an additional driver now in that A5 bracket, and that is John Ryan in the 87 machine, as he just broke out of the B1 bracket. The B1 bracket is for drivers that are running between a minute 25 and a minute 27. And a couple drivers that were just in that particular bracket, Brian, they've now
it's changed. You might as well just start over now.
Yeah, they've just now they are now that bracket A5 for drivers a minute 23 to a minute 25. You know, we are now looking at 8 cars as Phil Ackley just joined that group as well, and as I said, John Ryan on the previous lap became part of that bracket as well.
I tell you. Sorry, Greg.
No,
I was going to say, in that A5 bracket, you talk about Andrew Waldorf, Bill Smith, Keith Frazier, and Mike Kusa. They're all nose to tail. Bill Smith drops back a little bit. They're headed down into turn 1 right now with Andrew Waldorf and Bill Smith. Bill dropping back by about, I'd say, 5 or 6 car lengths now, working around the 50 machine of Melanie Meckel going into turn 1. But I tell you what, that is actually not only the closest battle on the racetrack, and now we're going to go 3 wide coming out of turn 2. That didn't work out too well, and then we ended up with the 83 of Nick Shively having to pull back just a little bit.
Yeah. And so, we look as Andrew Waldorf and Bill Smith so close on track together, both on the last lap, or probably not on the last lap, but their best lap so far, a 123.372. So it gives them about 35 hundredths of a second to play with before one of them might break out into a faster bracket. Now, frankly, if one of our top 2 drivers in that class were to break out into the next fastest bracket, they would then have to contend with Mac Harrison, who is about 20 car lengths ahead of him. Yeah. So it makes things a little bit difficult. A little bit further back in bracket B3 is in Bravo 3. This is for drivers that are running from a minute 29 to a minute 31. Jennifer Rome's currently your leader, and she's got a little bit of time to spare. Her fastest lap is a 130.004. Steve Martin in his Ford Focus, the silver Ford Focus Coupe out of Silver Spring, Maryland. He's currently running second in the class. And then we, as you mentioned, Nick Chevalier in his Scion FRS, back that number 83 machine, currently running third in the group. And then in bracket 4, we've got this is a nice little fight. This was a great fight yesterday that we saw with Chuck Edmondson and Jed Prentice currently in bracket B4. Edmondson in the white Honda CRX. And then we've got Jed Prentice in a dark-colored Scion FRS. Yesterday, an amazing fight with Meyer Alzot. Mm-hmm. And by the way, I'm sorry, Prentice is not in a Scion FRS. He's in a Mazda Miata. Right. But yesterday, Meyer Alzot and Jed Prentice were having an amazing battle together, so much so that they were picking up so much speed. They ended up jumping out of the bracket, breaking out of the bracket they were in, and ending up in the same bracket as Chuck Edmondson, who was about 10 car lengths up the road.
Yep. I tell you what, last time by, and we're going to watch them up, and we got one car. Looks like that is going to be the 7 of Keith Frazier there, spinning around there out of turn 10, and we've got some other stuff. We got a waving yellow down there. I tell you what, he was battling with Bill Smith.
All right, and we said these 10-lap races, they go quick, Brian. The next time that Marshall Lytle in his E36 BMW crosses the start-finish line, he'll be getting the 1-to-go board. So we are almost through this very first. And again, our bracket racers, they'll have a second 10-lap race a little bit later today. As we are getting down and winding down to the end here, let me make another quick call for our warm-up sessions. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for open-wheel racers that are going to be taking part in our warm-up sessions. Open-wheel racers, If you want to take part in the 10-minute warm-up session coming up next, please head to the grid.
Gary, we talked about, Keith Frazier there, excuse me, in that number 7, SRF battling with Bill Smith coming around turn 10, right? They were, the last time by, they were side by side going through coming out of turn 2, going up into turn 3. And we talked about this before, and we're seeing it in every single race. Now, when somebody really wants to make that pass in turn 3, they're using the outside, and it's just propelling them all the way, forward. And so that's how he was able to get ahead of Bill Smith on that last lap. But then it seemed like, overcooked it a little bit too much coming into turn 10 to try to stay in there. And, around he went. But Keith has been able to get that going and moving forward.
Yeah, exactly. As he's gone and recovered now. Now the challenge also, you spin like that. Well, much like in regular road racing, Brian, in regular sprint road racing, you spin, you fall back through the order. You might not necessarily fall back in the order,
yeah,
but the cars that you're competing against much further up the road.
Well, competing in that A5 bracket there, with Waldorf and Bill Smith, and then obviously, as you said, you had Keith Frazier. Keith Frazier now is going to drop all the way back to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th in that class, right? You've got 8 guys in there, so you fall all the way back. And once you get into a bracket, you can't fall back and go to the lowest.
Right, you can only go up.
Back.
You
can only go up. Correct. So it makes a little bit of a difference there. So,
all right. So Marshall Lytle is coming underneath the bridge now and should be coming out of turn 10. That second car in that group, that bright orange machine, he kind of sticks out compared to some of the other cars. He's going to come down the front straight. He's going to give the 83 machine one more lap. Looks like Nick Shively, who'd gotten around Steve Martin's Ford Focus, is going to have one more lap to go, but taking the win in bracket A3 is going to be Marshall Lytle out of Alexandria, Virginia, the only driver in bracket A3. And that's for drivers that run between a minute 19 and a minute 21. All following cars will be getting the checkered flag. And it looks like Steve Martin may have had some issues as he crossed the finish line and pulled into the crossover road immediately. I think trying to get that car cooled down. I don't know. But let's go take a look at our other brackets. Bracket A4, Mac Harrison, our sole racer in that bracket. That's for drivers a minute 21 to a minute 23. He's out of Washington, D.C., and he was driving a spec racer for Gen 3. Bracket A5, Andrew Waldorf taking the win. And Waldorf had some issues yesterday during the bracket race. So I remember that he had, I think on lap 2, had spun the car. So a little bit of redemption for him today, taking the win in bracket A5. This is the bracket for drivers that run between a minute 23 and a minute 25. Mike Koseth, second in that bracket. Bill Smith, who had been running second, finishes third in the bracket, just ahead of Eric Prepsius and Aaron Meisner, as well as Phil Ackley and John Ryan. I might add, and I said that in bracket A4, Mac Harrison was the only driver. That is not correct. Keith Frazier did break out.
I was going to say Keith Frazier, after that spin, got another 2 laps in there and was able to get back up into that A4. So again, went a little bit faster, got into that that next bracket above, but way behind Mac Harrison.
Mac Harrison, exactly. All right, in bracket B3. Jennifer Romes takes the win with Nick Shively finishing second in his Scion FRS, and then Steve Martin coming home in third. And Steve looks like he's managed to get the car back to the paddock, but it was pretty. He turned off on that crossover road at a pretty high rate of speed.
I think with all the cars coming down on him and knowing that he had a little bit of an issue and just trying to get across the start-finish line, actually, that was a pretty good move in order to make that move and get out of the way while they were coming full steam ahead racing. So not a bad move there.
All right, in bracket B4, Chuck Edmondson takes the win over Jed Prentice, and on the last lap, breaking out of bracket B5 in the bracket B4 with his fastest lap of the day was William Simpkins in that beautiful red and black, I think 930. Porsche 930, great looking machine. So that's bracket B4. And then bracket B5, Meyer Alzat takes the win in his Mazda 2 over Melanie Meckel's Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Robert Garrett in his C4, so mid-80s Chevy Corvette. And as you mentioned, Jeff Liller unfortunately did not make the grid. All right, so we are just about to have our what are called warm-up sessions. They are 10 minutes apiece. We're going to have our open wheel drivers and then our closed wheel drivers heading out for this. And that means we are likely, Brian, going to be back somewhere between 9:05 and 9:10 a.m. with our first Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event of the day, or feature race of the day. Again, we're going to have, looking to have, the first group is going to be our open wheel racers. They're going to have the very first Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series feature race, and then we go straight into Spec Miata, which I know our special guests, the Maryland Miata Club, are definitely going to enjoy. And again, we want to thank them for joining us. And then we will have our improved touring and B-Spec racers as well. A lot of ITA Miatas involved in that group. And hopefully you'll join us here all day for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series presented by RP Performance. And Brian, before we go to break, before I tell you a little bit more about RP Performance and their services, let's tell you a little bit about what RP Performance is doing this weekend in helping to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. RP Performance provided a free entry to one of our racers, the 75th racer, to enter this event this weekend. The winner of that free entry, Melvin Miller, driver of an American sedan Mustang. He lives in Lincoln, Delaware, and they also provided a number of prizes to drivers as they went through our registration system on Friday evening. And I think probably most importantly, provided a lunch to all of our volunteers, about 150 volunteers yesterday. So we want to thank Brett DePedro, thank Sissy Connolly, all the great folks at RP Performance for all that they do. And as we get ready to take this a little break during these warm-up sessions, let's tell you a little bit more about RP Performance.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance, Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS.
And welcome back to Summit Point, everybody, for the June MARRS, the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, presented by RP Performance. We've got Brian Donati, and I'm Greg Ginsberg, and we're bringing you all the action here this weekend, and we're getting ready, Brian, for our first Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series feature race of the day. And we've got the pace lap underway now for our open wheel and prototype racers, only open wheel racers at this point. And Brian, we're looking at, much like yesterday, a reduced field.
Yeah, a reduced field is kind of an understatement, and that's too bad, right? I mean, I know that we had some cars here on Friday in the open wheel that were testing, and evidently didn't stick around.
Their cars didn't stick around. In some cases, their motors didn't stick around.
Yeah, they stuck around, but the motors did not stick around, so they put them back in the thing. So I'll tell you what, Greg, I'll give you a little bit of break. I'll go ahead and take the rundown for this one here. I think I can do it with my eyes closed. I don't even think I have to look at the sheet. So, starting fifth in the Formula Continental, the 84 from Huntington, New York, is the 84 of John Dole. Scheduled to start fourth from Powhatan, Virginia, is the number 70 of Ken Van Horn, and we knew that he had problems yesterday.
Yes.
He didn't even come out yesterday after qualifying, so it doesn't look like he's going to. Starting in the third position in our only Club Ford from Franklinville, New Jersey, that is Jacob King. Starting second is our Formula Enterprise 2 from Bristow, Virginia. That is going to be the 10 of Deacon Greenfield. And scheduled to start on the pole, who just came back in from his closed wheel warm-up, and not seeing him out on the racetrack from Herndon, Virginia, is supposed to be Jamison Huffman. So I'm sure that Jamison will probably run up here and tell us, hey, I'm not going to race. Well, we kind of figured.
We figured that. And we thought perhaps he'd be going back, and there wouldn't be much harm in, what would then be a 4-car field to start fourth in a 4-car field versus on the pole in a 4-car field.
Right.
But haven't seen the machine make it up to the grid yet. I mean, theoretically, he could start from the pit lane as the other drivers take the start. But in the meantime, lights are out on the pace car. And it is coming up as just past our camera over at turn 8. Should be coming underneath the bridge now.
Well, I can tell you that car's not even moving. So,
actually, I'm looking right now here, Brian. The lights are out on the pace car, and the pace car a little bit slower than I thought. Now coming through turn 8, and our 3 cars. Well, they're fairly well formed up, I guess, as well as you can form up 1.5 rows of racers.
So you're saying our SM group should be up here watching how
you do a start? Yes. By the way, I want to welcome the Maryland Miata Club to Summit Point this weekend. They're over in the corral over by turn 8 with over 2,000 members. They are one of the largest Miata clubs in the nation, and I want to thank them again for joining us as our racers come down the front straight, and green flag is in the air, and jumping off to an early lead is Deacon Greenfield, who we'll see a little bit later today, I believe, running and racing his STL Honda CRX. Very different car for him. This is the first weekend that Deacon has been in a Formula Enterprise 2 machine, maybe a little bit more in line, Brian, to the the go-karts that he's raced for years.
Well, a little bit more power than a go-kart.
Maybe.
I can tell you that for sure. Being in one myself and running out here, he's got a little bit more power than a go-kart. But yeah, I mean, again, Deacon getting out to a really good jump there on John Dole in that Formula Continental too. So again, John Dole having some challenges earlier in the weekend. Not able to get out for yesterday's race. Really hasn't been on track all weekend long. Didn't really get out for the qualifying because he's got no time listed or during the race yesterday. So we'll have to see how long he's able to run that car. Hopefully he's able to hit all 20 laps here and just kind of take it easy a little bit. Get everything going. We're waiting for them to come back through. Here comes Deacon now, and here comes John
Actually,
Dole.
that is not Deacon, because I'm getting word from one of the corners that the number 10 machine drove off track, and I'm trying to get the corner, but I believe it was over at turn number 5, and we didn't see it on the cameras there. He has now recovered, and we'll see if he gets that car back around to complete the first lap. But our pole sitter today, and again, this is only the third day that Deacon Greenfield has been in one of these Formula cars. It is a Mazda MZR motor with a sequential gearbox, very different from the Honda CRX that he's racing now, or from the and Greenfield is coming down the pit lane now. So we'll see if I'm sure the crew will take a look at the car, and we'll see if he can go back out. But he also spent all of last season racing in the SSM class in a Mazda Miata. So obviously a very different type of car, having to work and deal with downforce. His friend Jamison Huffman, who again did not make the grid today. It took a number of sessions and a number of actually race weekends behind the wheel to start to come to grips with that Formula Enterprise 2 machine. Again, very different than a closed wheel car, and certainly a lot more adjustability there between aero and suspension. So we are now down to 2 racers on course.
Yeah, John Dole and Jacob King. We talked a lot about Jacob King. Again, first time here this weekend. Well, let's take a look at some of his times and see if he's able to go down there. And it looks like I'm also getting a word right now, Brian, that John Dole in the Formula Continental, he is out there. No, he did not run a 2-minute 35-second lap time.
there are some issues with his transponder right now.
Yeah, because I was going to say that puts Jacob in the lead, but I know that John Dole has not been passed by Jacob, and
Yes.
Deacon Greenfield now just went back out. So he is coming down through turn 1 right now. You can see that on your camera coming out of turn 2. Starting to head up through the short chute there to get into turn 3. So good to see Deacon back out. So obviously nothing really long, just kind of looped it around, and that could be a product of not getting some heat in the tires. Again, it's still, while it may feel a little bit warmer in here, it's a little cool out there. That sun is beating down, and you don't get enough heat in those tires because they are wider than what he's normally used to running. You can loop it around, especially on a tight left-hand turn like turn 5.
All right, as John Dole now crosses the start-finish line, and he is going to be starting now, I believe, lap number 2, or probably he's starting lap number 3. He has just been shown the soundboard from our folks over on the start stand, which means he's already on 2 of his 3 laps gone above the 103 decibel sound limit that is set here at Summit Point. So hopefully he'll note to let off the throttle about midway down the front straight here, because we'd hate to see him black flagged.
Yeah, that would not be good. I mean, look, I'm sure for John, it's been a very stressful weekend already. And now that you get the car running, you're able to get out and take a couple laps of time now to turn around, and you have this. It just doesn't that doesn't sit well, and it just makes it tough, right? And then you got to load everything up and then go back home, and you're like, first question is, what did I do? Or what's happening, right?
So, again, this is a 20-lap feature race for 3 racers, Brian, and we've got a lot more racing on tap for you today. Next up is going to be Spec Miata, so you definitely want to stick around. You want to watch that. That is, if it's anything like yesterday's Spec Miata race, Brian, it should be full of excitement.
Yeah, it should be pretty good. It came down to the last couple laps there yesterday, and some pretty exciting. Looks like John's still having some transponders. His best time is a 0.00.00. That's pretty darn quick.
Maybe he should have been in our bracket race a little while ago.
Would have been an A1.
Yeah. Well, I think it's got to be challenging for John again. Seemingly every time he crosses the start-finish line, there's another board being shown to him with information about his car, and in some of them he can't do much about while he's on the racetrack. He's not going to be able to do much about a transponder at this point while he's out there. Obviously, he can do things about the sound, as I mentioned. With that soundboard, all of our racers, regardless of whether they're in open wheel cars or closed wheel cars, they do need to keep the maximum sound emitted from the tailpipe there to 103 decibels, and that is essentially how the SCCA can be good neighbors to our friends here in the Charlestown and Summit Point areas. We measure that sound with a microphone. It's on the front straight. On the left-hand side, driver's left on the front straight, 50 feet away from the track surface. And it's about 2/3 of the way down. I'm looking to see in our camera view for turn 1. Yeah, you can kind of see a little white canopy, a little white tent. That is where our sound officials are, and the microphone is directly across from them.
Yeah, so, just as you said with John Dole, I mean, look, you can let off of it as you get to it. Get through the race. Again, you haven't had much track time this weekend, so do everything you can. Like you said, he's getting shown all different kinds of boards over there. It's like he's, going through the different letter of the alphabet every lap.
Well, he's going to see that soundboard again because he just cracked 105 decibels, and I know that it doesn't sound like there's a big difference between 103 and 105, but. When you're talking about a logarithmic scale, Brian, there's a huge difference between 103 decibels and 105 decibels, and I mean it's ear-crackingly loud. I've got my Apple Watch set to tell me when it's over 90 decibels, because that is the point where, frankly, you should be wearing some ear plugs or something.
So when you're talking, your watch is going off all the time.
All the time.
Okay,
yes.
that's what I thought. All right, I just wanted to make sure. Your watch is buzzing.
I mean,
at
I
you,
don't. I
'cause mine
don't,
does.
I mean, I technically don't even have to talk. The voices in my head will do that as well.
All four of them.
Yes, all four of the voices in my head.
Hey,
Yes.
let's drop back here. I want to talk about Jacob King.
All right.
Yesterday, and again, 72 degrees out there right now is what we're being shown. Based off of what I'm looking at with my app. But Jacob King yesterday went 119.214. Greg, he just broke into the 118, so he went 118.957. So again, Jacob King not running here ever before, gets out here. Now he's starting to learn. I have a feeling he's going to want to come back here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, he's had a lot of time racing in New Jersey in some of the Northeast Division. We are the southernmost racetrack in the Northeast Division of the SCCA. He's had quite a bit of time in open wheel cars and spec racer Fords as well at some other tracks. But also, when you were talking to him and his father last night. They know the deal here this weekend, that this is essentially, it's a test weekend. He's not racing anybody else in his class. But this is a great opportunity also, as this is not a car that is owned by Jake or his family, that it is a car provided by Joe Marcinski, very long-time Club Ford racer. This gives him more experience behind the wheel, whether it's Summit Point or not, behind the wheel, behind the chassis, and getting an idea for how that car feels at different racetracks and how to set up the car for different situations.
Absolutely. And we know that car's fast. Well, at least we know the trailer's fast, because coming home from New Jersey, Joe went by us.
Yeah, went by us at like
we were standing still.
Well, we were.
I know. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of hard to take 31 feet and, go slow, but or go fast. But yeah, so we ended up passing that trailer on the way back home from New Jersey that weekend a couple weekends ago. But look, he went even faster there with a 118.846. So starting to learn this track. I have a feeling this driver is really going to make some headway and is really going to want to come back here. So hats off to Jacob and that whole team and that whole family for coming down here and giving it another shot and really doing well. Yeah,
and Deacon Greenfield, who had that off on lap one, which I'm sure might have. He's just graduated from high school. I'm sure probably scared him a little bit again, especially since he hasn't been in the car very much. He continues now every single lap to reset his fast lap, and yesterday he got down to a 1 minute 13.315 as he comes down the front straight here and crosses the stripe. He knocks another 0.2 off of his time from today. He's down to a 114.1, so he's still about 0.7 off of where he was yesterday. But much like yesterday, he's building up. He's getting more comfortable with that machine, and he's starting to find time here. As Jacob King on his last lap, a little bit off of his fastest lap by about a half a second. But we saw this yesterday, Brian, that Jake King, in the course of like 2 or 3 laps, had a variance of like 0.03 of a second. I mean, the kid is consistent. That is to say, that is for sure.
Yeah, I mean, looking at his times here, once we got going, kind of 119.8, 119.2, 119.5, 118.9, 118.8, 119.3. So, there's not much of a gap. So, again, look, one weekend here, he still probably hasn't learned everything on this track. Right, so so every lap to be consistent with that right there is pretty darn good. And now it looks like Deacon's going to come up behind him here. Deacon's going to go ahead and get one of his laps back from Jacob. And John Dole here coming out of turn 10. You can really see the difference knowing that John knows now that he's gotten the soundboard several times. Really lets off the throttle last time by, basically coasting it down by. Really from the start-finish line down to where our sound station is, in order to do that. So it becomes a little bit difficult for John. But, again, got to log some laps, hasn't been on track all weekend long. So you need to stay out there as long as you can as well.
Indeed. So Greenfield now down to a 114 flat. So he knocked another 10th or so off as that was on lap number 8 for him, as he's showing a lap down from the rest of our racers, as he had brought that car into the pits. Both Jake King, John Dole now working lap 10, Greenfield working lap number 9. So we're just about halfway through this race.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, again, Deacon now getting the wheels underneath it really, is really starting to get a feel on it. So, look, 10 laps, listen, he's running 4.5 seconds faster than Jake per lap. He may end up being able to go back around. Who knows?
Yeah, and we'll see. And yesterday, Jake King, I think the fastest lap for Jake was a 1:19.214, and he is already 0.6 under what he ran yesterday. Now, again, much cooler day, much cooler ambient air temperature, about 70, 71 degrees right now, whereas yesterday when this group went out for their race, it was about 10:30 in the morning, closer to 11 actually. It was around 11 yesterday morning, and it was already north of 80 degrees yesterday, so quite a bit cooler right now.
And so Jacob ran that fast time of that 1:19.2 in yesterday's race, so it was pretty close to the same temperature. A little bit cooler, I think, today than yesterday.
Yes. Yeah.
At this time, I think it was a little bit more muggier yesterday.
Yeah, it definitely was.
It's going to start rising up here, outside. Like I said, when I just looked a couple seconds ago, it was 72 degrees. I guarantee it's going to get a little bit warmer as the day goes on. But also, he's getting more familiarized with the track and more familiarized with that car. Again, only the second weekend he's been in that car, right? New Jersey was the first one. Knowing he's got a lot of laps there, but coming here is a little bit different story. And so to get that car, rolling where he is, and like as you said, to be consistent. And
you
want to talk about consistent?
I was
think
just
he
going to
just
say
ran the exact same time,
2 laps in a row.
Let's check this out.
That's exactly what he did.
Yep.
So last lap, on lap 10, he turned in a 1:18.448. On lap 11, a 1:18.448. I mean, the exact same lap time to the thousandths. All right, let's do this, Brian, as we're now seeing John Dole in his Formula Continental citation come down the pit lane. We'll see if that is the end of the day for him. Let's make a first call to the grid for our next race. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3. That's Spec Miata. Spec Miata drivers, your race is next. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. And doing the opposite of heading to the grid right now, Brian, it is John Dole. He is now taking his Formula Continental, his citation chassis, back to the paddock. That now for 9 more laps is going to leave us with 2 racers on track.
Yeah, Deacon Greenfield, getting back in there, and along with Jacob King. Now, Deacon Greenfield's just now coming out of turn 2, heading up into the entry of turn 3. Jacob King now going through turns 1, right now into the center of turn 1, coming out of turn 2 right here. It takes that a little bit wide. I'm sure we'll check that time. That seems just a little bit too wide there on that exit. That may slow him down just a little bit in his time, but we'll have to see. But it'd be interesting to see with 8 laps to go, can Deacon go all the way back around and catch Jacob?
Exactly. At this point, as Greenfield is lapping about 5 seconds faster.
Yeah.
It's a possibility. Here going to be it's going to be kind of tight. Now, I should mention that these races, as we mentioned, they are 20 lap races, but there is also a 40-minute time limit on them. It is whichever comes first. And as Greenfield comes out of 10 onto the front straight, he just resets fast time, a 1:13.540. And so he's, again, about 0.2 off of where he was at his best yesterday. But I think this is a very good training session for him, that he's slowly working up and finding more speed. He's not going over that threshold.
Well, just as I said, went a little wide of turn 1 with Jacob King. Yeah, that was his fastest lap.
Oh my!
I guess maybe that is the way to go on a Club Ford.
So
I know.
So you look at this, Brian, and so he turns in that 1:18.421. We saw him set the identical time 2 laps in a row. That other time that he set was a 1:18.448. So he's what? 27 thousandths of a second off
Yeah.
of what he had set 2 laps in a row. I understand we might be making not a mole out of a molehill, a mile out of what the heck is the whatever. We may spend
A mountain out of a molehill?
molehill. Thank you. Yes.
You need some more orange juice over there, buddy?
I might, or perhaps something stronger. But to see how consistent he is,
Yeah.
and actually we saw this in New Jersey as well. He is. I don't want to say he's robotic, but he just will start clicking off times. And it means that, he's got a good feel for what the car is doing every single lap. Now, there may be more time in the car, but he is, I think, in a good spot where he's very comfortable behind the wheel as he now crosses the stripe. And, wow, he was just totally off the pace. Ran a 1:19.1, so maybe dialed it back just a little bit that last time.
He's giving some tires to cool off a little bit.
All right, so we've got 6 laps remaining here.
Yeah.
And again, want to thank everybody joining us here, both at the track at Summit Point, as well as online. And Brian, we've picked up just in the last month or so, I think another 50 subscribers to the Washington D.C. region SCCA's YouTube channel. I think we're right around 350 or 351. What I would like to see is by the time we get to the MARRS Labor Day Spectacular in September, that we could get somewhere north of 500 subscribers. And so, if you haven't done so already, if you haven't subscribed to the Washington D.C. Region's channel, please go and what do we do, Brian?
Here we're gonna click that. We're gonna click that like button. We're going to smash that subscribe button.
That's right.
And we're going to pound that notification button.
Pound the notification bell. If you pound the notification bell, besides getting some additional satisfaction out of it, you'll find out all the times that we go live with action here. But please go ahead and subscribe to the region's YouTube channel. We bring you not only the races here from Summit Point Raceway, but as you can see with our upcoming schedule, we're going to be at the Thunderbolt Circuit at New Jersey Motorsports Park in just a few weeks. And we've got a number of events up at New Jersey, as well as Summit Point Raceway. We're actually going to be winding things up. Brian and I are going to be sitting trackside, probably in parkas and ski caps.
We may park the motorhome right next to the fence and just do it from inside the motorhome from the couch.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea at the Lightning Circuit to end out the year. But we've already done a number of events so far this year, both at New Jersey Motorsports Park as well as Virginia International Raceway. And again, you can catch all the action of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series here on the DC Region's YouTube channel. So please go and smash that like button and junk.
Click that like, smash that subscribe, and pound that notification.
Pound, yeah. I was going to say, we normally have to have the teenagers like Morgan Burkhardt.
I'm starting to figure out their mindset.
We're getting the lingo down, yeah?
Starting to figure out their mindset here.
All right, so more lingo, Brian, involves ringing a little bell. Let me do this real quick. We're going to get our next group up to the grid. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3. That's Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata drivers, your race is next. Only 4 laps remaining here in our open wheel race, so come on down to the grid. Your race is up next.
Last couple, Deacon Greenfield looks like coming out of turn 10 now. Let's see what his time is. He's been kind of taking a little easy. He's been about 2 seconds off. Okay, there's 1:13.264, so 4 1,000ths of a second off his fast time.
Yeah.
So again, taking the lap and a half off there to kind of cool it off and get it going. But look, kudos to Deacon for coming out here, getting in this car. Never driven it before at all. Came out, had a couple rounds of practice in it on Friday. Comes out yesterday. Again, we talked about it's Keith's car, so Keith McDonald's car. Letting him run it this weekend, and look, who knows? That Honda Civic may be getting traded in for a
for a Formula car,
Formula Enterprise too.
That's
I'm
right.
sure that. Sure, for the right price, Keith would make him a pretty heck of an offer, right?
I bet you he would.
Look, it also helps Keith too, right? You got other people getting in the car and now doing it, so you understand you learn more about the car
Yeah,
as,
you do.
as a, as an owner sitting there, not driving the car. I know that I've had other people drive some of my stuff before, and there's been a lot of that going on this weekend. I've seen drivers getting in other people's cars, and next thing you know, you start talking about stuff and say, hey, this is kind of what I'm feeling, and it opens up your as the driver of the primary driver of your car, it opens up other things to look at, to where you say, okay, maybe it really is me, right? Maybe it is a something that I need to change with the way I drive in order to get the car to do what it really needs to do. Or you make an adjustment here that you may not have thought you needed,
Right.
to do it. I know there's one driver out there that he'll remain nameless that took his car out for Friday and didn't think the car was very good, and he was like, well, maybe I just don't have it today. Well, you had your front end suspension was broken,
Right.
right? So that'll make a big deal.
That'll make a big difference. Exactly.
Right. So,
but that's why you do the testing. All right, Jake
Right.
King crosses the line, completes lap number 18. So working at lap 19 of 20, 2 laps remaining here for our open wheel prototype group, with 2 cars remaining on track.
yeah, as you start to, these cars here, especially, especially Deacon, the car's starting to go away a little bit. Yep, nope, not going away. 112.989 there. His fastest lap, I think, of the entire weekend.
Yeah, indeed. Yesterday, again, his fastest lap was a 113.315, and so he knocks another 0.3 off of where he was yesterday. Again, all about learning.
Going forward, I think Deacon should just come out, spin in turn 1, and get it out of the way early. Right, just or come out of the pits and spin, right, and then just get back in line, So,
all right, so coming under the bridge now and through turn 10 will be the orange Royale, not a Royale with cheese, by the way, but an orange Royale of Jacob King coming across the start-finish line. He gets the white flag. 1 lap to go here at Summit Point Raceway in our open wheel race, and he's again, I think he's the last couple laps has kind of dialed things back. But this is also part of testing and tuning, Brian. Is, do you set up a car to be fast at the start? Do you set it to be fast at the end? Maybe with Jake's pushing earlier, maybe tires are starting to go away on that machine, but that's one of the things that you test for to make sure you have a car that's going to be competitive at the end of a race. Now, Deacon Greenfield crosses the stripe, and he was back to a 113.36, which is about his fastest time from yesterday. He is now working now lap number 20 as well, and I don't think we mentioned it, but Deacon did get back around Jake King to unlap himself. So both drivers now working that 19th lap of 20.
Yeah, and last time by, you can look at camera, our turn 8 camera. You can see Jacob King now coming out of turn 8, headed up, or turn 9, headed up onto the hill, and Deacon Greenfield just now going into the center of turn 5, probably in between 6 in 6A right now. So look, he did make up a lot of time after that spin, and yes, he did unlap himself.
All right, coming now across the start-finish line and taking the win, Jake King, our sole racer in Club 4. Deacon Greenfield now coming out of turn 10, and he's carrying a lot of speed on that last time around the circuit here. And as he crosses the finish line, Deacon Greenfield will come home second overall, your winner in Formula Enterprise 2. Again, John Dole retired after 10 laps, ran halfway. And that might have been the plan.
Yeah, it could have been.
So he got recognition, got points for the start, and John Dole, our sole Formula Continental driver, will finish third overall. And as we mentioned, Jameson Huffman and Keith Van Horn did not make the starting grid. Let's do this, Brian. Let's make a final call to the next group, and then we'll take a little break. Sure. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3. Spec Miata, please head to the grid. Spec Miata, please head to the grid. your race is next. All right, so let's do this. Let's take a quick little break. We're going to say, and I may be right, I may be wrong, we're going to anticipate that the next race is going to start right around 9:53 a.m. here on the East Coast. We're going to thank one of our great sponsors bringing you the coverage here this weekend on YouTube and bringing us racing here at Summit Point Raceway, a longtime partner of the SCCA, and that is OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway and the June MARRS, the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, presented by RP Performance. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. And next up, Brian, I think one of the two races that the Maryland Miata Club, our special guests this weekend, are waiting for is Spec Miata. And let's run down the starting order.
All right, starting in the 20th position, the number 29 from Arlington, Virginia is Adam Crandall. Starting 19th from Galloway, New Jersey, in the number 122 is Brian Hune. Starting in 18th from Ellicott City, Maryland, in the number 68 is Dominic Mandiel. Starting in the 17th position from Apollo, Pennsylvania, the 35 of Tom Buski. Starting in the 16th position from Fairfax, Virginia, the 61 of Richard Ura. Starting in the 15th position from Townsend, Maryland, the number 39 of Andrew Wagner. Starting 14th from Harrisonburg, Virginia, the number 7 of Brad Williams. Starting in the 13th position from Westminster, Maryland, the 14 of Kevin Conlon. Starting in the 12th position from Gurnee, Illinois, the 08 of Robert Cahill. Starting in the 11th position from Merrifield, Virginia, the number 48 of Benjamin Pollock. Starting in the 10th position from Owings Mills, Maryland, the number 54 of Michael Cohen. Starting in the 9th position from Morgantown, West Virginia, the number 18 of James Lindenthal. Starting in the 8th position from Morgantown, West Virginia, the number 57 of Dylan Moore. Starting in the 7th position from Falmouth, Virginia, the number 28 of David Henderson. Starting in the 6th position from New York, the number 195 of John Jenkins. Starting in the 5th position from Centerville, Virginia, the number 10 of Glenn Evans. Starting in the 4th position from Davidsonville, Maryland, the number 21 of Michael Adipoff. Starting in 3rd from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, the number 63 of John Hotz. Starting on your front row and starting in 2nd, from Durwood, Maryland, that's the 44 of Kip Gaynor. And starting on the pole from Christiansburg, Virginia, the number 78 of Ted Cahall.
All right, there you go. There's the starting order as the pace car is just now bringing the field down through turn 5 and into the carousel. And so yesterday, Brian, John Hotz was our winner with Kip Gaynor, and then John Jenkins, who's is starting today back in 6th position. He took the last podium paying position, and it was really a runaway for John Hotz yesterday. Ted Cahall, who was our pole sitter today, he was our pole sitter yesterday, got in a huge battle with Kip Gaynor, as I think Gaynor was trying to work with Cahall to catch up to John Hotz early on. And Cahall was in a very defensive posture for a good portion of it, and it allowed John Hotz to stretch things out to almost a 20-car length advantage over the rest of the field.
Yeah, that actually helped. Like I said, John, like you just said, John Hotz, got that 20 length car length lead. Once he got out in that clean air, it was just there. Then it became a lot of defense with Ted and Kip and everybody else, and so you had to pick your line where you were going to be as they come out of turn 10 now. So we'll be looking for the green. So it should be a good battle. We're going 5 more laps than yesterday. So and our green flag is out for our Spec Miata. So again, we're going to go 2 by 2. Big push by John Hotz to Ted Cahall. That outside line there, Greg, just didn't move with Cahall and Adipoff.
And this is what we saw yesterday, Brian. And then what happened was John Hotz, he moved to driver's left, as he's doing right now, and went around the outside of Ted Cahall into turn number 1. And almost as a mirror of yesterday's start, Brian, he does it again. And we saw Kip Gaynor now alongside of Cahall, as we've got a driver that has gone off on the outside of turn 1. A lot of dust and dirt in the air, but I think looks like that car has left the scene, and we're go back to green flag racing.
That was actually the 21 of Michael Adipoff that he's going to drop all the way back here in the 10th, 11th position. He's now battling Michael Cohen, trying to get up through there with that Dylan Moore machine, along with the Michael Cohen, as I said, and the Benjamin Pollock.
Yeah, so not a great start there for Apatoff. That started off on the outside of row number 2, but John Hotz, he played it right again. He pushed K-Hall right up into the front and just got enough clearance so that he could get in front of that outside lane.
Yeah, looks like Kip Gaynor just didn't get the start that he wanted to go through there. Here comes John Hotz now up through turn 8 underneath the bridge. Kip Gaynor going to fall all the way back, I believe, in that fourth
or
position.
fifth position. Yeah,
yeah, he's going to fall back. So again, that outside line just didn't move. And then, obviously with that happening, John was able to get a big push for Ted K-Hall on the start and then be able to get back into driver's left and get in line. Now you've got David Henderson, who big move there with all that action going on. He's going to be actually pushing Ted K-Hall, trying to catch John Hotz. David ran pretty well for most of the day yesterday. The father to Brian Henderson,
right,
who has won multiple times.
Won at Watkins Glen at
last weekend.
At the Super Tour.
Yep.
And as they're coming down to turn 3 now, also Glenn Evans sitting back in that number 10 machine, the black number 10, about 5 car lengths back from our top 3 drivers. It is then about another 5 car lengths back to Gaynor and Jenkins and Lindenthal. And one of the things that we've seen, Brian, as we mentioned, John Jenkins, who finished on the podium yesterday, it sometimes takes him about 2 or 3 laps to get into a groove, but then he, in many cases, shows better pace than any of the drivers ahead of him yesterday. For the longest time, had the fastest lap of the race as he started to pick off drivers ahead of him. That 195 car, we saw him do the same thing at the Lightning Circuit a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I think the additional 5 laps here, the additional 10 miles that we're going to go here in this racetrack, I think the one that's probably going to help is going to be John Jenkins. Like you said, it takes about a couple laps there, and then all of a sudden, once he settles in, again, we're going longer. That could have been what Kip Gaynor's strategy is there. Hey, look, we're not going to get a good start. I understand that. We're going to sit back here and we're going to push, but you can't give John Hotz too much of a lead because it's going to be tough to come back from.
Exactly. Yeah, going to be very difficult. And now we see even again, and it's so interesting to watch this, Brian, going down into turn 1. As we had Ted K-Hall, our pole sitter, the red with black roof number 78 machine, poking just a half a car width off of the left-hand side of the track, as if to just tell David Henderson, hey, not a great idea for you to try and pass me here. It's just that slight defensive posture, and I think in doing so, it certainly, every time he moves over just a half a car width or a quarter of a car width, that is going to compromise his entry speed into turn number 1, but it may not matter now.
Yeah, because David Henderson just made the pass, staying left side, going into turn 5, making that pass over Ted K-Hall. So we'll see whether or not David Henderson's going to be able to pull away. Again, David Henderson's looking pretty stout this weekend. Got mixed back in late entry here for the weekend, so he really didn't get a good starting position for qualifying as they come out of turn 8 now. K-Hall right on his back bumper. Got mixed in the back there and had to work his way through qualifying, so got into the middle of the pack, but had a pretty good lap yesterday to go through. He was one of only 2 that really had a good lap, I believe, in the race yesterday that set him for today.
All right, so as they make their way down into turn 1, John Hotz with a 10-car length advantage, and K-Hall, he's, I don't know, he takes a quick poke, a quick look to the inside, and it may be that he's trying to sight his way through turn 1, but again, I think it impacts his exit speed out of 1, and he loses about a half a car length on the exit of 2 coming up, and it more, I think, just as importantly, allows Glenn Evans in that black number 10 machine to close up and make up about 2 car lengths up to our leaders. A little bit further back in the pack, we talked about Jenkins and Lindenthal and Michael Apatoff there. Ben Pollock running 9th is right in part of that second pack, as well as we're starting to see a number of groups here starting to group together. We got Robert K-Hall sitting back in 10th, and he's got Michael Cohen and Kevin Conlon right on his bumper as well as they come down the hill.
Yeah, watching Ted K. Hall when he goes down into turn one, he kind of makes that double move on entry. He goes in, gets there, makes a move to the left, and then makes the move back to the right. And sometimes that works. When we get to our SSM group, which is all the Miatas, you'll see a lot of guys do it there. Sometimes that will work because it keeps the momentum going. With these, again, a little bit more horsepower than you have, and plus you've got a different tire. So making that double move,
much grippier tire.
Sometimes making that double move will slow you down some. Not a lot, but it is noticeable in some of these, as I talk to some of these drivers. So, Greg, let's take a look back here. You talk about David Henderson, Ted K. Hall. Now Glenn Evans and Kip Gaynor.
They're right there.
They're right there now. So that is a 4-car battle coming out of turn 2 now. That is going to be for second position. And with still a lot of laps left to go here, just going to sit there and ride. John Jenkins falling off. But as you mentioned earlier, sometimes John, when we get to the end of the race, seems to be the car with the best pace that we have.
And then we've got our second pack, which is about 10 cars long, Brian, going from Michael Apatow, who had that, I don't want to call it disastrous start. He's sitting in 7th, whereas he started off in row number 2 with Linenthal, Pollock, Robert K. Hall, brother of Ted, sitting back in 10th. Michael Cohen, Kevin Conlon, Brad Williams, and Rich Ura, all part of. So, again, we're talking like 7-8 cars all in that second pack here. And we'll see if they can also work together as opposed to against one another to maybe move up and into a position to challenge that group at the point now, that group for second position, because for the second day in a row, John Hott's starting to walk away from the rest of the field.
I tell you what, Greg, as our leaders now are coming out of turn 10, but I tell you what, another good battle on the racetrack here, and this is for a little bit further back, 17, 18 to 19 with Dominic Mandiel, Tom Buskey, and Brian Hune. They were nose to tail coming through turn 3 last time by. We'll see in this now they're coming out of turn 10 or turn 8 now up under the bridge. So
yeah, and so Dominic Mandiel, who many times will join us here in the announce booth, he's been racing that Spec Miata now for 3 seasons, but not a lot of time behind the wheel here at Summit Point or road racing. He actually races that same car in the Washington, D.C. region's Solo 2 or autocross program, shares it with his father, shares it with his brother as well. And Tom Buskey out of the Pittsburgh area was actually my student at driver's school this year. It's his rookie season.
Yeah, so again, another driver there trying to get his feet wet, trying to get in, get his, get through his completion of his 3 races, get going here, learning a lot, especially in this Spec Miata, group.
Yeah, indeed. So he finished top 15 yesterday in his opening weekend at Summit Point in April. Buskey had 2 top 10 finishes here in Spec Miata.
Look, here comes our leaders now. John Hott should be coming underneath the bridge right now, coming out of turn 10. And you're right, Greg. He's opened up a huge commanding lead on this. But the battle is still going to be for second place and third place, our last 2 spots on the podium. Again, we talked about John Jenkins. He's starting to close up on Kip Gaynor, who's dropped back by about car length and a half. But I tell you what, David Henderson and Ted K. Hall, they are nose to tail again, along with Glenn Evans, kind of stuck in the middle of that two twosomes, I guess you could say there.
Well, not anymore because Kip Gaynor made up most of what he may have lost under the draft. Great little fight going on right now, Brian. And this is for 7th is James Linenthal in the 18 machine. Takes a look at at Michael Apatow's machine. And I'm sorry, actually that's back behind Apatow. It's Linenthal, Ben Pollock, and K Hall, Robert K Hall in the 08 machine. They were 3 wide going in the 1, and I believe it is still Linenthal, Pollock, and actually K Hall gets around Ben Pollock.
And a pretty good battle here with Andrew Wagner and Richard Ura. Side by side coming up through turn 3, and Richard Ura now puts 2 right side tires coming off the exit of turn 3 there. But again, going down through the chute, we'll have to see. They're still side by side going through turn 4. Here they come. Looks like Ura may have gotten in front of the 39 there, Richard Wagner, and indeed he does. So we'll have to see whether or not he's going to be able to hold off. So again, all different kinds of battles. The only one that's not being battle tested right now is your leader.
John Hotz, exactly. as Hott's now on the front straight, and he's opened things up now, Brian, to almost 30 car lengths over our second place driver, David Henderson, driver of the silver number 28. Now, Ted Cahall taking a look to the inside. He thinks he's got Glenn Evans there to help push him past Henderson, but Evans does not play out with that plan. He stays behind our second place driver Henderson, maybe trying to lock Ted Cahall out. Doesn't work out that way as they maintain position here coming out of turn 2.
Gainer in that 44, not close enough to give Glenn Evans that additional push to get by Ted Cahall when Ted pulled out drivers right to try to get through there. Kind of opened that door. You got to be careful, especially when you get to the later half of this race. You make that, and if Evans has some help behind him, he's going to push him, and yeah. Ted's going to be the odd man out there.
Yeah, and that was, and I think that's kind of what we saw happening is, Glenn Evans could have come along with Ted Cahall, probably pushed Cahall ahead of Henderson.
Yes.
And Evans just didn't bite. Evans just stayed where he was, tried to take the draft off of the Henderson car, and it really left Cahall out to dry there. There was no way he was going to get that pass made.
Yeah. John Hott's coming up underneath the bridge right now. Here we go. David Henderson a little bit wide on exit there, able to collect it back up. They keep battling right there for that second, third, fourth, and fifth position. That is going to bring Michael Adipov back in because he just ran the fastest lap of the entire race last time by with a 127.636. So he's starting to make up time on that. So that 5-car battle, Greg, that's going to end up being a 6-car battle here momentarily.
Yeah, and so what we're seeing is as the battle for second comes down into turn 1 now, Brian, it really appears as though Glenn Evans is losing pace to the drivers just ahead of him down in the lower portion of the course. Oddly enough, many of us long-timers call it the talent section of the course, and I'm not saying that Glenn Evans doesn't have talent, but he's losing about 2 car lengths every time they get down to turn 5 and then have to go through that carousel area. And it's making it a challenge for he and for Kip Gaynor to get back up to Cahall and Henderson under draft by the time they get back down to turn 1 after this 3/4 of a mile front straight.
Yeah. And if you don't have anybody close enough, so, like you said, when you got Gaynor and Jenkins off a little bit as well, you've got nothing pushing you going through there. We're going to take a look at this Dominic Mandil and Tom Buskey there. They're going through turn 1. They were side by side last time by, Greg. So, again, continuing to battle, still side by side. The man that's sitting there kind of wanting to know really what's going to happen, and that's the 122 of Brian Hune, who's just behind them as they go through, and that's allowing is Adam Crandall to come back up. So well. Now, where it was a 3-car battle, now you've got a 4-car battle there again.
Yeah, and so Brian Hune in that black with orange number 122 machine, longtime Formula 600 racer, along with his wife Valerie. They've in the last couple of years switched over to Spec Miata. A little surprised not to see Valerie out here running this weekend as well, but Brian, good little fight there. He's just so good. When Buskey and Mandil are side by side coming out of 2 going into 3, there's no room for that 122 machine to get by.
Tell you what, Greg, you talk about Michael Adipov. He just sent it full bore into turn 1 to try to make the pass on John Jenkins, able to make that stick, almost got a 2-for-1 where he almost got to the door of the 44 of Kip Gaynor, not able to make that stick as Kip got a better exit off of turn 2. That's going to put him up, but move Michael Adipov in front of John Jenkins for that 6th position.
And he just ran the fastest lap of the race. In just that one lap, Brian was able to make up about 8 or 9 car lengths on Jenkins and on Gaynor.
Let's go back to this Dominic Mandil, Tom Buskey, and Brian Hune as well. They're still side by side. Now it looks like Hune and Mandil are going to go side by side into turn 1 and in through turn 2. Looks like Dominic may end up coming out ahead on that. Yeah, Brian just kind of had to pinch it off a little bit and had to get not on the throttle as quickly as he wanted to, which is going to allow Tom Buskey to move forward. But again, still bringing Adam Crandall back into the fold of that 4-car battle.
Exactly. And we saw as they went down in the 1 where Buskey was actually the 3rd car in that trio, and he was able to get back around Hune as Hune basically ran out of room there.
Got another battle here coming out of turn 10 right now. That's actually going to be the Benjamin Pollock, Robert Cahill. Robert's going to move up into 8th. James Lindenthal is going to be in 9th, and now Benjamin Pollock's going to move all the way back to 10th. So not only do you have our 2nd through 7th battle, but you've got our 8th through 10th, and then you've got Michael Cohen, Kevin Conlon, and Brad Williams. So you got battles for every single position here, Greg, on these at just different gaps. Now you've got Michael Adipov going to go outside, driver's right of Kip Gaynor. It looks like he's going to make that stick, so move Michael ahead of Kip Gaynor.
All right, real quick, as we're now halfway through this 20-lap race, Brian, let's make a first call to the grid for our final race of the morning. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4. That's B-Spec, ITA, ITB, ITC, and ITS. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Race group 4, B-Spec and Improved Touring. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Yeah, that number 21 is starting to pick up pace here. Look for him to really make a move here on Henderson, or actually he's going to make a move on Glenn Evans next. I would assume here comes our overall leader now. We'll see where he's at. He's got a little bit of an open it up. So you've got 2nd, 3rd, and 4th have kind of opened up. But look for that 21 and even that 44 because now Kip's starting to get a little bit better pace coming up through there. He's going to have to get on the back of that 21.
That's right. So the Apatow machine, the white number 21 machine, about a 10th faster still than Glenn Evans. And as they come down into turn 1 and under braking, that white machine, the 21 car, the bluish, greenish, metallic 44 right behind, definitely starting to close things down on our top 3 racers as we've got a car on the pit lane, and that is the number 14 machine going back to the paddock.
So that is Kevin Conlon making the early exit out of this race. Tell you what, we're going to pick up and see what kind of happened here, Greg, because our 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place cars, they've kind of pulled away. And we got one car spinning. That looks like that may be the Glenn Evans machine there in turn 5 spinning. He's going to get under control, but he's going to fall all the way back to the Robert Cahill, James Lindenthal, and Benjamin Pollock
battle
thing.
for 8th,
yeah, there was a little bit of a gap between him and Kip Gaynor last time by too, so I'm not sure what really happened there, but then he ended up spinning it and looping it around in turn 5.
All right, and just heard we were talking about also that battle between Tom Buskey, Dom Mandiel, and Brian Hune. Hune spun the car just ahead of that over at turn 5. And then, yes, got confirmation that it is the 10 car that went around Glenn Evans, as we now see a bit more of a gap here in our lead packs.
Yeah, so we once had 5, 6 cars there battling for that 2nd position. Now we've got 2, and it's about another 3 seconds, almost 4 seconds back to the 21 there, Michael Adipov and John Jenkins. And then you've got to go back another 1.5 seconds to Kip Gaynor, and then another 4 seconds back to Robert Cahill. So Gaynor's going to have to try to get to that 21 and that 195 if they want to even come remotely close to making another 5 or 6 car battle between David Henderson and Ted Cahill.
You know, and there's still a lot of time. There's still 8 laps remaining here. You know, but it's interesting to watch this. That every time Apatow, makes up some ground, because he's shown to be one of the fastest drivers on track currently, a car ahead of him that he could use as a draft falls off the course, and he now has another 10, 15 car lengths with no draft directly ahead of him.
Maybe he's got a magnetic field on that front bumper.
That could be.
Picks up another position every lap.
All right, so John Hotz coming out of turn 10, the white number 63 machine, and he has expanded that lead now. Brian? Probably about 60 car lengths.
Oh, he's probably 8-9 seconds. And again, he's out there running his laps. He can look and see that these guys are continuing to battle. And as you continue to battle now, what ends up happening is that opens up the gap, just like we talked about yesterday. I think that David Henderson, Ted Cahill, that they've kind of started to realize, hey, we're not going to make any gains to try to catch John. Let's just stay in line right now. Let's ride, because we've got the 21 coming up on ours.
And we'll fight it out at the end.
Yeah, and then if we stay in line, that'll give us at least half of that gap till we get to the end. That way we don't have a potential where the 21 could come all the way around us.
And he's doing it now. I should mention that John Hotz just ran his fastest lap of the race, Brian, at a 1:27.8. almost a second and a half faster than both Henderson and Cahall. But Michael Apatow, pardon me, was a half second faster than Cahall and Henderson as well. And, I just said, oh, well, all of a sudden, every time Apatow looks, he's got like 10 car lengths that he's got to make up. He knocked about 4 car lengths off of that in just the last lap as they are now coming through the carousel section. And we'll see here. Next cars that you're going to see pop into view in our turn 8 camera, that is Cahall. In the red car just ahead of him is David Henderson. And now Apatow, he's only about 6 car lengths back and in line to fight for second place.
Yeah, I tell you what, last time by it was 2.3 seconds between them and Apatow. I'll say it here in a minute.
Apatow.
I was going to say, I've been saying it all weekend. And, now that gap is only 0.7 of a second. So now he's in that draft with those 2 cars.
And again, a second and a half faster that time by than the cars directly ahead of him.
Yep.
And he's right. And now you can see him. They're coming through turn 1 now. That white car trailing behind. That is Michael Apatow. He's got Ted Cahall in the red number 78 directly ahead of him. David Henderson. That's the battle for second now with 6 laps remaining.
Fastest 2 cars on the racetrack now is obviously your overall leader, John Hotz, and Michael Apatow in that 21. Those are the fastest 2 cars on there, and it is clearly being shown as they head up through turn 3, head down the hill, down the short chute to turn 5. We'll see whether or not he's able to close that even more. And Greg, he is right there. He looks like he's going to start making a move. It looks like we got one car spun around down there in turn 1.
In the gravel trap, and we'll see if he can get himself removed. But we have a local caution at turn 1 that might impact Apatow's abilities to make a pass, perhaps on Cahall or Henderson this next time by. That is the 29 machine, I believe, that is sitting in the gravel trap there, Brian. That is Adam Crandall.
No, that is not Adam Crandall.
No?
That looks like Lindenthal down there.
Oh,
that
now
may
we're
be
gonna
down there.
Gonna get the call now.
We'll see. I know yesterday we had a couple instances where we called the wrong car number, and we'll talk about that later on. But now you've got some cars that are,
All right, and Brian, real quick here, getting word that they do want that car pulled out of the gravel trap now. So, of course, that local caution will be there. And we're 3 wide coming into a local caution. And looks like Henderson, who was our leader, held things off. I didn't see if Apatow made the pass or tried to make the pass. But that was
they were side by side going into that zone, and he luckily was able to back in behind Ted Cahall, but still both carrying a lot of speed through that whole section.
Yeah, and so in SCCA road racing, we have emergency services vehicles responding now to get that stranded car out of the gravel trap. In SCCA road racing, you can race to the flag station, to the flag. But, there's that whole discretion being better part of valor thing. You've got a car sitting in the gravel trap directly in front of you, and you're going into that yellow flag situation 3 cars wide. It's not, from my view as a racer, not necessarily the safest thing to do. And that's also why we coach the drivers that are in a position there in the gravel trap to stay in their cars. Real quick, Brian, because we've got 4 laps remaining, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 4, our last race of the morning. Please head to the grid now. Race group number 4, that is B-Spec and improved touring racers. Please head to the grid. You're up next.
And Greg, you may be right. That may be Adam Crandall because he's only completed 13 laps, and everybody else. From here, it looks like it is the Lindenthal machine. So again, I apologize if it's not. But one side looks darker than the other. So that's why it looks like, because they have the kind of same liveries, but it's not Lindenthal because he's now coming through turn 3, right on the back bumper of Robert Cahall.
Yeah.
So it's definitely not him. So
I'm fairly certain that the call that came in, it is the 29 of Adam Crandall, now showing in 18th position out of 20 cars. The 122 machine that we know went around over at turn 5, and also the 14 that had retired, the only driver shown back behind. And they've now pulled him out of the gravel trap. They are going to unhook him. A little hard to see on our camera, but there is an access road there where they're going to get him unhooked. And if he gets back on their way, we'll see that local caution come down as John Hotz comes across the start-finish line. Now 3 laps remaining here in Spec Miata.
Yeah, I guess I'm not used to seeing the Crandall machine without its hood up because they replaced a motor on Friday. So,
all right, here, Brian, real quick, here comes that battle for second as we've got John Jenkins, center of track. We've got Ted Cahall and Michael Abadoff. And Cahall coming down the inside. There is still a local caution at 1, and Cahall gets back in line. I think he went down thinking again that he might be able to beat Henderson to the flag, was not far enough ahead, but again, took the entrance to turn 1 from the center track as Adam Crandall now rejoins the action. That local caution should be withdrawn shortly. But Ted Cahall again impacting his entrance to turn 1, and again those are the types of things that give Apatow the advantage coming out of 2 going into 3.
Yeah, 2 laps in a row where they're side by side going down into that zone.
Yeah.
With that standing yellow there. So it becomes really difficult, and you really don't want to give it up because you don't know who's ahead and who's not, when you get to that section. So you've got to you got to go there, but you've got to be able to be safe getting through there. And you got to really, slow down.
For all they know, that car was not in the gravel trap. There could be something around the bend
correct.
that local caution is covering, and if they go in there, split 3 wide, one of them could come right up on a disabled car.
Yep, totally agree with you. So,
all right. Here they come out of 10 now, Brian.
And now Adapov goes, driver's left goes 2 wheels off coming out of turn 10. That may slow him up a little bit from the Cahall. And now, again, Ted Cahall going to go side by side with Henderson down in there. And, Greg, the yellow is now gone, so they can continue to keep racing all the way through there. But, again, Henderson, Cahall side by side. Henderson's going to have the momentum on the outside getting into the entry of turn 1 and getting through the exit of turn 2. Cahall not going to go away. Still going to be side by side with David Henderson. And then you've got the 21 there right behind him. He's with Henderson. We're going to see who's going to be able to come out of turn 3 with the better move there.
That's right. And so Henderson had the inside position. He was driver's left going into turn 3. Apatow pulled right up to the bumper of Henderson, trying to lock the Cahall car out to the outside. We'll see how that plays out now as they're coming down the hill in the 5, and it is still Henderson, then Cahall, and then Apatow. So Apatow was not able to make up a position there on Cahall coming out of 3 going down into the chute.
Big lockup by Adapov going into turn 5 there. Yeah. So he had to slow down a little bit more. As they come through turn 7 now, heading up into turn 8, you can see them coming into your camera. David Henderson still holding on to Ted Cahall, and then Adapov going through there. As John Hotz crosses the start-finish line, he's going to get the 1 to go. He's going to put a lap on Dominic Mandil as they head down into turn 1. Here comes that battle, Greg, coming out of turn 10 now.
And Cahall takes a real late entry into 10, exits turn 10, center of track, opens things up for Apatow, who goes all the way driver's left to the curbing. Those 2 drivers now side by side behind Henderson. Cahall trying to go down the inside once again. Henderson cheats over just a tiny bit to hold off Cahall, and they're going to go into turn 1. Apatow, again now with just 1 lap remaining, is going to have to be content going through turns 1 and 2 in 3rd position.
And just a few paces back there, you've got Gaynor and John Jenkins. He talked about John Jenkins earlier. They're side-by-side coming out of turn 2. Now they're going to be side-by-side through turn 3. We're going to see who's going to be able to get them, and it does look like Jenkins is going to go ahead and make that pass over Kip Gaynor. So move John Jenkins up to 5th, Gaynor back to 6th.
All right, so our 3rd-place finisher yesterday now into 5th position, makes that pass on the last lap as our leaders coming down in there, the battle for 2nd, coming into 5, and Apatow again. Huge brake lockup going into turn 5.
It's going to be interesting here when they come out of turn 10, Greg, when they come up through turn 8 up underneath the bridge, because Apatow gets a great run out of turn 10, and you talked about Cahall getting into the center of the track. Here comes John Hotz. He's going to take the checkered flag, so he's going to sweep the weekend here in at our June MARRS And that is actually 4 races in a row that John has won here in the MARRS series.
All right, coming out of turn 10 now, it is David Henderson in the gray number 28 machine, running in second, Ted Cahall, and then Apatow. Apatow takes a look to the inside, cannot get up to the side of the 78 machine, and so David Henderson, he's going to finish second. Ted Cahall will finish third. Michael Apatow in the white 21 machine just off the podium in fourth. John Jenkins, he crosses the stripe, that number 195 machine. He's able to hold off Kip Gaynor. So Jenkins fifth, Gaynor sixth. Robert Cahall in the 08 machine. Started 12th today. Another great finish for Robert. Makes up 5 positions. He finishes in 7th. James Lindenthal in the 18 car will finish in 8th. Glenn Evans, who was up as high as 3rd position, he falls back and finishes in 9th. Michael Cohen, good run for Michael, will round out the top 10. Brad Williams, 11th. Ben Pollock, 12th. Andrew Wagner, Rich Ura, Tom Buskey for the second day in a row, getting 15th position, beating out Mandil, who will finish in 16th.
That's it. We're not even a quarter of the way through.
I know. All right, here real quick, Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4. This should be our last race before lunch. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 4, that is B-Spec and Improved Touring. Please head to the grid now. All right, so Brian, let's take a quick break. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, one last 20-lap feature MARRS race here before we take a little bit of time for lunch. You're watching the June MARRS presented by RP Performance here at Summit Point Raceway, and we'll be right back.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance, Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway and the June MARRS Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series presented by RP Performance. Again, I want to thank the great folks from RP Performance for all they've done for us this weekend, providing a free entry to a driver. I just heard over the radio, Brian, that they provided some free swag to one of our corner workers for the call that they made in over at Turn 1.
There we go.
A little bit earlier today, they were providing swag to our entrants, our racers, when they came in the registration this weekend as well. And they provided lunch yesterday for our volunteer corps, which was very, very cool. I want to thank Brett DePedro and Sissy Connolly from RP Performance. All right, next up is going to be our final race, Brian, before lunch. It is for B-Spec and our improved touring classes, ITA, ITB, and ITS. We had I think 20 drivers go and set times over the course of the weekend. And so let me run down the starting order here. Starting 20th, driving the number 82 ITB Porsche 924 from Montgomery Village, Maryland. It's Carl Fossler. And we'll have to see if Fossler makes the field today. He had some mechanical issues with his car yesterday. Starting 19th, driving the number 159 ITB Honda Civic is Andrew Ortiz. Matt Small will start 18th. He's driving the number 16 ITB Volkswagen Golf. He's from Shippensburg, Pennsylvania. Matty Vicola will start 17th. He's driving the number 3 BMW 2002, and he hails from Ranson, West Virginia, just about 10 minutes from here. John Kinberg will start 16th. He's driving the number 02 BMW 2002. He's from Darnestown, Maryland. Ocean City, Maryland is where Dennis Jenkins calls home. Dennis is driving the number 77, second-gen RX-7. That's an ITS machine. While Rich Allen will start 14th. He's in the number 44 ITB Volkswagen Golf. He starts here. He's driving. Let's try that again. I said what he's driving. He's from Frederick, Maryland. From Lyndhurst, Virginia, driving the only B-Spec machine in the field. It's Ryan Moran and his Mini Cooper. Starting 12th, driving the number 78 ITA Mazda Miata from Walkersville, Maryland, Philip Rule. Nor Perskell will start 11th. He's driving the number 42 ITA Mazda Miata. And then we've got Alex Ratcliffe. He's in the number 103 ITB Mini. Scotty Holman is your pole sitter today in ITB. He starts 9th overall in the number 69, the 69 Mazda Protege, the taxi, the yellow four-door ITB machine. Justin Shepard, he's going to start 8th today. He's driving the number 100 ITA Mazda Miata, while Peter Doan will start 7th. He's in the number 59 ITA Toyota MR2. Greencastle, Pennsylvania's Chuck Bucheski will start 6th today. He's driving the number 0 ITS Datsun 240Z. Then we've got David Lanning. He starts 5th. He's driving the number 41 ITA Mazda Miata. Dan Freeman is scheduled to start on the outside of row number 2. He's in the number 1 ITA Mazda Miata from Gainesville, Virginia. Then we've got Bethlehem, Pennsylvania's Steve Moeller, yesterday's overall winner, driving the number 49 ITS Mazda Miata. He starts 3rd. And your front row, starting 2nd, driving the number 00 ITS Datsun 240Z from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. It's Jeff Lucas, while Joel Gambino will start on the pole today in his number 31 ITA Mazda Miata. His qualifying time, a 127.253. And Brian, I heard some feedback yesterday that there was a little activity in the tech shed after yesterday's race. We're still waiting on the results of what happened there. But Steve Muller, who took the win in ITS, Jeff Lucas, who finished 2nd in ITS, 2nd overall, they weren't involved. That tech shed action involved some of our ITA cars. If we get some more information, we'll definitely let you know. But it sounded as if the Gambino car, the Freeman car, and possibly one other were getting some additional scrutiny in the tech shed from our scrutineers. That's kind of what they do.
That's their job.
Right. So if we get the information, we'll let you know about that. So as I mentioned, Steve Moeller yesterday was your winner. And interestingly enough, Jeff Lucas started at the back of the field, had to work his way all the way up to the front end. At the end, he was about 10 car lengths back behind Steve Moeller. If he'd had a couple more laps in what was a 15-lap race, like a 20-lap race, he might have been there. Taking the win on track in ITA was Dan Freeman, with Peter Doan finishing in 2nd, and in ITB, taking the win was Alex Ratcliffe. As our field comes out of turn 10, starter is looking them over as they make their way down the front straight, and green flag is in the air. Now, we would expect to see Jeff Lucas in that ITS machine jump out to an early start over the 31 of our pole sitter Gambino. A lot more torque from that straight 6 here as they make their run down towards turn 1.
Tell you what, we've got Dan Freeman, we've got Steve Moore, and we've got David Lanning 3 wide right behind our leaders heading in. Now they get single file or double file there as they head through turns 1 and up into turn 2. And it looks like we may see Alex Radcliffe or Ryan Moran. One of those minis has gone up, but we also have a car that spun in the inside to driver's
right.
right.
ITA Miatas.
That may be David. That may be the David Lanning machine there. We'll have to get when that number comes out, but that did look like that is the David Lanning, and yes, that is. He is going to end up shotgun on the field here right now, but that was the David Lanning who spun to the driver's right. So again, that 3 wide ended up being doubled up, and then really David had nowhere to go.
All right, and getting word that as that happened, and it was the 41 machine of David Lanning that went off, going into turn 1, Dan Freeman in the number 1 machine, the rear end stepped out on him, basically showed the numbers on the door to David Lanning, and Lanning had to go to try and avoid that, and obviously took the grass there.
Yep.
All right, as our leaders now coming out of turn 8, coming underneath the bridge, and we saw Jeff Lucas walk through the field yesterday, starting from the back of the pack. Doesn't have to do that today as he started from the front row. He now has about 20 car lengths on the rest of the field. But the rest of the field right now, Joel Gambino running in 2nd in the blue 31. Then we've got Dan Freeman in the ITA Miata. Then we got Peter Doan. Steve Muller, yesterday's ITS winner, currently running 5th. but I think trying to change that up a little bit as they go under braking in the 1.
I tell you what, Steve Moeller was going to follow Peter Doan all the way through turns 1 and turn 2 in that Miata. That's an ITS car battling up with those ITA cars. And now here comes Joe Gambino. Looks like we may have one of them that may have an issue there. That was Peter Doan coming out of turn 2. Basically just didn't have the power, Greg, to get up through the short chute to turn 3. He's going to drop all the way back even into the 100 machine of Justin Shepard. So a little bit of an, not enough power to get out of there. And I think it surprised Joe Gambino because he had to make a hard move to driver's left coming up into turn 3.
And as they go down through turn 5 right now, Gambino's he's got Steve Moeller's ITS Miata side by side with him as they go, and they're going to make that very quick, very tight right-hand turn to start off the carousel section. Although Moeller also running a 1.8 liter Miata, he doesn't have the restrictor plate on it that the ITA car has. He's probably making another 20 horsepower or so over what the ITA Miatas are making. As Jeff Lucas on a Sunday drive, he's on a Sunday drive, he is going to complete his second lap here and continue to stretch out his lead. And indeed, the 49 of Moeller, your new second place runner overall, second in ITS, Gambino, and then Peter Doan in the Toyota MR2 moves up to second in ITA. He gets around Dan Freeman's number 1 Mazda Miata, Justin Shepard, in the 100 car. Another Miata just back from there. Now, Chuck Bucheski in the bright yellow Datsun 240Z, just coming out of turn 2 right now. He is running third in ITS. And he had a very good run yesterday. He was running up in second until he ended up sliding off track and falling back to the back of the pack. And we'll check in with ITB here in just a moment.
Tell you what, Greg, we'll check on that ITB, but I tell you what, that ITA battle, our front 4 cars are all nose to tail within half a car length of each other as they head down into turn 5, headed up into turn 6 between Gambino, Doan, Freeman, and now throw in Justin Shepard in that 100 Miata. So that car getting a little bit faster this weekend as well. He's right in the mix of this ITA battle.
All right. Now, as we were watching an ITB a moment ago, Scotty Holman in the another bright yellow car, 4-door Mazda Protege sedan. He's got a pretty good advantage right now on our second place runner in class. That is Rich Allen in his Volkswagen Golf. Now, yesterday, Scotty Holman had a pretty commanding lead in ITB. He had a little fight with Alex Ratcliffe for the first 2 laps or so, but then had really stretched out the lead as he just now comes through turn 10. But then with a lap to go, apparently had some issues with the car, pulled the car in, and I don't want to say gifted the race, but gifted the win in ITB to Alex Ratcliffe, who was probably around 40 car lengths back from Holman at the time.
And I tell you what, now Scott Holman going in side by side with Philip Rule going into turn 1. What that's allowing to do is that's allowing Nora Piskel and Alex Radcliffe to move up. So Nora's helping Alex Radcliffe from that ITA machine pull him up to Scotty Holman as he is now going to fall back behind Philip Rule. That gap is now going to close probably to about 20 car lengths right now, depending on if you're talking about regular car or Mini Cooper cars. It could be 20 to 25 lengths.
Those Mini Coopers, they're not so mini, Brian.
Yeah, they're not so mini.
They're bigger.
Well,
than
they are mini, but they're right. You could probably put 25 in that gap.
Yeah, they're bigger than a Honda CRX.
Yeah. So here they come through turn 5, and you can see Alex, on that back bumper of Nora Piscal in that 42 machine. Again, that's an ITA and an ITB, but it's allowing Alex to move up closer to Scotty coming through turn 5 and turn 6. So.
And a little bit further back in the pack, just watch them coming through turn 5. The ITB BMW 2002 of John Kinberg, and it's like a yellow and orangish machine, and then the all-white number 159 Honda Civic hatchback. Great fight going on right now in that class. That is currently for 6th in ITB, and I think John Kinberg, our reigning champion our reigning MARRS champion in ITB. Had a very good season last year. He's been working on that car now for about 10 years and really has got it performing quite well. It seems a little bit off the pace. Maybe after 10 years, the motor's starting to get a little tired, but it has turned into be a very reliable machine.
Yeah, no, absolutely. pick up some of our cars here. Got a little bit of battle going down into turn 1. I believe that is the it's one of that, maybe a Kinberg and the, let's see, Matty Vicola, Dennis Jenkins.
Yes.
Again, ITB, ITS, but a pretty good battle going through turns 1. Vicola's going to get ahead of Dennis Jenkins, but then you got to throw in that 16 of Matt Small. And I think Matt Small and Vicola and even Jonathan Kinberg, again, may not have been in the front position for ITB, but they had a battle pretty much all day yesterday as well.
And as Vicola is fighting to hold off Dennis Jenkins in that ITS Mazda RX-7, Small, who is in the same class as Vicola, starting to make up some ground. Small ran his fastest lap of the race that last time by, was 0.6 of a second faster than Vicola. So Matty's got to watch behind him. I think what he's trying to do, if he can keep that Mazda behind him, he's got a little bit of a buffer. The problem is that Mazda's got a lot more top end speed here in a straight line than the BMW 2002.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And coming down the pit lane, and looks like for a second day in a row, I believe that is Hayes Lewis.
That looked like Carl Fossler.
Or is that
there.
the Fossler machine?
Yeah, that looked like
right.
Fossler.
Yeah, that is the number, the 82, red number 82 ITB Porsche 924. He retires to the paddock. That's right. Hayes has been running in H production.
Yep.
So for the second day in a row, that 82 machine calling it a day early.
Tell you what, Greg, let's drop back here just a little bit. You can probably pick them up coming through turn 5 right now, and that is the second the battle for second in ITA between Peter Doan and Dan Freeman. Looks like Peter Doan is going to hold off Daniel Freeman. Last time by, when they went through turn 3, they were nose to tail, and actually Freeman had to get on the brakes a little bit as Peter Doan started to get just a little bit loose getting into turn 3, and so that is now going to separate them out a little bit. But those guys should be nose to tail as they should be coming through turn 8 right now. Here they come up the hill. We'll see whether or not Dan Freeman's going to be able to close that. But last time by, he was really close until they got to 3.
It looked like as they came through 8, he was about 2 car lengths back, and here they come, coming out of turn 10 right now. It is the 31 Mazda Miata of Joel Gambino, your ITA leader. Then about 5 car lengths back to the 59 machine, the 59 Toyota MR2 Peter Doan, and then Freeman now is able to draft up right to the back of the MR2 as they all 3 go under braking into turn number 1.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, we saw this battle 2 weeks ago, too, when we were in New Jersey.
That's
with the
right.
exact same 3 cars for that ITA battle. So, again, Joe Gambino, Peter Doan, and Daniel Freeman, they're going to battle it out for ITA. But between Peter Doan and Daniel Freeman now as they head up to turn 3, it does look like on the braking that Miata is able to get a little bit deeper in than that MR2. But then that MR2 pulls away just a little bit, getting through the corners just a little bit better right now than Daniel Freeman in that one.
And I think a lot of that, Brian, has to do actually just with the weight balance of the Mazda Miata. Fairly close to a 50-50 weight balance on those cars. The Toyota MR2 with its rear engine, rear end biased. There's not a ton of weight on the front of the car, and under braking, under threshold braking, it actually creates a bit of an issue. It means the rear brakes have to, which are smaller, actually have to do more work than the fronts, and you just cannot get the nose to go down, and you can't get the turn in that you want as you release the brake pedal as well.
Nope, totally agree with you, 100%. And so, it makes a huge difference as now it looks like they've spread out a little bit. So something must have happened on the backside there between, obviously Gambino, Peter Doan, and Dan Freeman last time by that we may not have picked up in our camera. And it could have been where they got through the carousel. One got through better. The middle, Peter probably got through a little bit better than Dan Freeman. But now as they go into turn 1, that gap closes a little bit as they're coming out of turn 2. Again, but that MR2 is able to hold off that Mazda Miata.
All right, so let's talk a little bit more here. We had been watching the fight that was going on with Matti Vicola and then Matt Small. And Vicola, of course, had the Jenkins machine, the Mazda RX-7 behind him. Well, Jenkins has now gotten by, and it looks like actually they've just now crossed the start-finish line, Brian, and they're going into one right now. As Matti is to driver's right. We've got the Mazda to driver's left, and then there's that black Golf directly behind, about 2 car lengths back, and Then we've got Jonathan Kinberg and Andrew Ortiz. They're starting to close up as well. And so, again, in ITB, this is the battle just off the podium, the battle for fourth, but it is definitely tightening up. And that Mazda RX-7, he's sitting right in the middle of it, and it looks like Small almost ran right through that RX-7 going through turn 3.
Yeah, it looks like Small was going to drive right through right through that 77, trying to get up into his one of two things, either get up in that back rear window and try to get a little pull or a tug to try to pass the Dennis Jenkins machine, but thought better of it, had to get a little bit on the brakes. I'm going to go back to the ITA battle here, Greg. That's for second and third place in that class between Peter Doan and Dan Freeman, where we had said last time by they were so spread out. They're not spread out anymore. They're actually side by side coming out of turn 2, and the preferred line right now could be in that number 1 of Dan Freeman, but he gets a little bit harder on the brakes there. Let's Peter Doan go. I'm assuming when we get to the end of this race, he may not do that right away, and he may use that outside, as we have seen. Again, Morgan was the one that first pointed it out a month ago when we were here. That outside line has a lot of grip, and you can use that.
Exactly. I mean, that's the line in the wet, because the pavement's been barely down. Oh, we've got to move now for position in ITB as Jonathan Kinberg gets around Matt Small's Volkswagen Golf, underbraking going into turn number 1. So now move Kinberg up into 5th in ITB. Should mention that to Andrew Ortiz in the white number 159 Civic hatchback starting to fall off that battle just a bit, but now maybe it's Kinberg's time to see if he can get around that Mazda RX-7, that out-of-class car.
Tell you what, last time by, coming out of turn 10, Kinberg carried a tremendous amount of speed out of there, and that actually helped him get around that Matt Small machine. So we're going to pick back up our ITA battle here for second place between Peter Doan and Daniel Freeman. They're going to go into turn 1 again. Doan able to hold him off. We'll see whether or not Dan Freeman's going to be able to get a good run like he did last time out of turn 2. Doesn't look like that's going to happen this time. So maybe probably made a move right there, and Peter may have slipped up just a little bit last lap by, but it doesn't, this is starting to open it up just a little bit more. So Peter Doan getting through turn 3 just a little bit better, Greg.
All right, as we continue to watch here, we're starting to see our ITB leader. That is Scotty Holman. He's right in the middle of some of our ITA traffic, some of our ITA Miatas, but coming quickly, or maybe not quickly, but quickly enough. Alex Ratcliffe in the 103 Mini, who just ran a lap that was 1.2 seconds faster than Scotty Holman. The gap is, and they're coming down the hill now, going through, you see Ratcliffe going through turn 5 at the moment. He's still about 15 car lengths back from Scotty Holman, but he's making up ground pretty quickly.
Yeah, no, making up really good ground. And I think Holman got involved with that David Lanning machine, trying to get around there, as we take a look back here in turn 3 with Matt Small and Kinberg. But I think Holman got involved with that battle with David Lanning and finally decided, hey, I got to let him go. It's slowing me up a little bit, trying to battle. David Lanning is going to be a little bit faster in that ITA machine, as we saw early on. But, you got to let it go. Here they come out of turn 10 now. We'll see what that gap is between Holman and Alex Radcliffe right now.
All right, so we were just watching Kinberg and Matt Small. Matt Small has gotten around Kinberg again for 5th in ITB. Both of those drivers now starting to close things up on Matty Vicola. That ITS machine, the number 77 Mazda RX-7 of Jenkins, has gotten around Matty Vicola, and I think has created a little bit of a gap and a little bit of clearance, Brian. And so Small and Kinberg, though, starting to close things up on that white number 3 BMW 2002.
Yeah, starting to move up through there. They come out of, I believe they're going to come out of here turn 2, I believe.
Yeah, they're coming down the front stretch.
Coming down the front stretch right now. Yeah, I was going to say, I thought I saw them going in there, but they didn't. So, it looks like Vicola's going to open up, but Kinberg's going to go back around the 16 of Matt Small going in. So Matt Small able to get back around Jonathan Kinberg in certain parts of this racetrack, but Kinberg gets a great run out of turn 10. But now, as I say that, Matt Small, he's got a great line going through turns 1 and 2, Greg, and now he pulls right upside right up beside Jonathan Kinberg, but Kinberg gets the move and gets the position back over Matt Small. So we're going to have to take a look in turn 4 there.
Yeah, a little deeper going into turn 3 there. And it just looks like that black Golf that Small's running kind of just literally runs out of gas about 3/4 of the way down the front straight. And Kinberg's 2002 just continues to pick up revs and go as they go through turn 5 right now, nose to tail.
I'll try to see if I can't peek. They just went through turn 5 right now. I want to see where Matt Small's able to get back by Kinberg on the in the carousel there, 6 and 7. It looks like he's able to pull right up through there. Here they come out of turn 7, going to head up into turn 8. We'll see whether or not Matt Small is able to get the run up the hill on Kinberg this time by.
And that's exactly
because that's usually what happens, and he goes around him under the braking zone going into turn 10, and then Kinberg gets a great run off of there. So it doesn't look like that's going to happen this time. I think Small's just going to go ahead and stay in behind him right now and try to hopefully that draft will pull them back up to Matty Vikla, because as they start to battle, they're losing position.
Yeah, indeed. And, we saw last time as Small, as they came out of turn 8, Small poked to the inside to try and get around Kinberg and just wasn't close enough. But here again, down the front straight, Kinberg will open up another 4 car lengths on the Golf. Now, speaking of that battle, our overall leader, we haven't talked about much since like the first couple laps, Jeff Lucas. He's coming through turn 2 now, and he's starting to work his way through that ITB battle at the moment.
Yeah, he just passed Matt Small going up into turn 3, which means he's going to catch Jonathan Kinberg going down the hill, coming into through turn 4 into turn 5. So he's going to have to give up a little bit of room there to get through there.
All right, let's do this, Brian. Let's try to pick up this battle for second in ITA. Joel Gambino has really separated himself out now from Peter Doan and Dan Freeman, but about 3 car lengths separating the green Toyota MR2, that black and red Mazda Miata. They're coming down the hill now under braking here into the chute. There was Gambino just went by, and it looked like Doan dropped the wheel.
Actually, Dan Freeman dropped the wheel coming through 4, trying to go around that slower car.
Yeah.
So, not ideal place to be, and then ended up having to lock it up because you carried so much speed with all the dust and the dirt there. You didn't lose anything. It didn't slow you down. It had actually gained speed now that you're hitting dirt here, because we have had 0 rain here in the last 2.5 weeks. But they should be coming through turn 8 right now, coming up through there. So, we're going to have to see. They should be coming up to turn 10 now, whether or not Freeman, how much that gap is going to be. And you could see where he went through turn 4 and put that left rear off. That is really going to open up with Peter Doan, as it last time by, like you said, Greg, it was a little bit closer.
Yeah, as they cross the start-finish line, and our ITA leaders, Gambino, Doan, and Freeman, start lap number 14 of 20. Doan that time, he managed to eke out another 0.3 of a second over Dan Freeman, just with that little maneuver there going down through the chute.
Go back to ITB. Here comes Scotty Holman coming out of turn 10 now. Alex Ratcliffe, he's going to be behind that 42 machine. Last time by for Alex Radcliffe, it was about 3.5 seconds back, to Scotty Holman. It's probably into that 3-second range now, because he is getting a little bit of a tow down the front stretch here, headed down into turn 1 to try to catch Scotty Holman. It's going to be difficult to see if he can do that, because you don't want to pass the Nor Pascal machine. You want to use that draft to help you.
Exactly.
But Pascal pulls away a little bit coming out of 2 because of the horsepower difference.
All right, here, as we are just under halfway here. Actually, Jeff Lucas, he's going to cross the start-finish line. Going to have 6 laps remaining here in this 20-lap feature race. And let's pick up here another one of our good little class battles. And I believe this one here, Brian, that I was trying to look up to see here. They are coming onto the front straight now. In that battle for ITA, and Dan Freeman in the black number 1 Miata. He's pulled right up to the back of Peter Doan again. They are the last 2 cars in line coming down into turn number 1. Doan and Freeman are going to try to sneak under Matt Small and under the Ortiz Civic here as they go into 2.
Yeah, we're going to see whether or not they're going to make that stick. It looks like they're going to go up, but I think the loser of that is going. I was going to say Dan Freeman, but it doesn't look like, because it looks like Matt Small may have and I don't. Is that the Matt Small?
It is Small.
That is the Matt Small.
Yeah.
He got really far drivers left to let them go. He knew what was going to happen, and I don't think Freeman was expecting him to go that far left.
And it took away a line of attack for Dan Freeman.
Correct.
Yeah, so if Small had stayed online, it would have opened up an opportunity for Dan Freeman to come down drivers left going into turn 3.
Yeah.
That opportunity was gone. As a matter of fact, Small, I think as he was watching his mirrors, he actually put 2 wheels in the grass over there.
Yeah.
And had to do a bit of a correction as well.
Let's pick up this again, not for class, but for position on the racetrack. Richard Allen and Ryan Moran, they have been nose to tail pretty much the entire race in that 44 Volkswagen Golf GTI, that ITB machine, with Ryan Moran and that Mini Cooper in that B-Spec machine. Ryan, like I said, has been on the back bumper of Richard Allen the entire race. Where that Golf obviously gets him, Greg, is more in the straight line speed.
Certainly.
And so Ryan's able to get through the corners a little bit better in certain parts of this racetrack, and so it just becomes an intense battle all the way through the race.
Yeah, the Mini that Ryan Moran is driving is one of the Mini convertibles. It's a hardtop convertible, but the advantage that Mini Cooper has, certainly not straight line speed, as we're going to get over now to this battle again for second in ITB, as Dan Freeman now pulls right up to the back bumper again of Peter Doan. They're going through turn 3 nose to tail, and we'll see him coming down into turn 5 in a moment. I was going to say that Mini Cooper, it's got an independent rear suspension as opposed to the twist beam rear on the VW, and can definitely corner better than the VW, as Doan and Freeman now coming down into turn 1 or turn 5, with about 2 car lengths separating them.
Yeah, pretty good turn by both of them. We'll see how quick they get through the carousel there, but it does look like that Peter Dunn was able to get through turn 5 just a little bit better and opened up that gap a little bit coming through turn 5. As we come up through turn 8, it looks like Dan Freeman, he's just not going away. He's staying there. He stretches it out by about 5 or 6 car lengths as they're making some passes on some lap traffic, and then all of a sudden he closes that gap. Here comes your leader in ITA, and that is Joel Gambino. That is coming out of turn 10, and now they're going to come up on the Matty Vicola machine of with Peter Doan and Dan Freeman, and now Dan Freeman is going to look to driver's right.
Yeah, great move by Freeman if he can make it work, because he sees Vicola there, driver's left, and he's trying to pin Peter Doan in behind the Vicola machine, but Doan pulls out at the last second just ahead of Dan Freeman as they go under braking from the inside, driver's right into turn 1, Brian.
Yeah, pretty good move there to try to use the 3 of Matty Vicola as a pick. That didn't get done because Peter Doan kind of moved over just a little bit, and I think Matty Vicola moved over a little bit to driver's left, knowing they were going to go. And so that kind of stopped that pick that was going to be used by Dan Freeman there.
Yeah, Freeman showed his hand very, very early coming out of turn 1, and to the point where, and I don't want to act driver's coach, but I know who his driver coach is, Morgan, that one of the things is Dan Freeman, he poked out early coming out of turn 10, and I think in these lower horsepower momentum cars scrubbed off a decent amount of speed in doing that coming out of turn 10, that if he had eased over a little bit later, he probably could have trapped the 59 machine in behind that BMW.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if he would have waited a little bit, I think you're right. I think Peter would have stayed in behind Matty Vicola as long as he can. Coming through there. And I'll tell you what, Greg, let's take a look now as they come up underneath the bridge. That gap is actually closed to even Joel Gambino, because Joel had a hard time getting past the 77 there of Dennis Jenkins. So that's the closest that's been for a very long time. Here comes Peter Doan. I'll tell you what, that gap for those 3 is actually going to be less than a second all the way back to Dan Freeman in that 3rd position.
All right, well, both Doan and Freeman get around the 77 car, so I think the 77 car might have let out of the throttle a little bit on the front straight, which is a good thing. He's going to allow that ITA battle to continue on, but that car has caused some havoc for some ITA cars and ITB cars that just don't have the straight line speed. But you're right, they've definitely made up ground now. Only about 6 or 7 car lengths separating our top 3 drivers in ITA.
Yeah, where last time by there was just a little bit of a speck, trying to look for Gambino's car there because he'd opened up that lead. Now they can clearly see the back bumper there, and they can clearly see kind of what's going on.
All right, so our overall leader, Jeff Lucas, he's just coming under the bridge right now, Brian. Going to be coming through turn 10. When he crosses the start-finish line, we'll have 2 laps remaining here in our IT and B-Spec race. But it has been a very quiet race to this point for Jeff Lucas, as he now has, I believe, somewhere along the lines of, Moeller, yesterday's winner, coming out of turn 10 right now and across the line. He's got almost a 12-second advantage right now over Steve Moeller's Miata.
Yeah.
All right, here comes that battle for the lead in ITA. They came out of turn 10, and things again have stretched out, Brian. Almost 10 car lengths between our top 3 drivers here, as Joel Gambino leads the trio down into turn 1 under braking. And again, it looks like the Miatas once again have the advantage over the Toyotas once it comes time to hit that middle pedal there, as Gambino was able to open up maybe another car length, and Dan Freeman was able to actually make up about 3 car lengths under braking to Doan.
Yeah, pretty much about a second in between of each of them. So the gap is a little bit pretty much the same across each of them. I'll tell you what, Dan Freeman, when he comes out of turn 2, gets a good run on Peter Doan every single lap. But then, Greg, we looks like we got Scotty Holman here
for the
second straight day in a row, and there goes Alex Radcliffe. So that ITB battle, that is no more. That is going to put Alex Radcliffe back up in the front.
And likely that is going to move, depending on how long it takes for him to get around, it will likely move Rich Allen up in the third, as our overall leader, Jeff Lucas, just crosses the start-finish line. He gets the white flag, 1 lap to go here at Summit Point Raceway for our IT, Improved Touring, and B-Spec drivers.
Well, now Holman looks like he's back up to power, but he's dropped quite a bit of seconds. He's about 3 seconds back behind Alex Radcliffe. And honestly, with Jeff Lucas coming up on the back of Holman, they're not going to get another lap.
Exactly. Well, that's probably a good thing for him, as Rich Allen is just now coming through turns 1 and 2. And, it may be a question that Holman, as he's coming through turn 5 right now in that Mazda Protege, I mean, he may be down on fuel, and he may be trying to just try to limp the car home, but he came out of 10 practically coasting down the front straight here as we watch this other battle here. And this has been a great little fight going on as well. The 100 car of Justin Shepard, the 41 of David Lanning in ITA. This is the battle for 4th, and they're side by side going into turn 1.
Yeah, it looks like David Lanning is going to be able to get that. We'll see if whether or not Justin Shepard is going to be able to do that over-under in through the center. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to get that done, although when they come out of turn 2, they're still side by side, and now Shepard gets him back behind David
Brian,
Lanning.
Look at this. Scotty Holman is going, if he gets to the line, he has 1 more lap as Scotty Holman comes to almost a dead stop again on the front straight. He crosses the start-finish line before Jeff Lucas takes the checkered flag. And so, again, Rich Allen has another lap, has another opportunity to basically get around Scotty Holman and move up to 2nd in ITB. Rich Allen just now crossing the start-finish line. But I take it back. Rich Allen now getting the checkered flag. He's not going to have that opportunity.
Actually, it is Holman that has the opportunity to go all the way around. If he pulls in and doesn't, that's a lap that may not be completed. We'll have to see how that plays out.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, right now we're showing Scotty Holman as running in 2nd place. Now that battle in ITA that we've been watching, they are, we've got looks like a car off at turn 5, or maybe it's just dust and dirt. We're getting, I believe we do have a car off at turn 5. Brian, that it sounds like we're dispatching a vehicle right now to go take a look at that. Thankfully, the majority of our racers have completed their race, and actually coming out of turn 10 now looks like we had been watching this out-of-class battle with Alex Ratcliffe, who's our new winner in ITB. He actually gets around on the very last lap, gets around I believe it was the 44.
So, Greg, let's talk about Scotty Holman real quick. So he lined up in behind Jeffrey Lucas coming out of turn 8. Whether or not he passes and stays on the racetrack to finish that lap, we're going to have to see, because if he pulls into the pit road, which he has just now done, that means he has not completed the last lap here.
Yeah, I don't know how
that's going to work.
Yeah, so let's do this. We're going to let the stewards figure this one out.
I'm not going to worry about that.
They're well. As soon as we have an answer, we'll definitely let you guys know. Those of you here at the track and also watching us here. But Jeff Lucas, he takes the win overall and in ITS. Steve Moeller will finish second overall. Joel Gambino, our ITA winner, finishes third ahead of Peter Doan and Dan Freeman. Chuck Bucheski will finish sixth overall, third in ITS. Then David Lanning, Justin Shepard, Nor Perskell rounding out the top 9. Alex Ratcliffe, your ITB winner, will finish 10th overall. We are showing Scotty Holman for the moment as second in ITB, 11th overall. Rich Allen in the 44 machine showing as third in ITB, finishing 12th. Ryan Moran, our sole B-Spec racer, finishing 13th overall. Then we've got Dennis Jenkins in his ITS Mazda RX-7, finishing 14th. Matti Vikkula finishing 15th, 4th in ITB, with Jonathan Kinberg, Matt Small directly behind, finishing 16th and 17th overall. Then Don Riley in his ITA Miata, Andrew Ortiz in his Honda Civic, 19th, and Philip Rule in his ITA Miata, finishing in 20th. And I believe those 20 cars are the 20 that were, depending on what you want to say about the state of Scotty Holman's protege, those 20 cars were running at the end.
Correct.
The only car to retire early, Carl Fossler, in his Porsche 924.
Yep.
All right, so we're waiting to hear, Brian. This was supposed to be our last race before we break for lunch, and it's still our last race before we break for lunch. Waiting to hear when we will be going back out on track. And as soon as I get that information, we'll update the screen. But let's do this. Let's give our people here at the track an opportunity to find out more about our partners and sponsors. And I've just gotten word cars will be on course at 12:20 p.m. So again, race group, and I believe our
35.
first race, actually our first group after lunch is going to be our bracket racers.
No.
It's going to be our bracket racers. Group 2, that should be our first group back after lunch. They are scheduled to be on track at 12:20 p.m. today. So we're going to take a quick break for lunch, about an hour, just about an hour and 10 minutes for lunch. But I'm going to let you hear about all of our partners and sponsors that are bringing you action here from Summit Point Raceway and the 2023 June MARRS Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series presented by RP Performance. We'll see you in about an hour.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance, Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance, Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help-all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
And welcome back from lunch, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway, beautiful Summit Point Raceway in Summit Point, West Virginia, for the June MARRS, the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, presented by RP Performance. Hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati, and I know one group that definitely enjoyed their lunch today, Brian. We've got as special guests of the region, the Maryland Miata Club, that have been watching all the action here this weekend from down in the carousel. They were able to take their cars out on track for a good portion of time and take their street cars around this beautiful Summit Point Raceway race course. I hope they enjoyed that. And now, Brian, we're going to get back to the action. This is going to be our second and final bracket race of the day. And let's run down the starting players.
All right, here's the scheduled starter. Starting in the 20th position from Frederick, Maryland, the number 50 of Melanie Meckel. Starting in 19th from Hampstead, Maryland, the number 20 of Robert Garrett. Starting in the 18th position from McLean, Virginia, the 101 of Meyer Alzot. Starting in the 17th position from Tacoma Park, Maryland, the 68 of Jed Prentice. Starting in the 16th position from Ashburn, Virginia, the number 40 of William Simpkins. Starting in the 15th position from Severna Park, that now calls Medina, Ohio, his home, the 134 of Chuck Edmondson. Starting in the 14th position from Fredericksburg, Virginia, the number 186 of Jennifer Romes. Starting in the 13th position from Silver Spring, Maryland, the 74 of Steve Martin. Starting in the 12th position from Gum Springs, Virginia, the 83 of Nick Shively. Starting in the 11th position from Thurmont, Maryland, scheduled to start here, is the 127 of Jeff Liller. Starting in the 10th position from Vienna, Virginia, the 41 of Philip Ackley. Starting in the 9th position from Frederick, Maryland, the 51 of Eric Prepsius. Starting in the 8th position from Baltimore, Maryland, the number 25 of Aaron Meisner. Starting in the 7th position from Delmont, Pennsylvania, is John Ryan. Starting in the 6th position from Westchester, Pennsylvania, the number 5 of Mike Kosu. Starting in the 5th position from Leonardtown, Maryland, the 13 of Andrew Waldorf. Starting in the 4th position from Charlestown, West Virginia, the 05 of Bill Smith. Starting in the 3rd position from Annapolis, Maryland, the number 7 of Keith Frazier. And starting on the front row and starting in the 2nd position from Washington, D.C. is the 30 of Mac Harrison. And starting on the pole from Alexandria, Virginia, and that BMW M3, the number 14 of Marshall Lytle.
All right, so Brian, as our pace car, now the Audi Coupe, or actually I think it's an Audi Quattro, brings the field up underneath the bridge. Lights are out on the pace car. We should be going green this time by. And as we get started, we'll recap our last bracket race that was actually the very first race of the day. Marshall Lytle brings the field around turn 10. Our starter, Beth Burkhardt, looks over the field as there's some stragglers there at the back of the pack, but the green flag comes out. Bill Smith moves all the way over driver's left, puts left-hand wheels on the white line on the very edge of the pavement. He's trying to get around some of those Spec Racer Fords that are now too wide as we have Mac Harrison and Keith Frazier shifting just a little bit to driver's left and holding off the charge of Bill Smith. I'll tell you that that BMW from Bill Smith, it's an E36, much like Marshall Lytle's, Brian, but it kind of looks like the Hendrick Garage 56 car at Le Mans this weekend.
Exactly.
It's like twice as big as anything else there.
Looks like he overlooked the entire of Mac Harrison and Keith Frazier's car. He could see the actual other side of the racetrack there. Speaking of Bill Smith, today is his birthday.
Congratulations for hitting your birthday.
So,
happy birthday, Bill Smith.
So I'm not sure that he liked his birthday present going down into turn 1 with Mac Harrison and Keith Frazier side by side and him have really nowhere to go.
And well, I'll tell you a couple of the Spec Racer Fords behind him, like Andrew Waldorf and Aaron Meisner, and I think John Ryan as well. Probably didn't like having that big BMW in front of him either. Hey, we should mention, although we probably talk about it during the Spec Racer Ford race, but we got an email from John Ryan early on this morning, and I know at the end of the Spec Racer Ford race yesterday, we had 2 cars in the gravel trap at 10, and honest mistake, we thought one of them was John Ryan, and I guess this goes to show that when you go and do a paint job on your car, perhaps it shouldn't be inspired by a slot car you had as a kid, because we couldn't tell the number, and apparently it wasn't John Ryan in the gravel trap there. This is, I think, his very first time the Summit Point Raceway, and he was doing pretty darn good yesterday as well. But we'll talk more about that during the Spec Racer Ford race here. Yep. We've got our bracket race underway, and already Marshall Lytle jumping into bracket A4 for our drivers between a minute 21 and a minute 23. And he finished up our morning bracket race in the A3 bracket, which is for drivers that run a fast lap of 119 to 121.
I'll tell you what, Bill Smith, the birthday boy, is having all kinds of challenges today. As we started off this race with Mac Harrison and Keith Frazier going side by side, now he's got to contend with Andrew Waldorf and Aaron Meisner. I think he spent more time looking out the right side of his window coming out of turn 2 and heading up into turn 3, because Andrew Waldorf and Bill Smith were side by side out of 2 all the way up into 3. Bill Smith had to get back out of it, which allowed Aaron Meisner to get back up in there, and they they should be coming out of turn 10 right about now, and we'll see whether or not Bill's able to get through. He got in between Waldorf and Meisner, but he had to let them go because those he's in a sea of SRFs there.
Well, instead of blowing out candles, he's just trying to flick away Spec Racer Fords.
Yeah, he's trying to. I think he feels like he's in a monster truck that could run around. I think his post earlier or yesterday was, I feel like I'm going to see a go-karts, and it's like, wow, they're a little bit faster than a go-kart. So,
oh my!
At least mine, anyway.
All right. So at the moment, Mac Harrison and Keith Frazier, actually now Harrison moves up to the A4 bracket with Frazier in the A5 bracket. Harrison, that A4 bracket, a minute 21 to a minute 23. A5, a minute 23 to a minute 25. Waldorf in the B1 bracket for drivers 125 to 127. And then in bracket B2, Bill Smith, currently with a fast lap of 127.426. He is sitting atop of the B2 bracket with Aaron Meisner, John Ryan, Phil Ackley, also in that bracket.
Tell you what, pretty good battle here on the racetrack between Meyer Alzot and William Simpkins last time going through turns 1 and 2. William Simpkins came up on Meyer Alzot and basically had to get on the brakes as hard as he could because he came up to him at so much speed coming out of the corner that by the time they got to turn 3, Meyer had already expanded the distance out because of the fact that William, I don't think he nearly knew what to do with that one.
He's still trying to gather everything up. All right, real quick, Brian, because we've got a fairly short race. This is just a 10-lap race. Let's make a first call to the grid for our next MARRS race. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5. That's SSM. SSM drivers, please head to the grid. You don't have a lot of time before your race, and it is next. SSM, race group 5, to the grid, please.
Greg, we look at some of these brackets, and the lap prior, Bill Smith was in that B1 bracket leading Aaron Meisner, John Ryan, and Philip Ackley. Well, he has run out of that bracket, and now he moves up to that A5 bracket. So, again, early on where we're talking about you could run out of that bracket, he went from leading a bracket to now third in the bracket.
And he's about 40 car lengths back.
Correct.
From Keith Frazier and Andrew Waldorf at the moment.
Yep, nope, 100%, and that makes it difficult, and that is the challenge of this. Again, this is they have a little points, as they go through the season, and you can see, where the results are for each event. But just to recap, because in case somebody came in late after these guys ran early this morning, if you want to follow along, if you're following along on Race Monitor, it's not going to give you the brackets and where they're at. And what we're looking at is you can go to MARRSpoints.com. In the upper ribbon there, you can see where it says bracket. You can click on that, and then there's a button for live. You can click on that, and that will tell you all the way through exactly which bracket each person it is. That updates, I'll get the word update out, updates every 15 seconds. So pretty good little app and a little thing to be able to tell us which, where each driver is, not only even on the racetrack, but where, who, and you are racing.
All right, so as we watch some of our other drivers coming out of turn 10 now, great little fight in bracket B5. This is for the drivers that are running between a minute 33 and infinity. A minute 33 and higher. Meyer Alzot in that 101 machine, the Mazda 2, has been leading the field, and we see the Porsche 911 of William Simpkins, that red and black Porsche 911, go past Alzot on the front straight, comes across the nose of Alzot. Alzot then moves to the inside, driver's right, tries to come back underneath the Porsche. The Porsche with just a slight bit more torque out of that flat 6 motor, and Alzot's going to, on track, slide into second in bracket B5.
Yeah, now I was going to say, once Simpkins got around him and was able to hold it through that turns 1 and 2, once he got into that little clean air, he was a little bit gone. So he'll open up that power off of the Meyer. But, it's I don't want to say weird, but it is kind of a thing to see that, Simpkins is getting on the brake at the 500-foot mark and Meyer's going all the way down to the 300-foot mark.
and I'm sure that caught him out, caught Meyer out the very first time as well. But it's interesting when you look at a Porsche 911 from the late 70s, in what was considered the forefront of racing technology back then, and then you've got essentially a grocery getter and a Mazda 2 here, and they're coming out of the carousel now.
No,
that's Marshall Lytle.
Yeah, they should be right in behind it because I remember seeing Meyer going through there, but evidently they must have already passed and going down the front stretch here.
Yeah, well
there they are.
There they are on the front straight, just ahead of us now, heading down into turn one. But when you consider what was the forefront of racing technology in the late 70s, and then we have essentially a grocery getter with maybe 100 horsepower, a little bit more than 100 horsepower, with a stick rear axle and a shock. Is Meyer Alzot getting a great run out of turn two and just can't quite get up to the Porsche, but my gosh, if he isn't trying.
I tell you what, if there's anybody that has a ton of laps on this racetrack, it is Meyer, right?
Yeah.
Meyer's got so many laps around this racetrack with instructing and everything else. He knows what this track will do, and I think that Simpkins, this may be his first time out here, so we'll see as they head down into the turn. Obviously in the braking zone and what we call the talent section, but everybody here that's in a race car has talent in order to get through this carousel. Everyone but me. Meyer's able to close that gap through there, and last time by he was even closer than I think he is now, where Simpkins can get him on the straights.
All right, so something I failed to realize, he came down the pit lane and needing a tow back to the paddock. Unfortunately, Steve Martin, driver of the number 74 Ford Focus. Now, if you remember, Brian, at the end of our first race, he made a very quick exit from the front straight when the checkered flag came out, and so apparently some issues with that car. He's got it on the pit lane right now, and is going to need some assist in order to get it back to the paddock. So unfortunately, and Steve and his wife, they are such great people, and sad to see and sorry to see that they're having some problems here this weekend. As we've got a car that's pulled off now, Brian, coming out of two.
That it looks like, and I've been wrong all day long, so let me get my binoculars and see. That is actually the 186 of Jennifer Romes. And
186.
186 of Jennifer Romes is pulled off to driver's right, coming right out of turn two. And at that point, we had a huge gaggle of cars with the Simpkin machine along with Meyer Alzot, and then you had Jed Prentice now throw in there Marshall Lytle. So he's all in behind that as well. So, again, Jennifer Romes, driver's right out of exit of turn two. So that's going to be a standing yellow there, more than likely for the entire session here, as we got 3 laps left to go.
All right, Brian, and since we've got 3 laps to go and a very big field next, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Race Group 5, SSM. Please head to the grid now. Just a few laps left in this race here, so you're up very soon. Race Group 5, SSM drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
We go. Going to send one of our emergency vehicles out to go over and retrieve the 186 of Romes. They will go out and stay on the right side of the racetrack as they head down. Our leader in Marshall Lytle, he's headed down into turn one, so he just went past it. You had actually Simpkins trying to get past Meyer Alzot and really thought better of it because that car seemed a lot bigger, that truck on the right-hand side.
It did, but I'll tell you, Meyer Alzot, knowing the rules and using the rules of the road to his advantage, Simpkins let out of the gas as if maybe he didn't know that he can pass those emergency services vehicles, and Meyer Alzot just drove right by both of them.
Well, I think at one point Meyer was going to use the truck as a pick.
That may be possible, but it looked like Simpkins just got out of the throttle, and I think perhaps watching Meyer Alzot drive by that emergency services vehicle, he goes, oh, you know what? I could probably get back on the throttle.
Yeah. And one of the most difficult things is where she is parked right there, Greg. It is a little bit of a blind spot coming out of there. So you really got to pay attention to the flagging station right there, because now not only did you have a standing yellow there until the emergency vehicle got there, but now you have a waving yellow. So that adds a little bit of a little bit of factor there going in. And then it looks like we had one car that got 2 wheels off coming out of the exit at 2 on driver's left. Looks like that's the Corvette
of,
there. That may be
Garrett.
Robert Garrett. So now you got to throw in another little thing of some dust and dirt there. That's going to go over that. But it looks like they are going to hook her up and get her pulled out of there. They're starting to back up to her now, so hopefully they can. With 1 lap to go here, there's our leader. He's going to pass the incident scene right now in Marshall Lytle. Then you got Mac Harrison that is actually closing up on, again, I know we're not talking about the brackets because they're in 2 different brackets right there, but, Mac Harrison for the overall is actually closing up on to Marshall Lytle.
Yeah, and as it is, as Lytle has dropped his pace off, we're seeing Mac Harrison picking up his pace. Lytle at the moment running lap times in the range that would normally be in the A4 bracket. Of course, he's still in the A3 bracket, having run down as fast as a 120.195, but now he's running in the mid 122s. Which is right in the center of that A4 bracket, and Harrison actually still running a bit faster times in the BMW and closing things up here as we've got just coming out of turn 10 now and completing this bracket race is Marshall Lytle. Did my voice just crack?
I think it did.
Yeah, wow. Maybe time for me to
break out them cough drops.
Or see a pediatrician. Marshall Lytle, he's going to stay in bracket A3. He's your overall winner. Fast time, a 120.195. Mac Harrison, as he crosses the line, will stay in bracket A4 with a fast time of 122.076, which he ran on the last lap. Well within that A4 bracket time. In bracket A5, it is Keith Frazier taking the win over Andrew Waldorf. Big, bad, giant BMW of Bill Smith, birthday boy. How many B's can I throw in here? Bill Smith will come home third in bracket A5. In bracket Bravo 1, B1, taking the win is going to be Aaron Meisner in his Spec Racer Ford, I believe Phil Ackley and John Ryan moved their Spec Racer Fords up into bracket B1 as well, but they are quite a bit back from Aaron Meisner, I think with 5 cars between them and Meisner. In bracket B3, Nick Chevalier is going to be your sole driver in the class in his Scion FRS. Chuck Edmondson, our sole driver, it appears to be in bracket B4 with a fast time of 132.821. And then in bracket B5, Meyer Alzot will take the win over William Simpkins. Jed Prentice, who had a great fight with Alzot yesterday, will come home in third with Melanie Meckel and Robert Garrett finishing up in bracket B5 as well. And as we mentioned, Steve Martin retired early. Mike Koseth, Eric Prepsius, and Jeff Liller did not take to the pavement. So let's do this, Brian. As it looks like they're still trying to actually get the 186 machine out of the area over there. So we still got a little bit of cleanup.
Just wondering if it's stuck in gear and they can't get it out of gear, so you can't, you can't flat tow it. They may end up having to call to put it on the rollback. So I don't know. The rollback's not moving, so we'll have to see.
All right, so let's do this. Let's take a quick break. We'll give our emergency services teams some time to get that machine cleared. I think we still have to get the escort off the pit lane as well. And when we come back, we're going to have our next MARRS feature race. It's likely going to be our largest grid of the day. It is SSM. Let's make a final call to the grid for them. Attention in the paddock, race group number 5, SSM, please head to the grid. Your race is next. SSM drivers, please head to the grid. And so let's take a quick break. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors, and we'll be back with 20 laps of SSM racing here from Summit Point Raceway, where you're watching the June MARRS presented by RP Performance. We'll be right back.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody, and the June MARRS, the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, presented by RP Performance. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati, and this is the race that so many people have been waiting for here today. Certainly the folks from the Maryland Miata Club that are sitting down in the carousel right now, one of the largest Miata clubs here on the Eastern Seaboard with over 2,000 members. They are enjoying the activities here this weekend at the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, and at Summit Point, we want to thank them for being our guests, for joining us here this weekend. So, Brian, as I mentioned, largest grid of the week. I believe we had 32 drivers set times here over the course of the last 2 days. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 32nd, driving the number 40, Mazda Miata. By the way, all the cars in this group, Mazda Miatas. I'm just going to
way to go out on a limb.
Yeah, just I want to set the record straight after that bracket race. All right, starting 32nd, driving the number 40 machine from Ashburn, Virginia. It's John Grayhor. James Smith will start 31st in the number 01 machine. He's from McLean, Virginia. Woodbridge, Virginia's Hector Garrido will start 30th, driving the 64 car. Driving the number 96 Mazda Miata from Knoxville, Maryland, it's Pat Sharkett. He starts 29th. Starting 28th, Ray Seabird Heath from Mechanicsville, Virginia. He's going to start 28th in the number 9 car. Starting 27th, driving the number 86 machine from Culpeper, Virginia, it's Isaac Clark with Isaac Crandall. How many times do you see two Isaacs in a row there?
There you go.
Isaac Crandall, he's going to start 26th, driving the number 29 car. He's from Baldwinsville, New York. Charlestown, West Virginia's own Jack Kellum will start 25th in the 39. James Roberts will start 24th. He's from Mountjoy, Pennsylvania. He's driving the number 6 Mazda Miata. Steve Wolfson will start 23rd. He's in the number 24 Miata. He's from Leesburg, Virginia. Also from Leesburg, Virginia, Chris Tilton. Chris, rookie this season. He start 22nd in the 36 car. Adam Volatile will start 21st. He's from Sykesville, Maryland, and he's driving the 04 machine. Miranda Price, going to start almost dead center in the field. She is from Strasburg, Virginia, driving the number 08 machine. We'll talk a little bit more about Miranda as we get into this race. Starting 19th, driving the number 88 machine from Nokesville, Virginia, it's Jay Bindrum, while Arif Kazim will start 18th. He's from Silver Spring, Maryland, and he drives the number 98. Jordan Furman will start 17th today. He's from Wrightsville, Pennsylvania. He drives the number 8 car. We'll call him YouTuber Jordan Furman.
The video guy.
Furman, yeah, the video guy, the meme guy.
Yep.
And like I said, he will start 17th. Starting 16th, driving the number 65 Mazda Miata from Fairfax, Virginia, it's Brooke Hunt. Callan Crocker will start 15th. He's from Herndon, Virginia. He drives the 123. Scott Krastik, he's from Midlothian, Virginia. He's going to start 14th in the number 91 car, while Isaac Jordan, will start 13th. He's from Weehawken, New Jersey. He drives the 46. Jack Murchison is driving the number 58 Mazda Miata. He starts 12th, while Benjamin Jones from Midlothian, Virginia, will start 11th, driving the 10. Jameson Huffman from Herndon, Virginia, will start 10th today. He's in the number 89 Mazda Miata, while David Biegert will start 9th. He's driving the 1 car. He's from Warrenton, Virginia. Nathan Lucas, driving the number 67 Mazda Miata. He's out of Silver Spring, Maryland, and he starts 8th, while Kevin Kopp is in the 66 car. He is starting 7th. John Hotz, our winner 2 days in a row in Spec Miata, will start 6th today in SSM. He's from Sparks Glencoe, Maryland, while Andy O'Brien will start 5th. He's driving the number 14 Mazda Miata. He's from Winchester, Virginia. And your front 2 rows, starting 4th. Driving the number 32 Mazda Miata from Baltimore, Maryland, it's Scott O'Rourke. To his right will be John Evans, driving the number 42 Mazda Miata. John's from Leesburg, Virginia. And as I mentioned, he's starting 3rd. And then your front row, Neil O'Rourke, driver of the green number 06 Mazda Miata. He's from Baltimore, Maryland, and our pole sitter driving the blue number 15 Mazda Miata from Dayton, Maryland, with a fast time of 128.7. It's Ryan Maloney.
Here comes our cars now out of turn 10 to be waiting for a green flag coming out. There's a green flag right there, Greg. It's out a little early. So these front rows are going to be sitting there 2 by 2. O'Rourke. And then you've got Maloney side by side. Hotz pushing Scott O'Rourke. Andy O'Brien pushing the 42 of Jonathan Evans if they go down. And, Greg, I don't think they all realize they're not on the pace lap anymore. Now some people start to check out there. Andy O'Brien's going to go 3 wide down into turn 1. We're going to look through here. It looks like everybody's going to make it through. A couple guys getting a couple left side tires out on that dirt, but able to continue. Got one car that's going to go off. That may be, it is a crimson car. We'll have to see who that is, but there was one car that did go sliding off into the
and I
gravel.
believe, Brian, that's the car all the way to the inside going into turn 3. That is the car whose number I can't read. We'll get that from our flaggers, what that number is.
Well, that red car, I think, is still down there. I don't think that thing came out because it went off to the side. We'll have to see. You'll have to hear it on the radio as they head down into turn 4. Now it looks like Ryan Maloney is going to be leading, and it looks like maybe Jonathan Evans may be sitting in second at this place, coming through turn 5, heading up through the carousel, and will be coming up into turn 7 here momentarily.
All right, so that car did continue on, Brian,
okay.
But unfortunately didn't get the number from from the flaggers over at turn 1. We'll try and get we'll continue to try and get that information.
looking at the camera, it was a crimson car, but it looks
Yes.
like everybody is continuing. Here comes our leaders now. Here comes Ryan Maloney. Then it looks like it is going to be Jonathan Evans. That is going to be second. Then you have the O'Rourke brothers sitting in there in third and fourth. They're sitting there battling now. Kevin Kopp's going to go side by side with Andy O'Brien. Then it's John Hotz and Nathan Lucas, and then you got to throw in Jamison Huffman is ninth, and David Beigert is in 10th position. That's your top 10.
And John Hotz trying to come underneath Andy O'Brien, and Kevin Kopp moves all the way from driver's left to driver's right, tries to outbrake him into turn number 1. Nate Lucas looked like he tried to make the same move, and Hotz does get around. It appears that he's gotten around Andy O'Brien. Can't get around Kevin Kopp, though, as they make the run now down to turn 3.
Yeah, it looks like Andy O'Brien's going to get shuffled back even a little bit further behind the 67 of Nathan Lucas, and right in between him and Jamison Huffman as they go through a couple other battles. As we look back here in the back, you've got the 6 of James Robert and Raymond Seabird Heath. They're battling as they go up into turn 3. We talked about the 0-8 there early on about Miranda Price. In yesterday's race, Greg, coming out of turn 9, right as you get to the exit there on the flat going up the hill, the right front hub exploded and went off over into the right.
And there was the call that one of the drivers had lost the wheel and had kept going on across the pavement.
And for her very first racing action to have that happen and to be able to keep that car straight, go up over the hill to crest, down into turn 10, phenomenal job right there. So a great recovery right there and able to finish. Nothing really wrong with the car. In speaking to her dad, Brian, this afternoon, that car is back out here and she's looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, had to put a new upright on it, probably changed the brake line on it. And Miranda's just now, I think, graduating from high school, very young, just got her rookie license. And to have a hub go and basically have the wheel go, take the caliper and the brake line, that essentially meant that she had no brakes. And
Correct.
to be able to bring that car to a controlled stop under that kind of condition and that kind of situation, very good. Of course, her father, a former Pirelli World Challenge TCB champion, equivalent of B-Spec, and also a multi-time MARRS champion as well.
Yeah, tell you what, our front 10 cars there, all single file. The only car that kind of pulled out of line to try to make a move going down in turn 1 was Caleb Crocker over Brooks Hunt. Not able to make that happen. He's going to fall back in there. Real quick, going to give a shout out as our leaders and everybody going down through turn 4 and 5. I'm going to give a shout out to Andy O'Brien's son, Mackenzie, who is a mechanic on the GM Corvette, who, and you may want to turn your ears away if you don't want to hear this.
The Pratt and Miller team.
The Pratt Miller team won the 24 Hours of Le Mans in the GT AM division that concluded earlier this morning. So if you don't want to know, you may want to turn down your radio.
Now that we've told you.
Now you can turn it back
Yeah,
down.
now you can raise the volume again.
So great job with McKinsey and that whole team, and great to see that the Corvette team with Pratt Miller come out and get another Le Mans victory.
Yeah,
so.
and depending on how this weekend goes, we may find Andy behind the wheel of that Corvette race car, maybe putting somebody like Johnny O'Connell out of a job.
Yeah.
Actually, Johnny's not racing with him any longer, but still here. So we've got a bit of a breakaway now here, Brian, at the front of the field. As we've got Ryan Maloney and Neil O'Rourke nose to tail, then about 5 car lengths back from there, we've got Scott O'Rourke and Kevin Kopp, and Andy O'Brien, John Hotz, and Nate Lucas still battling it out for position.
Yeah, I tell you what, John Hotz made a great move going by Kevin Kopp there, going into turn 1. He was able to get by Nathan Lucas and Kevin Kopp. Now you got Kevin Kopp right on the rear bumper of John Hotz as they head up over turn 3. Andy O'Brien getting 2 right side tires off in the old Tristan Herbert line, as we call that, coming up out of turn 3, and so does everybody else. So
it's always such an honor to have a move named after you, unless that part of that move is going off track and running through a gravel track.
Well, evidently he's been doing a lot of coaching because it seems like everybody's doing it. So now it's not going to be the Tristan Herbert line. Now it's just going to be the SSM line. That is the line that you need to take if you want to be successful to get up through turn 3.
All right, just got word that we were speaking to Miranda Price. Sounded like she took the car off, 4 wheels off, under braking going into turn number 5. She has managed to recover. So we'll see where she ends up on track. She had found herself here early on in the running in 21st position, having started in 20th.
Here comes our leaders now, Ryan Maloney, Jonathan Evans. And I tell you what, both of those drivers are just seem to be sitting there content. Jonathan Evans not peeking out, not making a move, wanting to just stay in the clutches there with Ryan Maloney as they start to pull away from Neil O'Rourke and then Scott O'Rourke. And then another 2 car lengths back is John Hotz in that 63 machine. And then you've got Kevin Kopp and then Nathan Lucas.
All right, sounds like Kellen Crocker had a bit of a wild ride going out of turn 1 into turn number 2. He has managed to continue in that orange number 123 machine.
Take a look and see where he is. Yeah, he's fallen back a little bit more. Every time Kalen makes a pass on somebody, he gives them the hang 10 sign. I wonder if anybody else has given him the hang 10 sign as he decided to go off there. I know him and Brooks have been battling all weekend long. I've been, parked right next to them, myself in the motorhome, and kind of listening to the banner back and forth, and it's actually been kind of exciting.
That's right. They not only fight for position on the track, but apparently at the little
going
portable bar.
Sorry, Greg. Going into turn 5, Brooks Hunt, basically kind of came unglued there and really
and we've got a car, Brian, that's
car.
gone into the grass, coming down through the chute, going into turn number 5. Another car.
That's James Roberts is the yellow car, and I don't know who the green one is.
Yeah, we'll check the green Miata here. I'm going to wait to get the number from our corner.
Yeah, it looks like it almost came right into our front. James Roberts almost came into our front living room right there into that camera. That green car now seems to be able to going away and driving off, so you'll be able to get that number, I'm sure. That may have been the 30. That may have been the 39 of Jack Kellum. Looked like the color of his car.
We'll try and get the number. Well, and as all of the drivers have vacated the scene, it sounds like perhaps our corner workers did not get the number as we saw there. The green machine. We'll get the number.
We'll see it when he comes back around. I think, and Nathan Lucas has pulled his car, Greg, behind the wall, going back to the paddock. So Nathan Lucas' day is done. And he was sitting up in that 5th and 6th position.
And that was the Burgundy 67. And here comes the green car, Brian. We'll get the number on it here as it comes by us, and it was the number 39 machine that had the wild ride there, and it was wild. That was Jack Kellum.
Yep.
And I think Kellum had some issues yesterday as well, but we saw he dropped wheels on the outside of the chute, turn number 4, fastest corner on the course, and luckily did not impact anything, although it looked like another car might have gotten very close as he came back across the track surface.
Yep. Tell you what, let's go ahead and reset our top 10 here right now with the Nathan Lucas dropping out. So sitting in first right now is Ryan Maloney in that 15 machine. Jonathan Evans in that 42 machine is second. John Hotz is third. Scott O'Rourke, actually Neil O'Rourke is going to be third now. He's gotten around John Hotz. John Hotz is going to fall back to fourth. Then you're going to end up with
the 66 of
Kevin Kopp, and then the 32 is going to be looks like timing and scoring is having a little challenge.
I was going to say having a little trouble keeping up with us. We've got the 32 machine directly behind that is Scott O'Rourke.
I'm going to reset this whole thing here because for whatever reason it's still showing John Hotz is sitting in third, and he's not in third right now. I can guarantee you that. Right now he is sitting behind Neil O'Rourke in fourth position. So as I said, Ryan Maloney, Jonathan Evans, Neil O'Rourke, John Hotz, Kevin Kopp, Scott O'Rourke. Then you got the 14 of Andy O'Brien, 89 of Jameson Huffman. Then you've got David Biegert. Then you've got Ben Jones. And then you've got the 58 of Jack Murchison. That's your top 10 right now. As everybody else seems to be single file kind of getting through the race course right now. Again, I'm showing 14 laps left to go. I would assume that is correct here. It seems to be not updating on a race monitor again and not putting them in the right position here. Then again, I've got Ryan Maloney and Jonathan Evans. Their names are now waiting for data. So it's those horses that are running, waiting for data horses. Evidently having some challenges there. But if you go on to Race Hero as well, you can see Ryan Maloney, Neil O'Rourke, John Hotz, Kevin Kopp, Scott O'Rourke, Andy O'Brien, Jameson Huffman, David Biegert, now Ben Jones, and then Jack Murchison.
All right, and I'm looking to see, and we'll track this and see Isaac Jordan, driver of the 46 machine, apparently took the shortcut between turn 5 and 7. He may end up with a new track record before this lap is over, Brian. So we'll continue to track that as the driver with the fastest lap so far, though. That is Ryan Maloney with a 129.41 in the books. Now, if we go a little bit further back in the field, great battle here. A little bit further back, actually, as I was talking about the 46 of Isaac Jordan. He's got Scott Krasnick, Brooke Huntz, as well as Callan Crocker and Asif Kazem fairly close behind. They should be coming now down towards turn number 3. 4 cars all in a row. And then just a little bit further back behind them actually is as it's Callan Crocker, the orange 123 in the back of that pack with RF Chasm, Jordan Furman, Adam Volatile just behind that group now. 4 cars coming down into turn number 5 under braking.
Yeah, so where we saw Callan Crocker get a little bit loose and make a little bit of mistake early on, he is now caught back up to Brooks Hunt, who again overcooked turn 5 that one time, and now he's got it back under control. So those guys are going. Greg, looking at the race monitor part, I don't think it's picking up Neil O'Rourke in that 3rd position for timing and scoring. So that's why it's a little bit off right now. But I can tell you that Neil O'Rourke is sitting in 3rd, and now Ryan Maloney and Jonathan Evans, they've pulled out by about 25, almost 30 car lengths, Greg, about a 3.5-second lead over Neil O'Rourke in that 06 machine as they come through turns 1 and 2. And it looks like we had one car go off there in turn 5, but is able to continue. We'll try to see who that number is, and you may get a call there, but eventually we will pick them up through the carousel.
Well, it sounds as though we had the 39 machine take another wild ride, and as you mentioned, one other car. We've got a car, Brian, that's just now pulled off onto the access road just past the start-finish line. It looks like his day is now going to be done.
I'll give you a number here in a second as he comes through, and that looks like that is going to be the 91 of Scott Christak. So Christak's day is done. He's coming through the back gate. So, again, a lot of guys making that right-hand turn just past the start-finish line. So, he's going to take the back way in back to the paddock.
All right. Now, have we checked, because I'm also showing John Evans as not having put in any times recently in the 42 machine.
Well, I show that, I show that there is obviously some transponder issues. My first 2 are showing waiting for data.
Those are my favorite racers.
They're the best racers of all.
That's right.
But I can tell you right now, looking at this coming down through the start-finish line,
he is,
Ryan Maloney, Jonathan Evans,
running.
Neil O'Rourke, they're getting ready to go around the 40 machine there.
That's right.
Of John Grayer there. So now John Hotz is getting ready to make a move. Now Kevin Kopp's going to move drivers right there. Actually, he was making the pass on John Grayer. So John Hotz got by him. Kevin Kopp kind of got held up there going into the braking zone, but now he's able to get by him as well. So that gap to the front, from the front 2 back to 3rd and then the 4th, Greg, that's opening up even more as we're starting to get through lap traffic here in the back half of this race.
That's right. So rest assured, Jonathan Evans, he is on track. He is currently running in 2nd. He's currently got the nose of his white Miata pressed right up against the rear bumper of the blue number 15, our leader, Ryan Maloney. And, of course, yesterday, Neil O'Rourke was your winner in the 06 machine. We heard that there might be some action taken on that car. It appears that it was slightly beyond the allowable horsepower range that for our top cars in the class. They all went across a dyno yesterday afternoon as the SSM class, perhaps one of the most tightly controlled classes in all of SCCA road racing, not just here in the Washington, D.C. region. They have sealed engines, sealed transmissions. They have a specified spark plug that they're allowed to use, and they only have a very limited range of horsepower that their cars can make on the dyno, and I think the max is 107 horsepower.
And Greg, coming out of turn 2 and making the right-hand turn to come back and take the back gate exit is the Jack Kellum machine as well in that 39. So Jack Kellum's day is done. So a lot of drivers using that back gate there this afternoon.
All right, so Brian, now as we are working lap number 10. Actually, we've got 10 laps remaining, and we're working lap 10. Let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. That's race group number 6. Please head to the grid. Race group number 6, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid.
Tell you what, last time by, Greg, Ryan Maloney's lead over Jonathan Evans was the biggest it's been all race long. It's about, it's a little bit bigger than what that was. It was about a car length and a half actually coming out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3. So that's the biggest that it's been all the way around. Here they come up underneath the bridge right now, getting ready to come up onto turn 10. And right now it's about a car length and a half.
All right, Brian, as we see our leader now starting to, as you mentioned, starting to stretch things out, I continue to watch this neat little battle a little further back in the field. It's the battle for 21st position. Miranda Price, Pat Sharkett, and Ray Seabird Heath. Pat Sharkett in the white number 96 machine. He's just gotten around Miranda Price, and then Ray Seabird Heath slotting in just behind the two of them, but they've been jockeying for position now almost every single corner as we go down to another one of these great battles much further up in the field, Brian.
I tell you what, that's the Andy O'Brien, Jamison Huffman, and David Biegert. I tell you what, they were nose to tail. It looks like Huffman wanted to make a move on Andy O'Brien going into turn 1, got back in line. Now Andy O'Brien's going to stretch that out by about half a car length. David Biegert right there, not going away. A little bit further back is the 58 of Jack Murchison, and then the 10 of Benjamin Jones. That looks like that's going to be for probably 9th and 10th, if not 11th and 12th positions right now, based off transponders and looking at different things here. But looks like that could be for, let's see, that's going to be 9th and 10th.
All right. And so if you like the action that we're providing you here this weekend, please, if you haven't done so already, go ahead and give us a thumbs up. And if you haven't subscribed to the Washington, D.C. Region's YouTube channel, go ahead and do that. Click on the notification bell. You can find out all the times we go live. We're hoping to get up to 500 subscribers by Labor Day. If we do, Brian and I are going to give away a nice little prize. We don't know what that is yet. You don't know what that is yet, but we'll give away something to make it worth your while to one of our lucky viewers. So go ahead and give us that big thumbs up.
Tell you what, here comes our overall leaders again, Ryan Maloney, Jonathan Evans. I'll tell you what, John Hotz is starting to close in a little bit on Neil O'Rourke right there, and I think if they want to have any chance of catching these two leaders, they're going to have to do it soon and get close together in order to do that, because I have a feeling that Jonathan Evans, the minute he gets on that back bumper of Ryan Maloney, as they're going to start to come up on some lap traffic here, Greg, towards the end of this race with 8 laps to go, it's going to have to be where you're going to make that move.
All right, another one of the fights that we have been watching here is now the battle for 11th with Isaac Jordan in the gray number 46. He's got Kalen Crocker, who's made up a number of positions. He's got around Brooks Hunt and Arif Kazem. Kalen Crocker in the orange 123 car. Then Brooks Hunt in the 65. Kazem, Adam Volatile, part of that fight as well. So 5 cars there, all battling it out just outside of the top 10 for 11th position. But just goes to show, Brian, whether we've got 50 of these cars on track or whether we got 30 or 20, there's a fight everywhere. There's a battle everywhere through the field.
Yeah, this class is all about the driver and all about getting the most out of these cars as you can. Right? These are all equally prepared cars, as we talked about. They're all sealed. They're all, everything comes to back to the driver and the handling and the setup. As here comes our leaders now, Greg, and now Jonathan Evans is right back on that back bumper of Ryan Maloney. They're going to be coming up on a lapped car here as they head into turn 1. That car is going to get through turns 1 and 2 before they get there, but then they're going to actually come up on the back end here, probably within the next 2 laps of that Seabird, that Raymond Heath and Miranda Price and Tillotson machine. That's going to be a little bit when we get towards the end of this race here with 7 laps to go, Greg. So we're going to have to see whether or not they can do it and get through there relatively cleanly. Here comes O'Rourke. Here comes Hotz. And as I said, Hotz is starting to reel in Neil O'Rourke. So those two are going to be battling. That's going to be the last podium spot for this race right now. Unless something happens, I'm going to jump back here to the Jamison Huffman, Andy O'Brien. Now Huffman's ahead of Andy O'Brien, and then Biegert's starting to drop off a little bit, and he's going to start to fall back into the clutches of Ben Jones and Jack Murchison.
All right, as we now have, as you mentioned, Brian, here just 7 laps remaining in this 20-lap feature race. Stay tuned, stay here. We've got 3 more feature races coming up this afternoon. And again, our next one is going to be Spec Racer Ford here. Let's play the nasty tones again. Nasty tones. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 6, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. You're up next.
Our leaders now heading down into turn 1, just past the 86 of Isaac Clark here. Again, another newcomer to this class here, Greg. Isaac Clark making his first full race here, but he now got passed by the leader, so he's going to go one lap down, and we have one car that looks like it may have gone off up in through turn 1. It looks like that's going to be the Isaac Clark machine, but he's able to continue it, but that's going to throw a lot of dust and a lot of dirt down there, Greg. It's going to be tough for these guys to see, as here comes Neil O'Rourke up on him along with John Hotz. They're going to close in on him to get by there. Drop back a little bit with that Kevin Kopp and Scott O'Rourke machine. They've been nose to tail pretty much the entire race, and then that comes back by about another 30 car lengths to the Jamison Huffman, Andy O'Brien, and David Beekert.
Yeah, and that is a fight that, Brian, that is really starting to heat up there just outside of the top 5 for 6th position. Huffman, O'Brien, and Beegert locked nose to tail. They've been that way for the past 3 laps. They're coming down the hill now, down into turn 5, but another one just ahead or just behind. And we've been talking about Callan Crocker in his huge fight with Ben Jones, as Ben Jones has gotten back around Callan Crocker. Isaac Jordan, who had been leading this little pocket of drivers, now falls back to 12th position, and they got Brooks Hunt and Arif Kazem as part of that fight as well.
Tell you what, Brooks Hunt gets that right rear tire hooked up in that in the rumble strips there into the sand trap, and basically almost lost the car, able to hold on to it. Caleb Crocker just decided to stick right in behind him, didn't really want to go anywhere there to force the issue still. So obviously these guys know what lap they're on. Here comes our leaders now. They're going to come through a bunch of traffic as they're getting ready to go through, and it looks like that Ryan Maloney tried to go 3 wide here with Miranda Price and Raymond Heath. That has opened the door, which means now that's Raymond Heath is going to force Jonathan Evans to go full 4 off into turn 3. I don't think Raymond Heath knew Jonathan Evans was that close to him.
I don't think so, and what that has done now is it has opened things up considerably for Ryan Maloney, your leader, as we saw that white car lose a ton of momentum coming out of the gravel trap and back out on course.
Yeah, I don't think that, as I said, I don't think the 9 knew that the 42 was going to try to follow the 15 through that hole. It looks like Ryan was going to go 3 wide there, thought better of it, tucked back in behind the 9, and then ended up letting the 9 letting him go. But at that point, it was too late because he moved back into position, which ended up allowing Ryan Maloney to get all the way out in front. Here comes Ryan Maloney now, and that is a big gap, Greg. That's the largest gap we have had completely. We'll have to see whether or not Jonathan Evans is going to be able to close that gap, but they've gotten by the Miranda Price and the 36 of Tillotson, and then the Raymond Heath machine. Whether or not Evans is going to be able to close that gap with 4 laps to go over Ryan Maloney.
Yeah, and so now about 15 car lengths back. We were joking a little while ago when Maloney had opened up a like 3 car length advantage, but it is a huge margin now between these 2 racers. But the oddly enough, we've seen where Evans has put in the fastest lap of the race, almost 2 full seconds faster than what Maloney has been capable of today. So it's certainly within his capabilities to get back up there, as we have just 4 laps, actually 3.5 laps remaining.
Yeah, I tell you what, last time by, you had Jamison Huffman, David Beegert, and then Andy O'Brien. At some point, Andy O'Brien has gone off. He's just now coming out of turn 2. So he is going to drop in behind Jack Murchison, and he's going to drop in behind Ben Jones. So Ben Jones is going to move up into that top 10. Looking at Andy's car when he goes by, you can see the dust and the dirt from last time. So he has definitely looped it around somewhere as he now heads down through over the hill down into turn 5. Here comes our leaders now, Ryan Maloney, Jonathan Evans. Now, Jonathan Evans is a little bit behind. He's going to go past the 96 machine of Sharkett. He's going to utilize him for the draft, but at that point, he's just holding him up a little bit to try to get all the way down in there. And now Sharket's going to have to get on the brakes and let Jonathan Evans go through, see whether or not how close he's going to be able to close that gap.
And just back behind Brian, now side by side, we've got Scott O'Rourke and we've got Kevin Kopp going down into the braking zone of turn one as they had gotten around a number of slower drivers. And O'Rourke manages to hold off Kopp for the moment. Here sitting on the inside, the driver who started in fourth on the outside of row number 2. He currently sits fifth as they're making their way to turn 3.
And whoever the white car was is just now coming out of turn 2.
I think that might have been Sharkett, actually.
He went to go move completely out of the way of Scott O'Rourke and just basically drove off the track there in turn 1.
Actually, not Pat Sharkett.
That is not Sharkett. That may be the Isaac Clark machine of the 86. And yes, indeed, it is the 86. He looked up in his rearview mirror and saw Kopp and O'Rourke coming and went, well, I'm just going to stay straight.
Yeah. I'll go to the Jefferson circuit. Everything will be fine. It's all fine. Exactly. All right, so we've got now 3 laps remaining when our leaders come by the start-finish line. It'll be 2 laps to go, 4 miles remaining in this Spec Miata feature race here as part of the June MARRS Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series presented by RP Performance, as our leaders are out of 10 now. And again, 2 laps remaining as the number 40 machine has shown the blue flag, letting them know that our leaders are coming through and coming down the front straight.
Greg, we got 1 car over to driver's left, just out of 2, in between 3. I can't get a complete number. It is a crimson car with a red with a, looks like maybe a blue or a black top. I don't see any damage to the car. It looks like it's completely out of the way. Now it looks like he's moving again. I hope he's not going to go and pull out there because Ryan Maloney is making a move on the 40. There's really nowhere to see where to go. Hopefully he's going to stay there. Maybe the 98 machine.
I was just going to say we had gotten word over at turn 2 that there was contact between the 98 machine and the 46 machine. The 98 was as Arif Kazem, and then the 46 is Isaac Jordan. And I believe that is the 98 machine of that is sitting. Yeah, indeed it is, because we're now starting to see him drop down the order. Who is sitting in the grass, driver's left, is we now have, it looks like the driver.
Isaac Clark decided to come down pit road, get out of the soup, as you would say, and come down and then go back out. So, again, trying to get him some clear. Again, his very first time here, he's getting to understand what's going on, and he's learning when that big yellow O'Rourke machine comes up behind you, you just keep going straight.
All right, Ryan Maloney comes out of turn number 10 with an 8-car length advantage over the number 42 machine of Jonathan Evans, and he gets the white flag. 1 lap to go, 2 miles remaining here at Summit Point Raceway for this feature SSM race. Running now in 3rd position, Neil O'Rourke in the green 06 machine, and he's only got about 2 car lengths on John Hotz, as they are the trailing cars coming down into turn 1 right now. The green 06, the white machine of John Hotz, the 63, directly behind as they're coming out of 2.
Yeah, coming out of turn 2, and John Hotz is actually reeling him in because now Neil O'Rourke's going to get stuck in behind the Patrick Sharkett machine. That's going to allow John Hotz to get a lot of momentum there. Neil O'Rourke tries to go driver's left of Sharkett, and then he's got another car in there, but John Hotz now is right on the back bumper. If you look coming out of your camera there, going down into turn 5, you're going to see probably some side-by-side action with John Hotz and Neil O'Rourke. There's O'Rourke getting through. There's John Hotz going to get through. John Hotz actually is going to get hung up with the Patrick Sharkett.
Still not able to get past the 96 machine to Sharkett, and that is definitely going to provide some clearance to Neil O'Rourke as they start to work their way through turn 6A and 6B. Now Sharkett, longtime instructor here for Summit Point's training facility, as well as a longtime SSM racer. I'm sure he's going to try to let that battle continue, but not a lot of time left for John Hotz as he tries to get up into the podium. As our leaders now come out of turn 10 and taking the win, Ryan Maloney for the second, actually not for the second day in a row. He finished second yesterday, but Ryan Maloney taking the win today in SSM. John Evans, 1.2 seconds back, will finish second. Neil O'Rourke, he is going to hold off John Hotz with the last podium paying position, while Hotz will finish in 4th. Scott O'Rourke will come home now in 5th position. Kevin Kopp will finish 6th. Jamison Huffman, great run for Jamison, started 10th, finished in 7th. David Biegert will finish 8th. Jack Murchison 9th. Ben Jones will finish in 10th. Andy O'Brien will finish in 11th position. Then Brooks Hunt, Callan Crocker, Isaac Jordan.
Well, let's not count that Caleb Crocker
Oh,
Brooks
yeah,
Hunt
yeah,
too,
no,
because
it's
they're
not.
nose to tail. Let's see if Brooks Hunt's going to hold him off. Bumpy's going to hold off the Hang 10 guy.
Well, there you go.
Bumpy holds off Hang 10.
There may have been a different hand signal that time, Brian, but it was not Hang 10. So there you go. Brooks Hunt will finish in 12th. Callan Crocker will finish 13th. Isaac Jordan now crosses the finish line. He will finish in 14th position in the number 46 machine. Then we've got Adam Volatile. He will finish 15th. The YouTube guy, Jordan Furman, the meme guy, he will come home 16th. Isaac Crandall, 17th. Jay Bindrum, 18th. Bindrum, by the way, just ran his fastest lap of the race on the very last lap. Steve Wolfson, in the first of our 2 yellow cars to come across the line, the number 24 Autism Awareness Machine will finish in 19th, and rounding out the top 20 will be the yellow number 6 of James Roberts. All right, so Brian, great SSM race as always, as we always have from this group, always very competitive.
Yeah, fantastic racing all the way around. I know when they ended up getting into some lap traffic there, you've got with the Ryan Maloney and Jonathan Evans kind of separated them there as Ryan's mom gets in the passenger seat with the checkered flag, going to go around, take his mom around for his victory lap here. It did look like the 98 was able to pull off the track, Greg. I think for the last couple laps decided to sit and wait there until everybody went by. Knew he was out of it.
All right, so Ryan Maloney making his way around, and perhaps the most important 2 miles of the day. Because he's got to make sure that mom makes it back to the bed safely. Ryan Maloney, your winner today in SSM. And again, want to thank the great folks from RP Racing, RP Performance, that are sponsoring this weekend. They are our title sponsor this weekend here at Summit Point Raceway. And they've done so much this weekend. They gave away a free entry in conjunction with this being the 75th anniversary, the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA gave a free entry to the 75th entrant to the event. They gave away free prizes to our competitors when they came in the registration on Friday evening, and they also provided the lunches for all of our volunteers yesterday. So we want to thank them for all that they do. Also want to thank the Maryland Miata Club for coming to Summit Point Raceway and watching 2, I think, wonderful Miata-related races. There's still a lot more racing, so if you're down there in the car corral over by Turn 8, we ask that you stick around, enjoy the rest of the action, because we have got 3 more races coming up that I think you're going to enjoy. So let's do this, Brian. Let's take a quick break. We'll thank some of our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, our next group. Oh yeah, let's ring the funny tones, because there's still, I think, a few holes open on the grid for our Spec Racer 4 drivers. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 drivers is your final call to the grid. Your race is next. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, please head to the grid. All right, let's take a break. We'll be back with you in a few moments here from Summit Point Raceway and the June MARRS presented by RP Performance.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas, and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway and the 2023 June MARRS Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series presented by RP Performance. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, I think probably one of the best ways to follow up an SSM race is with some more great spec racing with Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. We've got Joel Pence up at the top of the grid there, ready to split the field and send them on their way. Let's go and take a look at the starting order.
All right, starting 21st from Columbia, Maryland, 14th of Kevin Silbert. Starting in 20th from Pine Mountain, I believe that's Pine Mountain, Georgia, the 45 of Court Dowis. Starting in 19th from Winchester, Virginia, the 06 of John Brumder. Starting in 18th from Millersville, Maryland, the 31 of Bruce Cominga. Starting in 17th, the 41 from Vienna, Virginia, that's Philip Ackley. Starting in the 16th position from Baltimore, Maryland, the 25 of Aaron Meisner. Starting in the 17th position from Huntington, New York, the number 17 of John Dole. Starting in 14th from Littletown, Pennsylvania, the number 3 of J. Mark Wendling. Starting in 13th position from Delmont, Virginia, the 87 of John Ryan. Starting in the 12th position, the number 51 from Frederick, Maryland, that's Eric Prepsius. Starting in the 11th position from Westchester, Pennsylvania, that's the 5 of Mike Kosuf. Starting in 10th position from Annapolis, Maryland, Keith Frazier in the number 7. Starting in the 9th position from Leonardtown, Maryland, the 13 of Andrew Waldorf. Starting in the 8th position from New York, New York, the 57 of Donald Privet. Starting in the 7th position from Staunton, Virginia, that's the number 11 of Jisoo Kim. Starting in the 6th position from Washington, D.C., that's Mac Harrison in the number 30. Starting in the 5th position from Sherwood Forest, I believe that's Maryland as well, that is the 20 of Kevin Elon. Starting in the 4th position from Chesapeake, Virginia, the number 74 of Joe Blanks. Starting in the third position from Spring Grove, Pennsylvania, the 39 of Mike Amey. Starting on the front row and starting in second position, yesterday's winner from Charlestown, West Virginia, the 38 of Morgan Burkhardt. And starting on the pole from Boyd's, Maryland, the number 55 of Sam Schechter.
All right, Brian, it is our field now making their way around this 2-mile, 10-turn course on their pace lap. It appears as though one of our Spec Racer 4 drivers, that is John Brumder, driver of the number 06 machine out of Winchester, having some trouble getting that car started. There are a number of people on the pit lane looking at that car, trying to see if they can get it rolling and get it out on track. And at this point, as the field is coming around into the carousel section, he'd likely have to start from the pit lane rather than have him head out and try to catch up to the rest of the field here. So yesterday, we finished this race under full course caution. And Morgan Burkhardt had led pretty much from the drop of the green flag. And on the very last lap, just as we were going from a full course, from green flag racing, we had a car off in the gravel trap at turn 10. A second car ended up in the gravel trap. We went to a full course caution and then black flag. And because of the black flag, the results got rolled back to the last complete lap. Now, Sam Schechter passed Morgan Burkhardt on that last lap, and so it got rolled back. Burkhardt took the win. As the green flag is now out on the field, and Burkhardt gets a very good jump at the start, moves up about a full car length on our pole sitter, Sam Schechter, and then Kevin Elliott in the green number 20, directly behind Jisoo Kim in that yellow number 11. In fourth position as they come into turn 1 for the very first time. And from the outside lane, Brian, it looks like Morgan Burkhardt, for the second day in a row, has been able to cut across the nose of our pole sitter, Sam Schechter, and take the lead.
I tell you what, that's exactly what he's done, Greg, and he is continuing to lead over Sam Schechter. And then you got to throw in the 30, I believe that's the 39 of Greg Amey there, then Mac Harrison. I tell you what, before they even got to the start-finish line, Greg, Mac Harrison went around Joe Blanks in that 74 machine. Joe Blanks was starting 4th, and Mac Harrison starting 6th. Went completely around him, got a much better jump.
That's right. And, of course, in SCCA road racing, that is a legal move.
That is true.
That as soon as the green flag comes out, you are allowed to move, you're allowed to pass. You don't have to wait to the start-finish line in order to gain a position. You just have to wait for the green flag to be out in the air, which it was. A great move. Way to get on the gas there. As our leaders now coming up the hill, coming out of turn 8 and underneath the bridge for the very first time. And we'll see if Morgan Burkhardt was able to hold off the rest of the field. He was, and it is Burkhardt and Schechter now opening up about an 8-car length of advantage over Kevin Elliott in the green number 20 machine. Elliott has Mac Harrison directly behind after having made up those two positions. Jisoo Kim sitting in 5th in the yellow number 11, and Kim having to hold off now Joe Blanks and Andrew Waldorf running 6th and 7th as they come into turn 1.
Yeah, well, right now they're side by side between Morgan Burkhardt and Sam Schechter as they head up into turn 3. Morgan sitting there, he's going to get the advantage going up into turn 3, was able to get a little bit further deeper before they had to actually touch the brakes there. Sam had to get on the brakes just a little bit too much. I'm going to jump back here. It looks like we had 3 people that did not make the call today. One of them is the 39 of Mike Amey, 51 of Eric Prepsius, and then obviously the 06 of John Brumber, which we saw down on pit lane there, which is now being towed back.
And it's notable that Mike Amey didn't make the grid in the 39 machine. He finished 3rd yesterday. Yeah. And, of course, he is the proprietor, Doggone Racing, who's providing Morgan Burkhardt the car that he is racing, and also provides support for some other drivers in the field, including Bruce Kerminga in the number 31, as our leaders coming out of turn 8 underneath the bridge, and Morgan Burkhardt now opening up about 3/4 of a car length back to Sam Schechter, then another 6 car lengths back to Kevin Elliott, who has opened up another car length and a half total to the number 30 machine of Mac Harrison. Harrison's got Joe Blanks only a half a car length back, because we've got a car that's gone around coming out of turn 10, and I'm fairly certain that's Aaron Meisner, and Meisner is the driver who was in the gravel trap at turn 10 yesterday, so hopefully getting this out of his system early, but I think he had a spin at turn 10 early on in yesterday's race as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's where we mistakenly said that John Ryan was the one who slid in there after after Meisner was stuck in there, and it ended up being that it was the 17 of John Dole. So we apologize for all the fans, and we talked about this earlier, for John Ryan and him and his family to say that it was John Ryan, and it was not.
It was not, and I think a lot of it is because we did talk about perhaps the second car in might have been overdriving the car a little bit, and actually got some feedback. Some of the folks in the field, they think that second car in saw the incident, got out of the throttle, which lift-off oversteer in a spec racer Ford is a thing, and it's a big thing. And you crank that wheel just a little bit, and if you just completely lift off the throttle, the rear end with that engine in the rear is going to walk around on you, and that's exactly what happened.
Here comes our leaders now out of turn 10. Again, Morgan opened up the biggest lead that he's had pretty much all race long here.
Maybe all weekend long.
Early on. Yeah, pretty much all weekend long. You're right. More than what he had yesterday over Sam Schechter. Kevin Elion in that second, in that third position, then Joe Blanks in that fourth position. Pretty much single file all the way down, not really seeing any side-by-side. You got to go all the way back to J. Mark Wendland and the 87 of John Ryan going down through there. They're going to be side-by-side going down into turn one. John Ryan's going to go deep in there. Well, let's see whether or not J. Mark Wendland can do the over-under on John Ryan as they go through, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to make that stick, so give that position to John Ryan in the 87.
Yeah, as those two drivers are following Mike Costa and Bruce Kuminga down, and it didn't really give a lot of room there for John Ryan to try and make a pass there as Wendling was right up against the back of the green 31 machine. We'll see if he tries to do that again, but almost everybody else at this point, Brian, sitting nose to tail, trying to, I think, close down some of the gaps that have been created this early on.
Yeah. So we look coming out of turn 8. Here comes our leaders now. And again, Greg, they're starting to spread out amongst themselves here. Pretty much the biggest gap, I got to tell you, since I have seen from any of these spec racers in the last couple of events here. Normally you see it. So being that it's a 20-lap race, and 16 laps left to go, a lot of these guys are probably just pacing themselves right now.
Well, maybe Morgan Burkhardt is using John Hotz's displays in Spec Miata as a bit of an example to go by. As he's opened up again a couple car length advantage over Schechter. Burkhardt again resets fast lap as the heat is starting to come in on those Spec Hoosier DOT tires. The gap now, about 10 car lengths maybe at most between Burkhardt and Schechter. Burkhardt now down to a 121.1. I think we mentioned yesterday that during testing on Friday that Burkhardt had been slightly underneath the track record set by David Dickerson in October of this past year, back in 2022, and it was a 119.53. Burkhardt was down to a 119.2. But much like yesterday, we're talking about mid-80s, getting close to 90 degrees outside. Not exactly optimal temperatures, even for a fuel-injected car like these Spec Racer Fords to make power.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough here this afternoon and even to get close to that. But we'll have to see. I mean, he's got the fastest lap of the race right now, 121.1. We'll see what he does now. Looks like he really got through turn 10 relatively clean. He ends up going to 121.146. But Sam Schechter with that 121.130, he's closed that gap now. Instead of 0.91 seconds, it's now 9.0 seconds.
he made up 16 thousandths of a second there.
Made up a hundredth of a second there. Yeah.
As they come out of two. But I think more importantly also, Brian, and we saw this yesterday, Burkhardt and Schechter very early on checked out, the two of them checked out from the rest of the field. It is now about 20 to 25 car lengths from Sam Schechter in second back to Kevin Elion in third. And Elion has about a 7 or 8 car length advantage over Joe Blanks. But as our top two racers separate out from the rest of the field, this is going to be an advantage for them where perhaps they can start fighting it out with maybe 6 or 7 laps remaining in this race and not have to necessarily worry about third place or fourth place drivers coming up to intervene.
Yeah. Tell you what, Greg, as our top 9 drivers kind of single file, let's drop back here to the 10th battle for 10th position between the 5 of Mike Kosu, 31 of Bruce Kuminga, throwing the 87 John Ryan and J. Mark Wendling. Last time by, they started to go too wide down into turn 1 between those 5 cars. Throw in John Dole there as well. They're going to be coming up through turn 8 right now, headed up underneath the bridge. They've kind of gotten single file right now, but it looks like the Bruce Kuminga machine gets a great run out of turn 10, and now he's going to lead this group this time by. So he's going to lead Mike Kosuth. J. Mark Wendling's going to move up ahead of John Ryan and John Dole in that 17 machine.
And there is, they come all down nose to tail. And now stepping to the inside, trying to make the pass on Kuminga is Mike Kosuth in the 5. And he goes all the way to driver's right, Brian, and leaves a huge width between he and Kuminga, really compromising his entry into turn number 1. And as they come out, though, it is Kosuth. He is able to get around the 31 machine, who will now drop back into 11th position, move Kosuth up to 10th.
I tell you what, with 14 laps to go, that could have been interesting there if we were to have been in like 2 or 3 laps left to go, because I think Kuminga could have pushed the issue there.
Yeah.
You know, as far as Kosuth going through that entry and really having to track out as far as he could in turn 2, Kuminga could have done that over under.
Well, I think at this point they know the script. And they know they've got time, and they know they've got 3 cars sitting right behind them that are looking to overtake them. Here as our leaders come across the start-finish line, and Burkhardt and Schechter starting to tighten up, and now Schechter coming down, takes a look to the inside on Morgan Burkhardt at about the 500-foot mark. He slots in back behind, realizes he's not going to be able to draft past the number 38 machine, gets back in line, but the advantage that Burkhardt had opened up over the last 3 laps or so, Brian, it's now gone.
I tell you what, I think Sam just wanted to poke out there, get a little bit of air, sitting there up in the up in the front of that machine, and just let Morgan know, hey, just so you know, I haven't gone anywhere. Let's take a look back here at this Kosuth, Kuminga, and J. Mark Wendling. They're going to head down to turns 1 and 2 right now. You can see it. John Dole, John Ryan, they've kind of dropped back a little bit from that 3 battle. Looks like Kosuth's going to pull away from Kuminga and then J. Mark Wendling as they start to head up into turn 3. So they're starting to get single file and work themselves out. I'm going to drop back just a little bit more. This Philip Ackley in that 41 machine and Kevin Silbert in that 14 machine. Last time by, they were battling almost side by side going up to turn 3. Now Philip Ackley, he's going to handle that 15th position, and then that's going to move Kevin Silbert back into 16th respectively.
All right, and so Brian, we talked earlier when we were running down the starting grid about John Brumder in the 06 machine out of Winchester, Virginia, that they were having trouble getting that car started. We thought that perhaps he did not take the green flag and maybe they took the car back to the paddock. He is actually out on track. Okay. Of course, he is running now 6 laps down. He's working his he'll be completing his first lap. Unfortunately, not an easy first lap for him. Had a bit of an off going through turn 7, has managed to get the car back underway.
Able to sneak out off of pit road while we were not looking, because it shows here he's completed 1 lap. So
right.
We can drop back to this Kosuth and Kuminga. Now Kuminga looks to the driver's right, headed down into about the 300-foot mark. He gets back in behind that 5 of Mike Kosuth. That's going to allow J. Mark Wendling to get right on that back gearbox of Bruce Kuminga as they head through turns 1 and 2. Coming out of there, what that's doing is that's allowing John P. Dole to get right back into that 3-car battle there. That's going to be for 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th. John Ryan falling off the pace there from those cars as he was in that 5-car battle early on.
And there's Brumder. He just completed his 2nd lap, heading down into turn 1 now. And, wow, we've got a car coming out of turn 10, Brian, that he knew the leaders were coming through. The 45 machine, the white 45, pulling all the way over. Driver's right, that's Court Dowis, to allow Burkhardt and Sam Schechter through. And it pretty obviously gave, I think, a pause to our 2 leaders that they were expecting him to stay out on line driver's left and maybe come underneath him. Burkhardt, as a matter of fact, made a slight little move to driver's right just as Dowis was coming down to the inside. That's a great iRacing move, but it's something that we teach in driver's school here. Drive the line, be predictable, and it could have turned into something very, very bad. Yeah,
you make that aggressive move to get out of the way, and that could have been where the car behind him made the aggressive move as well, knowing that he needed to keep that momentum, and it could have been disastrous for not only both of the cars, but probably all
3 of them.
Yeah. We look back at this battle for 10th position here, Greg, with Mike Kosuth, Bruce Kuminga, and J. Mark Wendling. And then, as I said last time, throw in John P. Dole. John P. Dole's falling just a little bit back off that 3-car battle there for that 10th position as they start to pull away because they're going to stay single file. Bruce Kuminga does get a much better run off of turn 10, I think, than Mike Kosu, and then he's able to do it. It looked like we had one car went right in front of our camera, and I missed the color or the number of that car, so you should be getting a report of there. I mean, literally came right through into your living room, if not maybe into your kitchen.
That was the 57 machine of Don Privet, who had his challenges over at turn 5, and of course Privet now back underway.
Yeah, if he went through turn 5 and went all the way across there, because he's just now coming up in through coming out of turn 10 right now. We'll have to see what that lap time says because he cut half the course off.
Well, he said, it's a great way to make track records around here. All right, we are now halfway through this 20-lap feature race in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Let's make a call to the grid for our next race here at Summit Point. Attention in the paddock, First call to the grid for race group 7. That's our big bore group. American Sedan, GT1, 2, and 3, GTA and GTX, ITE and ITR, SPO and STU, Touring 1, Touring 2, and Touring 3. Race group number 7, big bore. Please start heading to the grid. That has like a rhythm to it. ITE, ITO, ITU, whatever.
You got to have the rhythm. If you don't have the rhythm, you don't have anything.
As my great friend Gloria Stefan says, the rhythm is going to get you. All right, here we go. Our leaders coming out of turn 10, and Morgan Burkhardt stretching that advantage for the second time today, now with about 5 car lengths separating he and Sam Schechter. And as both drivers have now fallen off their fast times of the day, they're now running in the low 1:21 range. And that last time by, Burkhardt made up about 25 hundredths of a second, about a quarter of a second. But under braking, going into turn 1, Schechter very late on the brakes, and he makes up about 2 car lengths on Burkhardt as they go through 3.
Yeah. I want to drop back. You're covering that. I'm going to cover this Kosu Bruce Kuminga. It looks like Kuminga may have run through his tires because now he has fallen back behind J. Mark Wendling there. So move Bruce Kuminga back to 12th, or he's just taking a couple laps here to let them cool off, Greg, because I know he was putting a lot of pressure on Mike Kosuth in that number 5 as they head down into turn 1. Kosuth's starting to lead J. Mark Wendling by about a car length and a half, about 0.6 of a second back to Bruce Kuminga, so another 0.3. So Bruce Kuminga now dropping another 2 positions back.
All right, just got the visual on it. Court Dowis in the 45 machine. We were talking about him just a few moments ago when our leaders went through. Apparently having some issues with his machine. He is now retired it back to the paddock. And Burkhardt now, again, turning in a very strong lap, resets fast lap here, and expands his lead over Sam Schechter before they get into the braking zone to about 6 car lengths. And again, Schechter much later on the brakes. He's able to close things down on Burkhardt at the end of that long front straight. And I think it's more a question of Burkhardt trying to maybe not overslow the car and carry speed through the corner, because as quickly as he loses ground going into turn 1, he picks it up again on the way out.
Yeah, Greg, I'm a little interested in finding out what happened to the 17th of John Dole there, because he was battling up for that 10th position at one point. He was sitting back in 13th position.
Right.
He has dropped all the way back to 17th, which has allowed John Ryan back up into 13th, along with Philip Ackley in the 41, back up to 14th, and 14th Kevin Silbert and Aaron Meisner. So John Dole falling all the way back to 17th, and it did look like last time by when I saw him going through turn 3, he seemed to be really well off the pace.
Yeah, and we'll see. Now we had issues, if I remember correctly, with that machine in our earlier, I think it was our earlier bracket race today. So we'll actually no. You know what? I'm thinking of John Dole with his
Formula
Continental, where he had issues, and so yeah, we'll see how things play out. Too many cars, too many names. All right, coming down the front straight now in the battle for 3rd position, and we haven't been watching this race for a while. Kevin Elliott in the green number 20 machine. He had about a 7 car length advantage over Joe Blanks as they came across the start-finish line. But now as they're going through turn number 1 and turn number 2, Blanks starting to close things up once again, and not that far back from them. Well, actually, yes, kind of far back from them. Now is Mac Harrison in the number 30 machine as he just leaves turn 2.
Yeah, Joe Blank's getting a little loose going into 3, getting that right rear tire.
Brian, coming down the front straight here. Sorry to cut in. We had the battle right now that we've been following between J. Mark Wendling, Mike Koseth, and Bruce Kerminga. Kerminga having fallen off the pace a little bit, but as we had Frazier and Wendling come out of 10, we had a quick move from Koseth in the number 5 machine, and a little late to respond to that was Mark Wendling, who just came right across the nose of the number 5 machine. Wendling moved back over driver's left, and that was his one move. He could not respond as Koseth came down the inside going into turn 1, but Koseth had to stand on the binders before they got to turn 1. It looked it was pretty close to turning into something disastrous.
Yeah, good thing they got that settled out. When they went through 3, you had Wendling leading over Koseth in that 10th position by about half a car length. So it'll take another probably a lap for Koseth to get back up under normal optimum speed right there, and that battle should continue.
All right, so now as we've got 6 laps remaining here, and the next time our leaders Burkhardt and Schechter come around turn and out of turn 10, we will have 5 laps remaining, have just a quarter of this 20-lap race left to go. Let's do this, Brian. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 7, our big bore group, American Sedan, GT1, 2, and 3, GTA and GTX, ITE and ITR, and SBO and STU, T1, T2, T3, yada, yada, yada. Race group number 7, big bore racers. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Tell you what, Greg, last time by, we were watching them come through the start-finish line. As you were making that call, you had Bruce Kerminga right on the back gearbox of the is now it looks like our leaders are going to come into some lap traffic. I'll get back to the Kerminga and the Koseth, but now you've got Sam Schechter. He's going to be pinned in between Aaron Meisner and the 14 of Kevin Silver. What does he do? Silbert gets all the way over to driver's right. Aaron Meisner stays on the line. Sam Schechter goes far driver's left, back to far driver's right to make that pass. Now he's going to be probably about 9/10 of a second back behind Morgan Burkhardt, but a good move by Schechter, and I will say a good move by Aaron Meisner to stay on the line right there.
Let me start, Brian, because you didn't see what I saw coming out of turn 10, because much like we saw with Court Dallas a little bit earlier, as our drivers were coming out of turn 10, both Aaron Meisner and Kevin Silbert, the 25 and the 14, both moved over to driver's right. Okay, Morgan Burkhardt was able to just stay over driver's left, and then we saw Aaron Meisner come back to the left, which impacted Sam Schechter's run there. Schechter was actually going
in the last race.
He was actually going to avoid as the slower car Meisner came back across his bow. So yeah, it's getting hairy out of 10 around here.
Well, here comes our leaders now, and we're going to see what that gap is. They're getting ready to come up on another machine. Actually, they're not coming up on another machine. Yes, they are. They're going to end up getting that machine there coming down into turn 1. But that lead now is 5/10 as it was about 9/10 the last time. Now it's 5/10 by Sam Schechter heading into Morgan Burkhardt. They're actually going to come up on another slower car coming out of turn 2. We'll see who that's going to be, but they're going to impact those guys as they come up into turn 3 here. That is actually going to be the 41 of Philip Ackley that they're going to come up on as they get up on top and crest the hill coming out of turn 3, headed down into turn 4. I'm sure Phil's going to know to let them go by. You look in your camera here, coming down in turn 5. Philip Ackley goes all the way to far driver's left, lets the 2 leaders by. Good move by Philip Ackley. And if there's anybody who knows that that's exactly what you should do right there, that's exactly the move you want to make to get out of the leader's way.
Indeed. And so we were just, as I was listening to race control, there was a somewhat of a late call, but from our starter stand about that possible, I wouldn't call it an incident at this point between Mark Wendling in the 3 and Mike Koseth in the 5, that the folks on the starter stand, and they're closer to the action than we are. I thought there might have actually been some contact between those 2 cars when we saw the 3 of Wendling come across the nose of Mike Koseth. I'm sure we'll let the stewards figure that one out at the end of the race. Oh, going wide, coming out of turn 10 was Aaron Meisner. Now, he ended up in the gravel trap yesterday, had the left-hand wheels in the gravel trap just past where our camera is, manages to gather it back up, and I'll tell you, the driver right behind him, Kevin Sobert in that blue number 14, wow, he moved all the way drivers right that time to avoid. But, Brian, let's look at this battle for the lead.
Yep, side by side going into turn 3. Sam Schechter, Morgan Burkhardt coming out of turn 2. Sam Schechter was able to get in front of Morgan Burkhardt out of turn 2 on the exit, and then Morgan stayed to driver's left, able to get underneath the Sam Schechter machine as they start to head down into turn 5 right now. It is Morgan Burkhardt back in front of Sam Schechter.
Yeah, so as you watch those cameras, Morgan Burkhardt, the driver of the 38 car, dark blue, Spec Racer Ford. Sam Schechter, light blue, Spec Racer Ford, the number 55 machine. And that's the best thing I can tell you right now is they're coming now out of turn 8 and starting to head up the hill. And it looks like Morgan Burkhardt down in the carousel opens up about 4, maybe 4.5 car lengths over Sam Schechter.
Yeah, I tell you what, Sam probably had to get on the brakes just a little bit harder than he wanted to in turn 3. It looks like next time by here, they're going to come up, they're going to have 2 laps to go. So Sam's going to have to work his way back up to the Morgan Burkhardt machine to if he wants to make that move. Greg, let's drop back real quick as they head down into turn 1, a little bit of a gap. It's now back to 6/10. You talked about the Mike Kosuth and the J. Mark Wendling. That momentum really hurt Mike Kosuth because now he's fallen back again into the clutches of Bruce Kuminga, where both J. Mark Wendling and Mike Kosuth were out in front of Bruce Kuminga where he was falling back. So now Kosuth is going to have to battle with Bruce Kuminga for the 11th and 12th position.
All right, we'll see now where our leaders are. They're going to be coming through the tail end of the carousel here in just a moment. And here they come out of, nope, that's not them. That's actually, I think.
There they are. They're going in the
They're going
through
turn 5. Yeah, sorry about that. Jumped the gun.
Yeah. They're trying to make them faster than they already are.
Yeah, well, come on. I was actually watching a little bit further back in the field, the number 7 machine and the number 3 machine here as our leaders now coming up out of turn number 8 and underneath the bridge. Morgan Burkhardt holding on to that advantage about 5 car lengths, but as they come through 10, and we saw this yesterday, Brian, Schechter carries so much more speed than Burkhardt through the final corner through turn 10, but he's 5 car lengths back at the line. White flag in the air, 1 more lap here of Summit Point Raceway. Less than 2 miles remain as Morgan Burkhardt leading the field heads down into turn 1.
And I think, I tell you what, if they can continue on this pace, they may not run up on the 87 of John Ryan. We keep talking about John Ryan our entire race here, but he is going to be out in front, so it looks like they're going to have clean traffic all the way through, probably until they get to turn 10 of this race and then come down that front stretch. So if Sam Schechter's going to make a move, he's going to have to do it by himself. There's not going to be any cars around him or near him. He's going to have to catch him. That last time by was 6/10 second lead for Morgan Burkhardt in that 38 machine as they head down through turn 5. It's still about 6/10 of a second. We'll watch through as they come through the carousel here. The next 2 cars that come through are more than likely going to be them. If you look in your cameras on the top left-hand screen, you can see them coming through there now. It looks like that is going to be them coming up the hill out of turn 8. And Morgan Burkhardt is now, Greg, opened up that even bigger lead.
Yeah, maybe an 8 car length advantage. And we've seen where Burkhardt has the advantage on the lower half of the course. Schechter on the upper half as they come through turn 10. For the very last time, Morgan Burkhardt with a 6 car length advantage. He's going to take the checkered flag. He's going to take the win in Spec Racer Ford. The starter holding the checkered flag, his mother, his father on the bridge, as well as Morgan Burkhardt takes the win. We saw Ryan Maloney take his mother for the victory lap here a few moments ago. I don't know if Beth Burkhardt's going to be able to do that. She's still waving the checkered flag for the rest of the field. Coming home in third is going to be Kevin Elliott in the number 20 machine. Joe Blanks only 3 car lengths back as they got to the line. The number 74 machine finishing just off the podium. Mac Harrison in the 30. He crosses the line. He's going to finish 5th. And as we wait for the yellow number 11 to cross the start-finish line, he does. And so Jisoo Kim will come home in 6th. Don Privet will finish behind the number 57 machine. Will finish in 7th. And we're waiting now for our remaining drivers. We're expecting Andrew Waldorf to be the next driver across.
And here comes J. Mark Wendling and the 7 of Keith Frazier there. Keith Frazier's going to hit him. So J. Mark Wendling, after that little small incident there with Mike Kosuth, he pulled all the way up to Keith Frazier in that number 7 machine and almost got 9th place.
That's right. So Waldorf finishes 8th, Frazier 9th. Wendling will round out the top 10. A distant 11th will be the number 5 machine of Mike Kosuth. And Kosuth and Bruce Kreminga had a darn good battle.
Yeah.
Kreminga just did not seem to have the oomph to get back up to the 5 machine. John Ryan will finish 13th. Congratulations to John. Phil Ackley will finish 14th. Aaron Meisner holds on for 15th. Kevin Silbert runs his fastest lap of the race on the last lap. He will finish 16th. And then I believe our last driver running here at the end, John Dole, driver of the number 17 machine. Appropriately enough, he's going to finish 17th. All right, so Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our last race, probably not our last race of the day, for our second to last race of the afternoon. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7. That's Big Bore, American Sedan, GT 1, 2, and 3, GTA and GTX, ITE and ITR, SPO and STU, T1 and T2 and T3. Please head to the grid. Race group number 7, please head to the grid. All right, so what we're going to do is take another break, and we'll be back here. We've got 2 more feature races remaining here from Summit Point Raceway and the June MARRS, presented by RP Performance here at Summit Point. I just said that, at Summit Point Raceway. We'll be right back.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway, Summit Point Motorsports Park, and the June MARRS Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series presented by RP Performance. Again, I want to thank the great folks from RP Performance for being our title sponsor here this week. Brian, we've got 2 races left to go, and we've been working with these small displacement engines seemingly all day long. Now it's time for the big ground pounders for their feature race. Let's run down the starting order.
All right. Scheduled to start 10th in the number 50 from Hackettstown, New Jersey, in the number 50 of Joseph Fagala. Starting in the 9th position from Iron Station, North Carolina, the 112 of Stephen Ryder. Starting in the 8th position from Liberty, North Carolina, in that Ford Fusion, the 67 of Devin Mistak. Starting in the 7th position from Mount Holly Springs, and I'm not sure what state because it's cut off, in that Dodge Neon. We'll have to look up to find out where the 07 of Alan Lesher is
He's from the Susquehanna region.
So I would have made that's Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So let's starting in the 6th position from the Plains, Virginia. That was a pretty easy one there. Clark Ostrom. Scheduled to start in the 5th position from the Bluemont, Virginia, the 121 of Scott Luttrell. Starting 4th from Columbus, New Jersey, the 98 of Tim Proctor. Starting 3rd from Belmont, Ohio, the 17 of Andrew Mistak. Starting 2nd from Midlothian, Virginia, in that number 37 Toyota Celica, and that's Warren Montague. And scheduled to start on the pole is the 03 from Leesburg, Virginia. That's James McAleese. And I don't believe I saw McAleese or Luttrell.
Here. Now, Luttrell had some mechanical issues to start yesterday's race.
Yep.
And you can see is that beautiful MGA owned by Tom McLeod brings the field down through turn 5. The first car in line there, that is Warren Montague's yellow GT Light, or probably not GT Light, GT3 Toyota Celica.
We'll wait for them to come back through. They should be getting up into our turn 8 here. They're coming through the carousel right now. They'll be coming through up into turn 8. We'll see them go through. Again, Warren Montague, Andrew Mistak. We saw yesterday Warren Montague on that race just didn't really start and didn't get a run at the very beginning here. So you had Andrew Mistak, going through and really taking the lead. We had James McAleese that obviously started from the very back of this race yesterday, but was able to work his way all the way back up into the front. Here comes our cars now out of turn 10, waiting for our starter. We're going to see they're kind of all spread out there. We'll see whether or not they get the green flag.
Well, they
do. Yep, they get the green flag. So
I don't think Dave Sterling wanted to endure another lap of these cars going around. So Andrew Mistak in that silver and orange, number 17, that's a TA2 Chevy Camaro, jumps to an early lead over the GT3 machine of Warren Montague. Big horsepower and torque advantage there from the Mistak machine. The GT3 Nissan, they're the 240SX. I believe that car has now slotted into 3rd position. It has. And then we've got the Spec E46 machine, the T3 car, Clark Ostrom, as then we've got our second pack. We've got the other Mistak, that's Devin Mistak in his what is that, a Ford Fusion?
That's a Ford Fusion, yeah.
And that car has had some challenges over the course of the weekend. And behind him, we've got Alan Lesher in his STU Dodge Neon, Joe Folia in that beautiful C3 early 70s Chevy Corvette.
Nice SPO there of Devin Mistak. Breaking news, it's still smoking.
Yes.
Going into braking.
We're waiting for the call from the corners to mention that it's smoking. We'll watch that for about half the race, and then, well...
Tell you what, Greg, let's take a look at Warren Montague and Andrew Mistak coming through. Warren didn't get a good start again. Andrew Mistak taking that Chevrolet T2 Camaro out there, but Montague right on the back bumper as they were coming up out of turn 8, and it looks like Mistak, obviously with the power, was able to open that up, but Montague's going to be able to close the gap here, I believe, going into 1.
Under braking
and then coming
out
of 2. Yeah, and especially going through the carousel.
Yeah, and that's where the much smaller, much lighter car, and also not as torquey car of Montague, I think, is going to shine down in the carousel where he can continue to feed in power, where Mistak is typically just waiting for the cars to straighten up.
So we head down into turn 1. You've got the Devin Mistak and Alan Lesher along with Joseph Fagala. They're going into turn 1 right now, so they're going to come out through here. So we're going to see they're about evenly spaced, but going through last time, Alan Lesher looked like he was getting ready to make the pass on Devin Mistak, not able to make that stick, got underneath, and then Devin Mistak was able to take that SPO Ford Fusion and pull away just a little bit going through turn 3. So we're going to have to we'll keep an eye on that battle. I'm sure that Devin will Devin may smoke him out a little bit as they get going. Let's take a look at this Warren Montague and Andrew Mistek race battle coming out here. Again, this is for overall, not in class, but Warren Montague not letting that Chevrolet Camaro go, Greg.
No, and you can see his corner speed, his speed at the apex, so much higher than the Camaro, because the Camaro really is just waiting for the car to straighten up,
correct,
so that he can get back on the throttle. Whereas Montague is powering through most of these corners. Again, certainly not gonna be in a straight line a real challenger for that TA2 Camaro. But we can see here Montague. He does have a competitor on this racetrack, and that is Tim Proctor in the number 98 Nissan 200 SX and probably 240 SX. And he is now already opened up over the course of just 2 laps about a 35 car length advantage of the driver that he is racing against.
Yeah, I tell you what, you talk about that Andrew Mistek, especially coming out of turn 10. He's got to let that car roll as much as he can. He's got to wait till that car, and what we talk about in the chassis, waiting for that car to land, right? That car's got to land and not getting on not being through the center of the corner in order before he can really get back on that gas. Because if he does, that could, obviously that'll tell him where it's a little tight or a little bit loose.
Right.
But I tell you what, he has really opened up this time over Warren Montague. Coming out of turn 10, I think Warren may have had a little bit of a challenge there coming through the carousel and through turn 8 last time by, Greg, getting a little loose there. So
that fight's effectively done, at least for now, as there's about 20 car lengths separating.
And Greg, I tell you what, the Tim Proctor, when he went by the start-finish line,
he's off the pace.
He's way off the pace. He looked like he was trying to shift into another gear, and it just would not go into gear. So we'll see whether or not he may be stuck in probably third gear at that point.
Yeah, we'll see as he's coming very slowly through turns 1 and 2, and you see just now entering turn 1 is Clark Ostrom. Ostrom, our I believe sole driver today in Touring 3 in one of the BMW Spec E46s. Those cars have shown to be so strong at the national level in T3 over the past number of years. Of course, our Weber one was used to take the win at the National Championship Runoffs at VIR back in 2019. So we'll see how Clark does. And Clark's got a bit of a cheering section here on YouTube. He's got Jeff Atwell saying, "Get it, Clark."
Yep.
So there you go. And he got it right, Clark with an E.
There you go.
Yeah.
Obviously he knows who he is then, because most people would just spell it with a K.
That's right. To start or at? Never mind.
Depends on which movie you're watching.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we've got a local caution on the course now over by turn 5.
I'll have to wait till
and just as I spoke about Clark Ostrom, he puts the car around over turn 5, and I think he's now gone and continued. That was down past the apex there, went off into the grass, and he's back underway. So
there you go.
Sorry about the jinx there,
Jeff.
Clark.
There you go, Jeff. Greg just put Clark under a
dark cloud.
Jinx. Yep.
Yeah. My jinxes used to be weather related. Now apparently they're driver related as well.
Just call Greg dark and stormy.
That's how I like my drinks.
Yeah,
all right. And by the way, I don't know if she's still watching or if she checked out after Morgan's race, the Spec Racer Ford race, but Lisa Hunsaker, who I think was checking in from Colorado, or probably it's either Colorado or Texas. You'll have to excuse me if I forgot, but part of the Morgan Burkhardt cheering section there, and I think worked with Morgan on some testing with a Porsche Boxster out west a couple weeks ago. And, Montague is
he's not going away. He's starting to reel him back in here. So whatever, as I said, I think that that one lap by, Warren Montague had some problems getting through the carousel. The car just got really, really loose and really had to just let it roll through kind of turn 7 and turn 8, and that's where Mistek was able to open it up. But now Montague coming through turns 2 right now, starting to roll out. He's starting to reel in Andrew Mistek. And I think Tim Proctor is having some shifting issues or transmission issues, especially on the front straight, because when it sounds like he is going to shift, the car just doesn't sound like it's going in, and he may have to force the car to get into that 4th gear. So in most parts of the racetrack, especially on the backside through turn 5 up and through turn 8, probably doesn't have to shift. Probably take it through second and third gear there in that Nissan 240 SX. But when you get on that front stretch and you try to get it down into fourth gear, it doesn't work.
All right, so Clark Ostrom, who had that off of turn 5, he's got the car on the pit lane, talking to one of our pit workers right now, who I think is looking for damage on the right front of the car here, and we'll see in just a moment whether Ostrom decides to return to the fray. And
looks like he's going to.
Yeah, here he comes, rolling off the pit lane. Now he's rejoining right behind Andrew Mistack and Warren Montague. He's essentially joining almost exactly a lap down from where he was. And so he is now starting, I believe he is now starting lap number 3 while our leaders are on lap 4.
Usually what happens there, Greg, is that when you come down pit road, they ask you whether you're going to go to the paddock or you're going to go back out. And I don't think Clark knew exactly what he was going to do yet, because at that point, there really isn't anybody down there.
He didn't have any crew. He would have had to get out of the car.
So it's best to drive all the way up to the front. You've got Graham sitting down there. Graham, take a look at the front of the car, and it looks okay. Go ahead and go on out. So
what's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, you spin around again. I don't know.
Exactly. We'll ask Miranda Price. All right.
Ooh. Here comes Devin Mistack now coming out of turn 10. And I tell you what, Greg, that car, one of two things. One, they fixed a little bit of the oil leak. Or two,
it's got no oil.
There's not much left in there.
The car doesn't seem to be smoking nearly
it smokes a little bit going down right before the 500-foot mark. But then as he gets into the turn 1, it's a lot less than what it was yesterday.
Yeah. Now we did see yesterday where during a right-hand turn, as the car was leaned over, that we'd see much more smoke coming out of the back, and we don't see that today at all. So, hopefully.
Let's take a look in turn 3, because that's really where we saw a little bit, and then going down into turn 5, I was seeing a lot out of the right front. And you get a little bit, but nowhere near as much as what it was yesterday.
So the notes that I saw yesterday, and, of course, we get all of our news from social media, was that.
On Facebook, it's not true.
It's not true, exactly. Well, it may be, but we're not going to pay attention. But my understanding was the issue was that not the head bolts, but the valve cover bolts had not been torqued down, and so the valve cover gaskets weren't doing a good job of sealing. And hey, I said that it looked like probably oil was running out over the headers, and there you go. And I would suspect that it was most likely the left hand, the driver's side bank. And when he was going through left-hand turns, coming out over the headers there. So looking a lot better today.
Yeah, car looking really good again. Andrew, brought that car to school. Here comes, I think Andrew is the son, or Devin is the son, and Andrew is the father.
Right.
So Dad's going to go by and check that out for him as he's going to put him a lap down as they go into turn 1. Devin getting on the brakes there at the 500-foot mark. And now Dad decides, let's go in too wide here and have a little bit of fun. But you got to be careful because, give him the old hang 10, the old Caleb Crocker hang 10 going by and, saying, hey, I'll see you later, because I got Warren getting ready to come up behind me, and I don't want Warren to pass me either. So, give him the old hang 10 out the window and drive on by.
That's right. Well, it looks like Warren Montague might not have the same approach when he comes up on Devin Mistack, as I think he's going to get to him as they're coming down the chute going into turn number 5. And actually, you can see there Montague going to try to sneak right underneath the Ford Fusion of Mistack going into turn number 5, and he now puts Mistack a lap down.
And knowing that when you come off a 4 there in a bigger, heavier car like that, you come down through there, the car is going to want to keep going off to the left. Devin really probably slowed down going in through turn 4, got on the brakes a little bit harder than he normally does to let Warren go ahead and stay to the inside, and I'll just move my car to the outside and let you go by. But I don't think Warren gave. I don't think he gave him the old Caleb Crocker hang 10 as he went by Devin Mistack. But I'm sure dear old Dad did. Or Dad just waved at him.
I think that's exactly what we're doing. Maybe they were a little conversation, asking if he needed some Grey Poupon, asked how his race is going.
I don't know about that, but not at about 90 mile an hour going down through there. But definitely in the braking zone. But look, Andrew's had some problems with that car. That's a new car this year.
Right.
Had the other car last year, and spent a lot of time during the winter building that. I follow Andrew on on Instagram and saw a lot of the pictures that he was posting and kind of going through. So, good to see that car. I know in April they had a little bit of a challenge here where they didn't get to race the full weekend either. So good to see Andrew back out here.
All right. Well, I knew we could not get by without a call about the 67 machine here, Brian. It sounds like the skirt, basically the rocker panel skirt, body panels, but on the passenger side between the right front and the right rear tires, starting to move around and shake around a little bit. So corner workers are going to be looking at that, and as long as they feel that it's not going to drop off in the middle of the course, they're going to let him continue.
It's just a pop rivet or a Zeus fastener that's probably worked its way loose there.
All right, so we are now halfway through our 7th race through this big bore race. Let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8. That's small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, GT Pinto, SPU, Spec Arc 7, STL, and Touring 4. Oh, and Brian, for your benefit, I'm going to throw in Legends cars as well.
There we go.
Race group number 8, small bore drivers, please start heading to the grid. We're already halfway in the race on track now.
I watched the Devin Mistak machine coming down here, and I looked at that right side skirt, coming down. It looks like the back half of it. It looks like it's, cut in two, obviously, because there's a jack post there that comes down. So it's kind of split in two. It looks like the back half has worked its way loose there, either probably hitting one of the curbs or whatever. It is starting to work its way loose even more, especially when you get on the straightaway. And it starts to flap a little bit. I think if it did come off, it's going to come off and go completely out of the
to the side and off the track surface.
Here comes Andrew Mistak. He's going to put a lap on Clark Ostrom, who is actually going to be he's going to be 3 laps down now after his spin early on, and then coming down the pit road, basically sitting there a lap waiting for somebody to look at the car and going to move on. So should be getting ready to go there. Warren Montague just kind of sitting back there. Andrew Mistak, Greg, on lap 11 ran his best time of the day here at a 1:18. You get these larger cars with these bigger motors, you end up starting to get more tire degradation than, as the race goes on. Fuel starts to burn off. Brakes start to go away. Right. Every little noise you hear, every little shake you hear, it's like, oh, just get me through the next 9 laps. I thought you were going to start reciting the lyrics of a Police song. No, I was not. Every breath you take. Trust me. We know that Andrews had some growing pains in that car already early this year. I guarantee you that's what he's probably singing to himself.
King of Pain, different Police
King
song.
of Pain, yeah, right.
instead of I'll be same album. Instead of I'll be watching you. Oh, yeah, never mind. All right. Here as Andrew Mistak comes out of turn 10 in his GT2 TA2 Camaro. We now have 8 laps remaining here from Summit Point Raceway in this big bore race, and he does continue to open up an advantage over Warren Montague. Now I should mention, we said that Andrew Mistak had run his fastest lap of the race on the previous lap. Warren Montague still holds the fastest lap of the race, and as they go through here, though Montague has dropped considerably off that pace. He turned in a 1:18 flat, and he's been running pretty consistent low 121s at this point, almost 3 seconds off. So I think, obviously he's dialed things back as Mistak has separated himself a little bit.
I'm actually going to take a look at this Devin Mistak's machine as he's coming out of turn 10 now. It looked like last time by going through turn 5 that skirt was flapping a little bit more and more as going there. And Greg,
it's already off.
Breaking news, it's not flapping anymore because it came off
gone.
Somewhere.
Yeah. So the couple rivets that were holding it on have
either a couple rivets or Zeus fasteners that hold that thing on. They have now officially come loose. That is gone. I'm not sure.
And that's a good move. Just coming out of turn 10 right now, Andrew Mistak, he was following Alan Lesher's STU Dodge Neon through turn 10, and he just waited for Lesher to get the car straightened up, get back on the throttle, and then he came underneath as opposed to trying to force the issue going in too wide with that other car.
Right.
And there we go. We just get the call from turn 1 going 6-7 skirt. It's somewhere, but it's no longer on.
It's no longer on his car.
Exactly.
And then look, Greg. I mean, I'm sure I'm sure Devin felt that. I mean, because that stuff comes off, and those skirts are there for a reason. It's not just for show. It's for that air to go up underneath there. And I guarantee he probably felt a little bit of that.
Yeah, and all right, just got word now over at turn 8 that piece of body work from the Ford Fusion is now on the side of the track just before the turn in. It's possible that perhaps the getting to the apex curbing at turn 8 was enough to dislodge it, but it is not on the racing line and it is not on the track surface.
There he goes past the start-finish line there. Tell you what, let's look at Tim Proctor here. So, Tim Proctor, we talked about, last couple times by, it didn't sound like he was able to get it into gear. That looks like it may have been corrected because he just turned his fastest lap time. So, at first it doesn't go in, just force it in there, right?
Hey, look, I had an H production race one year where the driver that I was fighting with going into turn 5 was trying to force his car into gear so hard that he actually broke the shift lever. Next thing I knew, it came flying out the window. He was so upset. So maybe Proctor's same deal. He just learned that he's got to muscle the thing into gear.
Well, I have actually done that in my Legends car here, sequential shifters, and you have it's a very short shifter,
lower,
there that comes up, and I put a new one in and a longer one that kind of comes up that I don't even really have to take the hand off the wheel. I can just blip it with my thumb at that point.
Right.
And, well, let's just say that I didn't put the screw all the way through with the nut. The nut came out, and I basically had to reach down and shift it by
leverage.
But I had to do it by hand for the last lap.
When they literally talk about rowing the gears, you actually had your hands in the gearbox. Moving.
I ran 4th gear the rest of the lap because I was not shifting at all.
All right, Brian. So coming across the line now, completing his 15th lap is Andrew Mistak. That means we've got 5 laps remaining. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 8, small bore. That's E production, F production, and H production, GT Light, GT Pinto, Legends cars, SPU and Spec RX-7, Super Touring Light, and Touring 4. Small bore drivers, race group number 8, our final race of the day. Please head to the grid now.
Let me take a look here and go back here to this Alan Lesher machine going through turn 1, and then the next machine down is going to be our Clark Ostrom. Now he's going to head down into turn 1. So those guys sitting there completing the last half. Here comes that Proctor, and I guarantee you what, Greg, it does sound a lot better than it did. So it looks like for 2 or 3 laps, able to either self-correct that, or maybe he just missed gears. Maybe he just didn't shift it correctly.
Well, I would suspect that car likely has a sequential transmission.
I think it does. Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Which would make it very difficult for him to miss gears, but
well, it depends on if he's using the blip on it where he has to lift to shift, right. And if he wasn't getting it correctly, it would kind of grind a little bit and sound pretty bad going through there. It looks like Devin Mistak is really off the pace here.
Yes, and he's pulling over drivers right.
Yeah.
And Brian, perhaps the biggest white clouds we've seen all weekend long, other than the ones in the sky. Devin Mistak, he's offline driving around turn number 1. I think he's going to try and limp. We'll see if he tries to limp that car back. I'm hoping that he'll come out of turn 2 and he'll pull it into the crossover road.
Yeah, he may. Here. He's staying very far drivers right there, which is kind of the line, but he's picking up a little bit of speed. But, Greg, it looks like it's coming out now. He's going to make the turn in.
Yeah.
Yep, he is making the turn in. There was a lot more smoke than we've seen. So whatever that was, for this weekend. As you just said, he has completely shut it down right there in the crossover. So looks like he's going to have to get a tow back, get a pull back, unless he continues to fire it up. But I think he has shut that car
Well,
down.
yeah, I think he probably recognized the issue there, and wouldn't be prudent to fire it back up and try to drive it back into the paddock.
Yeah, it could be that he saw the gauges, and basically you end up with no oil pressure there. And if you
Right.
got no oil pressure, you've got to shut that thing down. And it did look like he was coasting through there, just enough once the oil pressure hit to that minimum mark that he has.
Yeah, indeed. So we've got one of our corner workers from turn 3 responding. It's a pretty long run there, but we can see the white overalled young man there coming up to Devin Mistak, and hopefully we'll have some information here in a little bit. But it looks like his day now done. So Andrew Mistak, Dad Andrew, is your leader, driver of the number 17 TA2 Camaro. With Warren Montague in his GT3 Toyota Celica second. Then we've got Tim Proctor third in a GT3 Nissan.
Well, it looks like Devin fired it back up. Their pit is right on the other side of where we're sitting
Right.
here. So, he comes in that back gate. He's right there. So he fired it up enough to move it and let it roll. So he is back through the gate now at that point. The hard part with that is you've got really hot tires, and now you come through all that gravel.
And a lot of gravel and not a lot of ground clearance on that car. You never know. He might lose another.
May even end up hitting the oil panel of the rock there.
I was going to say, or he'd lose another rocker panel.
Yeah. Yeah. Loses the left side.
All right, so here we go, Brian. Next time our leader, Andrew Mistak, comes by, he will be getting the white flag, one more lap to go.
Andrew Mistak now heading up into turn 3. So again, the next time by, as you said, Greg, he's going to get that one to go. See there, Warren Montague just now entering into turn 3 and heading up, so that gap of 13 and a half seconds. And I really thought, Warren would be able to run him down there. I know he had a little bit of that problem on that one lap that I was able to watch through the carousel, and then watched coming up out of turn 8, and that car got a little bit loose, and then started to reel in Andrew Mistak there, especially in the back carousel side coming through there. So as he comes up out of turn 8 now, he should be coming up into turn 10.
Can I just tell you, I just heard perhaps the neatest sound of this entire race, and it was Tim Proctor in his Nissan going by Joe Folia's C3 Corvette, and the vibrations from those two very different motors side by side, just it made a very enjoyable resonance. All right, so Andrew Mistak now working his last lap as he just comes through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, and it sounded like they both shifted at the same time, too, and it was like in unison there, and it actually did sound pretty cool.
Yeah. All right, so Mistak now coming down. We're going to see him in just a moment behind, I think, these 3 cars. Actually, the trailing car of this group now coming down into turn 5. There it is. There's that TA2 Camaro, the silver and orange machine, as he goes into turn 6. And again, we'll have Joe Folia as well as Proctor, and I believe that was Clark Ostrom ahead as pardon me, not Ostrom. Actually, it was the Neon of Alan Lesher, I believe, directly ahead as they're coming up the hill. And well, just saw. I was wondering if Mistak
was
would just kind of
hang back and let them finish that lap and get another one, but he did not.
And so he's gone around the Lesher machine. He's gone around the Ostrom machine. He's now gone past Joe Folia, and he's going to take the checkered flag. Your winner today in this big bore race, taking the win in GT2, is Andrew Mistak, coming out of turn 10 and now across the finish line and winning GT3, finishing second overall from Midlothian, Virginia, is Warren Montague. And let's see here.
I think the last card is
Gonna be
going to be
Proctor.
coming around is going to be Proctor because everybody else took the checkered flag
Right.
as Andrew Mistak went through. So Proctor right now in the middle of turn 5, headed into turn 6 and 7 here. So as he gets ready to come through the carousel, he should be the last car that will take the green flag. I mean, take the checkered flag.
And he should be then taking home second in GT3. Well, I think it's pretty much a fait accompli that he's going to take it as he comes out of turn 8 now and underneath the bridge. Coming around turn number 10 for the very last time and coming home second in GT3. Driver of his Nissan 240SX out of Columbus, New Jersey. It's Tim Proctor. So let's run down here again. Mistak, your winner in GT2, finishing second overall. Your winner in GT3, Warren Montague. Then Tim Proctor finishing second in GT3. Joe Folio will finish fourth overall in his GT1 Corvette. Alan Lesher takes the win in STU, finishing fifth overall. Clark Ostrom will finish sixth overall, taking the win in T3. And then Devin Mistak will come home seventh, your winner in SPO. All right, so Brian, we've got one more race remaining, and that is our small bore race. Let's do this. Let's take a quick break. Well, thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, one last feature race from Summit Point Raceway where you're watching the June MARRS, the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, presented by RP Performance.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway as we're winding things down here for the 2023 June MARRS, Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, presented by RP Performance. And we've got one more race to go. They're getting ready to roll off right now in the pace car now, taking it to the pit lane. And Brian, we had 24 small bore drivers set qualifying times here today. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 24th today, driving the number, appropriately enough, the number 24, Spec Racer 4, or did I say Spec Racer 4? It's Spec RX-7, same thing, from Bristow, Virginia, it's Alex Cummins. Starting 23rd, driving the number 36, Porsche 924, the H production machine of Hayes Lewis. Jim Stem also driving an H production car. This is the Volvo 142. I think this used to be an F production machine. The number 40 car, Jim Stem, he starts 22nd. Starting 21st, driving the number 16 GT Pinto from Elliston, Virginia, it's Drew Erie. Mike McQueen will start 20th. He's driving the number 29 MG Midget. That's an H production car. Starting 19th, your pole sitter in GT Pinto, driving the number 11, well, Pinto. It's Bruce Shelton. Starting 18th, driving the number 63 Datsun 510 from Reston, Virginia. In his HP machine, it's Greg Plush, with Jennifer Romes scheduled to start 17th, driving the number 186 T4 Scion FRS. She had some issues during our second bracket race. We'll see if she makes the grid. Starting 16th, driving the number 50 Porsche 924, the H production machine of Chuck Allard. Starting 15th, driving the Touring 4, number 04 Chevy Camaro, it's Ted Warning. Jeffrey Norris will start 14th today. He's driving the E production Honda Prelude. Jeff Liller scheduled to start 13th today, driving the number 127 Touring 4 Mazda MX-5. Don't think that car is going to make the grid today after an incident yesterday. Starting 12th, and your pole sitter in H production, driving the number 35 Volkswagen Scirocco and hailing from Henrico, Virginia, it's Al Syme. Deacon Greenfield scheduled to start 11th today. He's driving the number 32 Super Touring Late Honda CRX, with Lawrence Freyson scheduled to start 10th today. He was scheduled to be your pole sitter in F production in his Volkswagen Scirocco, getting the high sign from Brian. After an incident yesterday, he does not make the grid. Starting 9th, driving the number 195 STL Mazda Miata, it's John Jenkins. Kevin Conlon will start 8th. He's driving the number 14 STL Mazda Miata. Then we've got Benjamin Bunk. He is driving the number 114 Subaru BRZ in Touring 4 with Steve Hunt in the 141 STL Mazda Miata starting 6th. Then we've got Ted Cahall starting 5th in the STL Mazda Miata. Owen Sheffer, our pole sitter in T4, starting 4th in the 18 RX-8. James Lindenthal starting 3rd in the number 118 Mazda Miata. And your front row, Tom Beverly in his STL Honda Civic, Paul Marcones in his E-Production Acura Integra.
Tell you what, Greg, they go down in turn one now. Paul Marcones, he's going to lead Thomas Beverly by about half a car length going into, and now we've got some cars moving, and we're going to go 3 wide down in there. Have to get the number of who that was, but they came from the middle of the pack and jumped out and almost into that 4th position. We'll see who that was when they come through there. That may have been the Owen Sheffer who was kind of stuck in the middle there, along with the Benjamin Bunk machine, getting behind Ted Cahall and the 141 of the Stephen Hunt machine. So a good move there at the beginning for Benjamin Bunk and for Owen Sheffer.
Yeah, and as that is going to be a great battle to watch there in Touring 4. And Sheffer having finished just off the podium at the National Championship runoffs in Touring 4 back in 2019, looking to make another run at it, another run at the championship this year. We'll see how that plays out. As our leaders now making their way down the hill and out of turn number 8, Paul Marcones. And again, a much different day, a very different day for Paul Marcones here in this race, as he started from the tail end of the field yesterday, worked his way all the way through the pack to take the win yesterday, and starting on the front row today, he's going to come down the front straight. But just as I say that, Brian, the jinx. Now, Marcones, I said Marcones took the win. He pitted in a lap early, a lap before the checkered flag came out yesterday. But he's coming down the front straight, and that car appears to be off power.
And we got another car, though, got some pretty serious smoke coming out of there.
That's one of our STL Mazda Miatas, that is pulled off to the side. And that is that the 16 machine? I'm trying to get, it's the 16. The 16 is a Pinto of Drew Erie. We're trying to get the number on that car. We'll get it in just a moment.
Can't tell. We'll have to see whether or not it comes through there. It pulled off just past the sound, but there was a lot of white smoke out of the back of that, and then there was some smoke in between that. I'm going to look out here. I don't see anything on the ground at all, so I don't believe there's any oil down.
All right, and just got word that from our folks over in Sound Control, it's the 14 machine of Kevin Conlon that is parked driver's right, about 3/4 of the way down the front straight, and where he is on driver's right, he should be in a safe position. Now, as our new leader comes out of turn number 10, and it is Tom Beverly, who is leading in STL, the green Honda Civic, who I believe yesterday then managed to take the overall win. And the Paul Marcones does pit in. Tom Beverly was our overall winner yesterday, with Ted Cahall finishing second overall, second in STL yesterday. And then it was the 2 Touring 4 cars of Owen Sheffer and Benjamin Bunk, with Bunk driving the Solo Spec Coupe, which is primarily an SCCA autocrossing class, but is legal for Time Trials National Tour competition and in Touring 4 in the SCCA's road racing program. So some great cross-pollination there, as Marcones' crew appears to be lifting the hood on his Acura Integra to check out and see what's going on.
Drivers that did not make the field today, Greg: 195 John Jenkins in STL, 64 Lawrence Frazion, who we talked about earlier in that FP machine, Deacon Greenfield in that Honda Civic STL machine, 32 did not make it. Neither did the 127 of Jeff Liller from T4. Jennifer Romes, we saw her earlier this afternoon having some problems with 29 of Michael McQueen. Now throw in Kevin Conlon, who just got past the start-finish line before it looks like that motor expired.
All right, and Paul Marcones had his crew take a look at the machine, and he is now back underway. And I think just as important, Brian, he appears to be, I don't want to say at full song at this point because he's got some very cold tires, but he is headed out, and he is almost 2 laps down now.
I was going to say.
As Tom Beverly, our overall leader in the green number 4 STL Honda Civic, is coming through turn 1 just as Marcones going through turn 3, just 2 corners ahead.
Well, we saw it yesterday. Marcones really got all the way back up there as far as he could yesterday.
Until he had to retire a lap
until
early.
he retired a lap earlier. I would assume he's going to stay ahead of Thomas Beverly. But we'll see whether or not it's going to be a complete lap down, basically, right now, if you think about it, and it's not really even a full lap. It's going to be
It's almost two.
in the minutes.
Yeah.
At least a minute down, I think. So
Well, it's at the moment, we're probably talking closer to about actually over 2 minutes down again, because as he came into the pits, he is now currently working his very
his third lap.
His third, actually, right now he's now working his second lap. And now Marconis is coming out. He is going to be working lap number 3, where Beverly will be working lap number 4.
And the
next time
77 of Jeffrey Norris is on pit lane 2 with that Honda Prelude.
Yeah, you drive it, and we saw this yesterday. You drive a yellow Honda, and
It's not going to be a good. Maybe you should stick to the yellow Miata.
yeah,
Stephen Hunt's doing really well there. He's right behind, coming up behind Ted Cahall. That's the battle for second place in STL, as in Thomas Beverly is leading and is your overall leader. In E production, the 118, James Lindenthal is leading. Owen Sheffer leading your T4. Benjamin Bunk back. So there's definitely some at least 2 cars in between Owen Sheffer and Benjamin Bunk.
So I'm going to keep my mouth zipped about the comments about yellow Miatas after having seen what happened yesterday. But now the Honda Prelude does head back to the paddock. And so it looks as though Jeffrey Norris's day comes to a very early end after just a single flying lap.
Kevin Conlon out of the car. He's going to sit down. He's going to learn all about sound here.
That's right.
Because he's going to sit down underneath that tent.
With Jim Rose there over at Sound Control. And, this is probably, we've already had it happen once today, Brian. This might be the best time ever. This will be a great learning experience if somebody chucked their muffler somewhere around the track. All right, crossing the stripe there, and there you go. Paul Marconis now puts in the fastest lap of the race, a 125.1. And if we compare that to our overall leader, Tom Beverly, it's about a second faster. And there were times yesterday where Paul Marconis was running about 2.5 seconds faster than Tom Beverly. So we'll see. Again, this is a much longer race. We've got 15 laps remaining. There's a lot of time for Marconis to work his way back. But a much different situation, whereas yesterday he started on the last row of the field,
right,
as opposed to almost being 2 laps down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if spark plug may have come off or
Possibly.
something. Something popped off there because, they weren't underneath there very long, lifted up the hood, did some pretty quick work and out there and, ran the fastest lap at a 125.133. So whatever it was, they have fixed it. So to me, it sounds like it could be, looking at it, based off what he's running.
Probably a loose plug wire.
Probably a loose plug wire or something just popped off.
Yeah, and one of the common things that car builders will do with these B series Honda motors is they may convert them over to a distributorless ignition and go and get rid of the cap and rotor, get rid of the distributor. But Marconis' car, he's been racing this Integra for a number of years.
Yeah.
Likely has not had that kind of an update, as we've got a car on the pit lane now and heading back.
That is Hayes Lewis.
And that's the second day in a row H production Porsche driver Hayes Lewis retires the car early.
Paul Marconi is now coming around to Alex Cumming and the Jim Stem machine. So that's going to move him up into the 13th position overall. But again, Greg, really staying ahead of Thomas Beverly, not to go basically 2 laps down, in order to work his way around the car that he's really chasing. Fortunately, I should say, is the 118 of James Lindenthal, but he's actually not that. He's only 3 seconds behind Thomas Beverly. So it's a complete lap that you've got to get around in order to win E-Production.
All right, so I've been watching here, Brian, and this turned out to be, at the end of yesterday's 15-lap race, a pretty tight fight for the win in Touring 4. Owen Sheffer, who we talked about, he's in that black number 18 Mazda RX-8. He's got about 6 car lengths on the Scion FRS of Benjamin Bunk, that solo spec coupe. And Scheffer seems to be having his pace stunted, not stunted, but well, maybe it's stunted, stilted by Steve Hunt and Ted Cahall, both running in STL and the Miatas directly ahead. So we'll have to see how that plays out and whether or not Bunk can actually close the gap as those drivers now, all four of them coming out of turn 10, and Scheffer's kind of falling off the back of the two STL cars now.
Yeah, kind of falling back by about I'd say about 1.6 seconds back from that group. So, make that about 10 car lengths there. Not Mini Cooper lengths, but regular car lengths. So we'll have to see if Benjamin Bunk, I know that Ben gets a little bit deeper on the brakes going down in there than Owen does. And so, he's able to close in under braking, but then Owen's able to pull back away. So, yeah, that STL battle and then that T4 battle. Now, look, we saw back in, I believe, April when we were here, Benjamin Bunk, when you had Michael Amena and those guys here running in the T4, Ben was battling with them and then fell back. And then all of a sudden, you had Jeremy Butts and Michael Amena, sitting there going, oh, okay, it's just you and I. Let's go ahead and battle it out a little bit.
And all of a sudden, Bunk's right back.
Bunk was right there. So, again, when we get to these 20-lap races, sometimes you get individuals as drivers say, look, I don't have to push the limits too much right now. Let everybody else go and kind of use up their tires, and then I can come in. And I think that's what Ben does a lot. Ben is very good about pacing himself before he gets to the end of the race.
And what we also see between those two cars, and I think a lot of it has to do with the dynamics of the drivetrain behind the wheel there, or the drivetrain in those cars. So as you mentioned, Owen Scheffer appears to be a lot softer on the brakes. He's trying to roll speed through the apex.
Yes.
And a lot of that has to do with the fact that he's got that Renesas rotary motor. It does not have a lot of torque. Actually, I'd argue that it doesn't have any torque there. And he really needs to keep the engine on the boil. He needs to keep the revs up as he goes into corners. He cannot be over slowing for a corner. It is a true momentum car. As we've got a driver that looks like he's gone off in the gravel trap, driver's left, and you can see him there on the very left-hand side of the screen. We'll get that number here in just a moment.
Yeah, it looks like he's able to drive away there in order to pull. We'll see whether or not he's going to come out of turn 2 or come through there. Yeah, it does look like he's going to continue. We'll be able to get a number here. You'll probably get the call, but I think, and that may be the Lindenthal machine.
I think it may be, and it looks like that car has now gotten back underway.
That is the James Lindenthal,
Yes.
and I got to tell you, Greg,
Big pen, man.
it's going to be hard to see because that dust and dirt and everything else is all up inside that car. And when he went by, I looked through the, you could see the windshield from the sun. That's got to be the hardest thing to see now.
Yeah, and at this point, I don't know if he can see out of the car because it is just absolutely filled with, as big as that cloud of smoke and dust was at the gravel trap, it's still inside James Lindenthal's car as he's coming down into turn 5. So going back to this thing with Owen Scheffer and Ben Bunk. So Scheffer, again, has to carry speed. The Bunk car, and Bunk now here.
The James Stem in that 40 machine.
Yeah, Stem in the 40, the H production Volvo, which is just the absolute tank. And that thing is scary when you see it coming up on you. And he just runs out of speed coming down the front straight as Bunk gets around him. Bunk, he's got that's a Toyota chassis, obviously, but a Subaru designed boxer motor. It's got a ton of torque. Doesn't have a lot of horsepower, doesn't have a lot of top end. So those two engines really just completely diametrically opposed.
Yep, absolutely. We'll have to see. I didn't see Lindenthal come through. We'll be able to see because I'm sure there'll be some dirt
the pit lane.
Dirt and stuff flying up through there.
Yeah, we'll see the cloud maybe preceding him.
Still sitting back in 6th, but you know what, Greg? Look what that does, though. So now you've got Paul Marcones, who is in 12th position. James Lindenthal drops all the way back to the 6th position. That gap is now going to close eventually. Paul Marcones now looks like he's going through turns 1 and turns 2. We'll have to see where Lindenthal is.
And actually, as we see Marcones going through 1 and 2, just got around the car, Brian, that we thought had retired. Hayes Lewis in the number 36H production Porsche. He took the car back to the paddock. He brought it back out. He's back out on track now, as we're now just about halfway through this 20-lap feature race. And so let's quickly recap here. In STL, Tom Beverly is your leader with Steve Hunt running second, Ted Cahall third, and the fourth driver in the class, Kevin Conlon, unfortunately retired the car on the front straight there after just the first lap. In GT Pinto, and Brian, and for the second day in a row, this is starting to look like a nice little fight between Bruce Shelton in the Dayglow Orange number 11, Pinto, GT Pinto, and Drew Erie in the white number 16. They're coming out of turn 10 right now, and it looks like Shelton, he's using the draft off that big T4 Camaro directly ahead of him. But Drew Erie at the end of yesterday's race was only about 5 car lengths behind Shelton. Right now, he's about 15 car lengths back, and I think on the last lap, he lost about 10 car lengths, had some issues down in the carousel.
Yeah, Drew Erie and Bruce Shelton pretty close there. Bruce does a lot of work for Drew on that car too. So obviously those two cars, those two motors. I believe that Drew Erie car came from one of Bruce Shelton's.
Yes.
Stable of cars. I know Shirley Thompson has a bunch of Pintos as well,
right.
So it may have come from that stable as well.
Stacy Reed's personal collection.
Yep, exactly. There is a bunch of Pintos still floating around which look, I owned one early on when I first turned able to drive. That was so many years ago. Let's take a look and see if we can find out where Lindenthal is. Actually, here comes Lindenthal now out of turn 10, and he's going to come up on the Alex Cumming and the stem machine coming down there. It looks like he's able to see now. Can't see out of the back window.
No.
That is for sure. That back window is full of dust.
Dust and
we'll
dirt
have
on
to
the
see
inside.
where Paul Marcones is as well. Again, Paul Marcones is running in that 125 bracket kind of thing, running about 6 seconds faster a lap. And with 9 laps to go, that's going to be very difficult. Here comes Marcones now. He's getting ready to pass Drew Erie on the front stretch, and then he's going to end up coming up on that Bruce Shelton machine as they get down into turn 1 and coming out of turn 2. So Lindenthal now just up over the hill in turn 3, Greg. So he is closing the gap. Again, another lap of 6 seconds faster than James Lindenthal. So that could very well, depending on how Paul Marcones gets through all of this traffic right here coming up into turn 3, if he can get through that pretty quickly, he may have a shot at 6 seconds per lap.
And Brian, I'm watching this dynamic, and this is kind of neat. And this is not for position in class. We were talking just a few moments ago about our GT Pinto leader, the number 11 machine of Bruce Shelton, and he is going from car to car using each and every car ahead of him as a draft partner, trying to get himself up and away from Drew Erie. As he was coming down the front straight, we mentioned he was locked in behind Ted Warning's. We'll check. Oh, yeah, we'll get to this battle.
We got to change for second place in STL as Stephen Hunt just went past Ted Cahall going through turn 1 and turn 2. So back to your...
All right. And so Shelton, he was back behind the big, even compared to the Pinto, the big T4 Camaro of Ted Warning. And Warning came up on the back of the number 50 H production machine of Chuck Allard, who's running second in class at this point in H production. As Warning went around Chuck Allard, the Pinto then locked in behind Allard instead of the T4 machine, and would follow him all the way down to turn 3. But again, using any machine he can to try and get a draft, and it almost looks like Frogger, where he's like hopping from car to car. Yeah, exactly. As we've got a car off.
That looks like that is the Pinto of Drew Erie. So Drew Erie, and it looks like that car may have overheated, Greg, because he pulled directly off out of turn number 2. Off to driver's left. I see a little bit of smoke coming out of the front end.
Yeah, and that is just out of our camera view there on turn 2.
Yeah, so it does look like an overheating problem or something. A little bit of a smoke coming out of the front of that car. So that car looks like it is overheated.
Exactly, and that's the call coming in from the corner that they think he had a hose pop, and he is directly across from the turn 2 flag station. So very, very astute driving, getting over just to the point where our corner workers can see what's going on. And I think Drew Erie likely going to get out of the car, which will probably put him in the woods in the poison sumac. But that's up to him.
Well, I think at this case, if it's overheating and stuff, I probably would get out of the car.
Exactly.
And go sit in the shade down there in some of the woods. But yes, I think that it's off a safe distance. It looks like they may have. I think they still have the standing yellow down there. That they do.
Yeah, and he is, and again, very astute. What he did is he pulled just a couple of feet past the turn 2 flag station. That brings the local caution out there, as opposed to down at turn 1.
And Greg, talk about James Linenthal. He is way under power heading up into turn 3. Here comes Paul Marcones down into turn 3. Let's take a look at our camera. Linenthal very under power, almost coasting down the hill into turn 4, into turn 5. Here comes Paul Marcones down on there. So it looks like Paul Marcones is going to make a pass at some point to James Linenthal. That will be your E-production. He is actually going to be right behind him as they get through turns 6 and 7. If not, it could be Paul Marcones is going to make that pass. But Linenthal going up through 3, coming out of 2, was very, very slow.
All right, now looking at, it doesn't matter at this point.
Now it looks like he's back under speed. So it could have been for the caution area there. He really slowed down.
Just got out of the throttle, exactly.
And just let it roll through there.
And it took a while to get that car back up to speed.
Yep.
I was just going to say, I was watching a nice little fight form up here with Hayes Lewis and Greg Plush in H Production. Hayes Lewis, though, a couple laps down, as Paul Marcones comes across the start-finish line, currently running second in E-Production, and he is now, Brian, only about 15 car lengths back from James Linenthal. It's the battle for 6th and 7th overall, but for the lead in E-Production, as we remember, Marcones pulled his car into the pit lane after losing power on the opening lap, going a lap down to our overall leader after Marcones was our pole sitter, but he's got the opportunity now to take the lead in E-Production.
Yeah.
That last time by Marcones, a little bit off his pace, certainly from yesterday, ran a 126.7. That was 10 seconds faster than Linenthal.
Yeah, I think Linenthal, when he went through and saw the yellow flag there at turn 2 for the Drew Erie machine, just couldn't get it back into gear and get it rolling fast enough. And that allowed Paul Marcones, the minute that he came through that incident zone, as soon as he got past it, was able to get back up on the gas. As they come out of turn 8 now, here comes Linenthal, here comes Marcones. I tell you what, Greg, let's take a look at the times right now, because Linenthal looked to be back up on pace this lap, and they'll be coming here, looks like probably they'll have 5 to go here between them, and Paul Marcones is right on the back bumper. And Greg, it looks like Paul Marcones is going to move all the way over to driver's light. Right now, they're side by side with James Linenthal. Paul Marcones, give him right now the position, as now Linenthal is going to lock it up going into turn 1. Again, that yellow flag has been removed from turn 2, so you can complete race through there. And right now, Paul Marcones is back up into the E-Production lead.
And there you go. And Linenthal locked the brakes up between the 100-foot mark and the point where you turn in. He pushed wide, and what might have been maybe only about a car length separating them as they came out of turn 2 turned into a 4-car length gap, as Marcones was able to get the power down to that front-wheel drive Acura. And Linenthal, the rear-wheel drive Mazda, he was still fighting for grip as the front wheels were locked up.
Yeah, here comes Steve Hunt. Here comes Ted Cahall. They're going around the 63 machine there of Greg Plush. That's the Brian Downey Nissan. And I tell you what, Cahall and Stephen Hunt still battling. Stephen Hunt open up now by about a car length and a half over Ted Cahall. That's for 2nd and 3rd in STL. As Thomas Beverly, he's already up and down through turn 4, down in through turn 5 at this point. That's your leader in STL.
And great fight. And let's jump back over to that battle for the lead in STL, Brian, with Steve. And this is not the battle for the lead, but the battle for second in STL with Hunt and Cahall. They're coming down the hill into turn 5 right now, and Steve Hunt continues to be able to hold off the blue number 182 machine of Ted Cahall. And it's interesting to watch there, because one of the things that Hunt has that can certainly, for some of the sweeping corners and some of the faster corners here, give him an advantage, as he's got that big rear wing on the back of the car. As we've got another machine that had gone off on the outside of turn 1, and I think that might have been Lindenthal again.
That was James Lindenthal on the 118, because he was right on the back bumper of Paul Marcones going into the turn, and then Marcones came completely out all by himself, and then Lindenthal was very under power going through there. Thomas Beverly now going through all that smoke coming up through turns 2 and heading up into turns 3 now, so he will have 3 laps to go. This race is really winding down. Here comes Benjamin Bunk right there. There goes Owen Sheffer. So you've got a little bit of a bigger gap there.
About
for
a half
T4.
the front straight now, separating those T4 cars.
Yep.
But so I was saying that Steve Hunt, he's got the wing on the back of the car. Now, it does introduce some drag on the front straight, and it looks as though when Ted Cahall locks in, say, coming out of 10, he's able to use the draft. He's able to close things down on that yellow number 141 machine. But in many of the corners here, the rear end of that Miata much more planted the 141 machine, able to walk away from Cahall. It's an interesting and I'll use that word again, dichotomy, and watching how they work so differently in different corners here. Is our overall leader, our leader in STL, Tom Beverly, comes out of turn 10, and now, Brian, as he crosses the start-finish line, 2 laps remaining.
Tell you what, I'm looking at this James Lindenthal machine. He does realize we're racing on it. We're not dirt racing, right? Because that car looks like it's going to need a complete bath. Let's take a look at that battle for second place in STL, Greg. They're coming up underneath the bridge right now, coming up out of turn 10. Right now, Hunt's going to open it up by the biggest lead he's had over Ted Cahall of about 3 car lengths. They came up on the 24 there of Alex Cumming coming into turn 10. Hunt was able to get ahead of him before they got to the turn, and Cahall had to get him right after the turn.
All right, so quickly here, of course, we're talking about STL, where your leader is Beverly with Hunt and Cahall second and third. Shelton currently leading GTP. Paul Marcones, your leader in E-Production. Al Syme, he's gone from flag to, well, we have to wait for another flag to come out, but he's been leading H-Production since the start with Chuck Allard second, Greg Plush third, and then in touring 4, Owen Sheffer, Ben Bunk, Ted Warning, your top 3. Alex Cumming, our sole driver in Spec RX-7.
Maybe I put the jinx on Lindenthal
You might have.
On Friday when he got here, and I went up to him and I said, "Did you wreck the car already? Because your front." He goes, "Oh, no, that's how we tow it here. We remove the front bumper and everything else." Well, it looks like he's been trying to. Here comes Thomas Beverly. He's got the one to go right now as he just went by James Lindenthal, who is in 7th position right now, Greg. So Thomas Beverly lapped all the way up to position 7 in this small bore group.
All right, here as the rest of the field now starts to come across the line, which should be their last lap here.
We should have Stephen Hunt and Ted Cahall coming out of turn number 10 right now. Here they come. That is your second overall and your second in STL. Stephen Hunt holding on by about 2 car lengths over Ted Cahall in that second position for STL.
Yeah, and Hunt moving all the way over to driver's right. Maybe, if anything, Brian, losing a little bit of ground with that move, because Cahall was maybe 4 car lengths back and wasn't going to be able to draft up to Steve Hunt. Hunt having moved from one side of the track to the other, running a much larger distance, and Cahall didn't follow him, didn't try to draft him down.
They're actually going to come up when they get down through turns 4 and turns 5, because they're now over the hill. They're going to come up on the James Stem machine, that 40. You can see Stem now coming into turn 5. Here comes Steve Hunt. Here comes Ted Cahall. So when they get to the back half of this, that's where they're going to run up on them. Here comes your overall leader and your STL leader, Thomas Beverly, in that number 4 machine. He's going to take the checkered flag as he goes by the start-finish line. So we're going to keep an eye on this battle for STL in second position, because, like I said, they're going to come up to the stem.
All right, so Al Syme passes the start-finish line. He's going to win H-Production. Jim Lindenthal gets the checkered flag. That will put him second in E-Production, as we then have Bruce Shelton taking the win in GT Pinto. Let's jump back over to that battle for second in STL. They come out of turn number 10. Steve Hunt, with a 10-car length advantage over Ted Cahall, is going to come to the line first, beating Cahall. So move or have Steve Hunt finishing second in STL. K-Hall will finish third. K-Hall came up on Jim Stem coming into turn 10 and had to make a decision on how to get around that high-speed corner. Maybe chose a little wrong. It was not in the position to fight for second at the end. Coming out of turn 10 now is Paul Marcones, and he's going to take the win in E-Production, finishing sixth overall. Taking the win in Touring 4, Owen Sheffer. In the number 18 machine, the Mazda RX-8, Ben Bunk will come home in second in the number 114 Subaru BRZ. I think all Scion FRS, but one of the twins. One of the twins, and that rounds it out there. And I think finally, Alex Cumming, your sole driver in Spec RX-7. So quickly here, if we break it down by class. In T4, Owen Sheffer, Ben Bunk, Ted Warning in his Chevy Camaro. In H Production, Al Syme takes the win. Chuck Allard second. Greg Plush will finish third. Stem finishes just off the podium in fourth. In E Production, it was Paul Marcones and Jim Lindenthal. Jeff Norris in his Honda Prelude only completes 2 laps. In GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton takes the win over Drew Erie. Of course, Erie retired early and finds himself down a number of laps from Bruce Shelton. And then finally in Super Touring Light with your overall win, Tom Beverly in his Honda Civic, Steve Hunt second, Ted Cahill will finish in third. Kevin Conlon only completes a single lap. He's just been taunting us by sitting on the front straight there for the last 19 laps, and so we're sending some emergency services vehicles to pick him up and to pick Mr. Erie up. But Brian, that's going to wrap up the racing here from Summit Point this weekend. I think another successful weekend of Mid-Atlantic road racing.
Absolutely. I mean, great, fantastic racing between every single class. I mean, we had a lot of newcomers here, Greg, that were out here for the first time this year, taking to this track, and every one of them did very well in their own right based off of what they had to go through within their classes. So, congratulations to them to get through it. We were able to get everything in that we needed to get in today. We had some pretty decent weather.
Yes.
I know it's gotten a little bit hotter today, a little bit windier today than we've had all weekend long. But, as we started the weekend, it was a little dicey with the Canadian fires. But, the winds have changed and kind of moved everything through in the front. And it turned out to be a fantastic weekend.
All right, so let's take a look, Brian, at what we've got coming up through the rest of the summer here and into the fall on the Washington, D.C. region YouTube channel. We've got our next event just about a month from now. It's going to be the Jersey Devil Majors at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Racecourse, July 15th and 16th. Just a week later, we're going to be at Summit Point Raceway for the next Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event, the July MARRS. And then we will be back here at Summit Point for Labor Day weekend, the MARRS Labor Day Spectacular. And you can see we've got 2 more events to round out the season after that here at Summit Point, and then back to the New Jersey Motorsports Park's Lightning Circuit. So a lot of action still to come this summer here in the Northeast Division, and Brian and I are going to bring you all the action here on the YouTube channel. That reminds us all, if you haven't already, go ahead. First off, give us a thumbs up for this event. Go ahead and subscribe to the DC Region's YouTube channel. That way you can find out all the times when we go live. Next up, Brian, we want to thank all of the many volunteers that make the Washington, D.C. region's events run, the Sports Car Club of America's events run. It's a volunteer crew, and our drivers could not race without them. Our chief steward, Russ Gardner, here this weekend. Don Yeski, chairman of the Stewards of the Meet. Bob Crawford, our race chair, with Paul Anderson, the assistant race chair this weekend, our chief registrar, Betty Harrison, and Greg McDermott, our MARRS administrator. And, of course, we've got all our scrutineers, our flagging and communications corps, the folks in timing and scoring. We've got our folks in registration. Of course, everybody jokes about the stewards, but we want to thank all of our stewards that helped get us through the weekend as well. All of these volunteers that make racing possible at Summit Point Raceway. And then finally, we want to thank our sponsors. that are helping to bring you the coverage here from Summit Point. RP Performance, our title sponsor this weekend. Thank you so much to Brett DePedro and Sissy Connolly. The Autoverse, new sponsor this year with the DC region. Radial Tire Company, longtime sponsor of the region, and of course another longtime sponsor, OG Racing. I want to thank all that you guys have done. Want to thank, if they're still down in the carousel, I'm sure they're getting ready to pack up and go. Want to thank the Maryland Miata Club for joining us here this weekend. We're checking the camera to see if they're
Looks like we get still a few of them down there, watching some of the rest of the Miatas that came through.
Yeah, there you go. So the Maryland Miata Club, the largest, one of the largest Miata clubs here on the Eastern Seaboard. I want to thank them for coming out and spending their day with us here at Summit Point Raceway. So for Brian Donati, I'm Greg Ginsburg, and we will see you in just about a month from New Jersey. Thanks everybody for joining us here this weekend, and have a great week.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas, and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.